Wretched Recruit. Pirate Academy, Book 1. By Holly Hook. Copyright 2021 by Holly Hook. Chapter 1. Could this day get any worse? Getting manhandled and sold to yet another pompous noble was just the start of this lovely adventure. So was being loaded onto the Pomo to sail 10 days to another island and spice plantation. Now the slave ship was officially under attack by pirates. I stiffened as gunshots and shouts rang from above decks, where the slave merchants and their crew were no doubt having a bad day. But now I was dealing with the repercussions of poisoning Lord Beccas's entire spice crop with bad fertilizer. Great. I'd been hoping to force the noble into freeing us all, since his finances had already taken a hit after a rash of poor seasons, but he sold us instead, despite being unable to buy safe passage. Wonderful. Maybe he suspected we'd sabotaged his crops with poisoned fertilizer and wanted revenge, because from what I'd heard, he had made little from the sales even after stiffing the Pirate King. Another round of gunshots went off. Men shouted. The jerk had paid to put us in danger. I'd underestimated the fat moron. We'd made it just 3 days from Islanda Nylar, where I had spent my whole life. Easy, I said, facing my friend who sat beside me. Get ready. Beezy, 2 years younger than me at 15, widened her dark gray eyes. I could hear her question. Nar, what are we going to do? I looked down at the manacles that held my legs together with a chain, and at my plain brown skirt. The thing was, I didn't know what to do. My heart pounded. I took a breath and surveyed the slave deck. The long room just held buckets, straw, nothing else. The other poor souls on the ship, a row of older men and women I'd never spoken with much, ducked their heads low as the commotion continued above. 2 women cried. No one spoke. No one gagged. At least we hadn't been below decks long enough for too much stench to build. We wouldn't die in complete filth at least. No, Nar. I had to think. Beezy was like a sister to me, and I had to take care of her. And that meant staying alive. Another gunshot went off, and a crewman screamed at the top of the stairwell. The lantern swung. No one had made it down yet. But movement caught my eye. The pirate ship outside the porthole moved forward, revealing the dark, terrifying barrel of a cannon. The pirates had them out and would fire. And if we stayed here? Okay. Now I had a plan. I seized Beezy's arm. She flicked her dirty golden hair out of her face and stood. We need to go, I whispered as mutters of fear rose around me. She nodded, flicking her gaze to the cannon. At least no one had chained us to the wall. Lord Beccas hadn't been able to pay for the iron. Not that we could get past the guards. Until now. Are we going to make it? Her voice sounded small. We've got to try. This could be our chance. No one guarded us now. All hands were on deck, literally. Beezy nodded as life filled her hazel eyes. Hope swelled into my chest. I'd never had the real chance to escape until now. The crew and merchants had bigger problems than a slave rebellion. But the doors are closed, she said. Slugs. She was right. My heart pounded as I eyed the pair of trapdoors at the top of the steps. We'd have to wait for them to open. And then I had to do this without showing my abilities. Because if that came to light, any surviving nobles or crewmen would kill us. And the pirates. I wouldn't think about that. A deafening bang sounded through the ship, and it lurched as boards and splinters rained down the stairwell. People screamed. Another cannon had fired through the ship. The lantern swayed overhead, and a barrel rolled across the floor to where 2 women stood up, leg irons clanking. Men shouted. Everyone stood, fully alert. Sunlight poured down the stairwell. The cannonball had ripped through the top of the ship, and now the fighting above came to life. Or death. One man screamed as a pistol went off. The stench of powder wafted down the steps. Not anymore, I said. The other slaves shouted at each other, ignoring us. What do we do? They'll kill us. We should wait here. A million arguments swirled around us. People were wasting time. Another cannon could rip us both apart in less than a second. If we ran, Beezy and I might make it to the ship's boat. I knew how to lower one. I had helped pack shipments of spices many times before for Lord Beckass. We could slip away. I seized Beezy's wrist. Come. More gunshots went off, and then shouts rang out that sent chills down my spine. And then a blue-uniformed crew member, a burly, pot-bellied guard who watched the slave quarters with a disgusting, power-hungry gleam in his eye, backpedaled down the steps, stepping over the busted trapdoor. He fired one shot from his pistol with a blast of smoke before reaching the bottom. "Take that," he shouted, drunk on power. He had taken off his blue jacket and fought in his sweat-stained undershirt. I had nicknamed him the Exalted One as soon as we set sail. Then the Exalted One looked back at us, wrinkling his dark mustache.
"Move, and we will dangle you off the edge for the rest of the journey."
People silenced. Chains stopped clanking, and then the crewman stuffed another paper tube of powder into his flintlock pistol and raised his gun to fire. Shadows danced at the top of the steps, fighting. Beezy seized my arm as I let go of hers. I looked at her. And I understood. My deathly magic. I had no witnesses who would sell me out if this saved us all. The pirates would take the blame. "You idiot!" I shouted at the Exalted One as he waited to fire. Sweat beaded on the Exalted One's temples as he ignored me. "You!" I snapped. Another cannon fired, and planks ripped to shreds somewhere above. More men screamed and silenced, and I knew the crew of the Pomo had taken a critical blow. Now. More of the slaves screamed and broke into sobs. Our best chances were above decks before this ship sank. I lunged at the guard. Only one thing made my deathly magic awaken. I needed to be in danger. Beezy released me as I grabbed his arm. "Give me that," I said, reaching for his weapon. Exalted One looked at me, eyes wide and unbelieving, as the other captives gasped. I would die for this.
Only I wouldn't.
"Worthless wench," he snapped, raising a meaty hand to backhand me. No, he would not waste his shot on a skinny girl. He should have. Maintaining my grasp, I let the icy tingles thrum under my skin. Danger. Death. I would give it to him. With an outward breath, I sent death zapping through Exalted One's body, and his pupils dilated as he stared down at me, suddenly dead. He opened his hand to drop his pistol. I caught the heavy weapon before it could fall and go off. Then I let go. Exalted One slumped to the floor and the other slaves gasped. Beezy, however, made no sound. I had saved her with this before. Silence fell through the slave quarters, and as the shots, shouts, and metallic clangs continued above, everyone turned to stare at the girl who had unleashed a rare and very feared magic on the guard. Magic was a gift from the gods, except in my case. Deathly magic was the only type that got you killed for having it. I had no time to swear them to silence. I eyed the men and women gathered near the back of the quarters, all still wearing their leg manacles. The fighting above continued. What are you standing there for? Run. Escape. This is the chance. The pistol already had powder in it. Good. My magic would take time to regenerate, and until then. Come on, Nar. Beezy shouted, reaching for my hand. I had no time to take it. My words sent a stampede to the busted steps. The two of us bolted up as well, leaping over what remained of the fallen trapdoor and trying not to trip. My manacles allowed me to run, but not quickly. Sound, light, and smoke filled the world as we reached the top deck. The white sail of the Pomo snapped in the wind, and the cannons had shot down the front mast, which leaned over the bow. Men fought everywhere. Slavers. Pirates. They stabbed at each other as gunshots popped and smoke rose. I glimpsed black and blue sails beside the Pomo. A flapping flag with the pattern of a wave. The symbol of the sea goddess. The pirate ship. The Pomo's crew mostly lay dead, strewn across the deck, which now had a cannon gouge along the surface. Blood leaked everywhere, staining the boards crimson, and the crew in their blue jackets pulled together, trying to hold back the haggard bearded pirates that closed in on them from all sides. Cutlasses swung as the crew tried in vain to hold back the invaders, of which there must be 24 here alone. I took a breath. The blood of the death goddess ran through my veins. I could handle this, but Beezy couldn't. Her eyes widened at the sight. I tightened my grasp on my pistol and forced my mind to work. The ship's boat. It was on the forecastle, which was behind us. "This way," I shouted, shoving Beezy so she faced away from the carnage. The other captives surged onto the deck and scattered. Others paused. They had to fend for themselves. I handled just the two of us. A gunshot went off behind us as we ran through a dissipating cloud of smoke and up the steps to the forecastle. 2 ship's boats hung at the ready, and I realized 3 things. I'd need help to lower one into the water. Then, we'd have to jump into the ocean and board. And worst of all, 10 more pirates decked out in patched hats and bandanas had tied 5 more crew members to the mainmast. I uttered a curse and stopped. Even if my magic still worked right now, I could only take out one person at a time. "Nar," Beezy whispered. "We can't go that way." She looked at me as we stood on the last step, and then at my pistol. I had to do something. "Back," I told her as the 10 pirates who looked about to slit the throats of their prisoners laid eyes on us. One wrinkled his dirty beard, and another went to lift his eye patch, revealing an intact eyeball. Yes, really. All were men. There weren't many female pirates, and that boded badly in our case. Screams rose behind us, and I knew that going back was no longer an option. So we froze there on the first step. Slugs. Now what? You. A young pirate, clean-shaven, stepped forward and trained his ocean blue eyes on us. They were abnormally bright, like those of the nobles. Great. He likely had the blood of the gods, too. My magic wouldn't work on him then. But a pistol might. I lifted it. We just need to get through. The young pirate, better dressed than them all in a blue jacket, black trousers, and shiny boots, stopped and held up his hands as the crewmen jeered. "Oh," the young man said with a strained smile. "There's no need for that. You're right. We just need one boat." "Put us off," I said. Then the pirates laughed, despite me aiming at their leader. Was he the captain? He was too young, about my age. He took a bold step towards me and Beezy, puffing out his chest. "Do you want to get shot?" I asked, shaking. Then he grinned. "You don't know how to handle that." Fury rose in my chest. He and his 9 crewmates stood between me and a life of freedom, a life I might not get another chance to seize. I narrowed my eyes. "I'll pull the trigger if you do not move." I would not let Beezy go through any trauma again. Pirates lifted their cutlasses, ready to strike. We had a stalemate. I could only shoot one person, and the rest would slice me to pieces before my magic returned. The young man held up a hand. "Stand down and await my order. I'll handle this." He had a smooth voice that belonged on a stage, not on a ship of dirty rats. The young pirate stopped, unfazed that I had a pistol pointed at his heart. "If you kill me, my crew will do the same to you and your other escapees." I gulped. He knew I couldn't do it. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to think on the side. "The captain of that ship." Perhaps my words could save us. Behind me, the fighting slowed. And I knew that the crew of the Pomo had surrendered, or worse. But I had no sympathy for slavers. Chains clanked as the other captives remained on the main deck, cornered. The young man nodded. Very observant. "I am, in fact, the captain of this ship. Now, if you would kindly and gently place that pistol down, you and this girl will live to see another day." "You're polite for a pirate." He grinned. It was the kind that made me want to slap someone, preferably the grinner. Ah. A compliment. "I receive plenty from the female species, so you will have to try a bit harder to earn my thanks." He was stalling. And so was I. We needed that boat. "How about I lower my weapon, and you allow us to access the ship's boats?" I'll accept that offer. Put us off and we'll go from there. You have not lowered your weapon. I lowered the gun an inch.
Better.
He held out his hand and motioned to the ground.
You must be an imbecile.
Nar, do it, Beezy whispered. I need your word that you will release us, I said. Anger shoved away my fear. When you lower your weapon, I will tell my crew to stand aside, he said. Now. First, lower your arm so that you are not pointing that at my chest. Second, bend your knees to lower yourself. And third, loosen your grasp around the pistol. I cannot make these instructions simpler. Is that a promise? Swear. He hesitated for a few seconds, which I didn't like. The other pirates, all of which were older than their dear leader, waited. And below us, pirates barked orders to round up prisoners. I swear. He rocked on the heels of his boots. Do that, and I will order my men to stand aside. Do it, Beezy repeated, peering down the steps to where the pirates corralled the slaves. We need to go. She was observant. I trusted her. Attitude or not, I had to take the captain's offer. I set my pistol on the deck. He nodded.
Excellent.
I am a man of my word. You may. Captain, another pirate, a man older than him but just as clean, said as he raced up the other set of forecastle stairs. The captain snapped his ocean gaze to the pirate, who stopped and motioned to the slaves below. Yes, Bork. One slave just offered valuable info, he puffed. One of the other slaves might be valuable. It's a girl with black hair that has a greenish sheen to it. She killed a guard below decks. And he told me she has deathly magic. I whirled on the pirate, cursing my unusual hair color. No one else on the ship fit the description. Beezy clamped her hand on my shoulder, as if I would get pulled away from her. My throat went dry. The captain looked straight at me, and I knew that my day had gotten worse after all. We would not escape. We will see if that slave is right or merely grasping. Take these two below decks for now and stand aside. No fun with either. No harming either, he shouted. We have jobs to do. And the pirates behind him smiled as they surged forward. We had nowhere to run. They took our arms with rough grasps and calloused hands, and the stench of bad breath, beer and body odor overtook my senses. Beezy screamed and tried to kick, but the manacles stopped her from doing much. I kicked as well. I eyed the weapon lying on the deck, and then I glared daggers into the captain who stood by the tied prisoners, nodding with satisfaction. You are not a man of your word, I shouted as the men dragged me down the steps. Liar, he said with an infuriating calm. I told my men to stand aside as I promised. Chapter 2. Maybe I had one thing going for me, and that was the fact that a dark-haired, skinny girl in a brown dress drew little attention. No one expected someone like me to do anything drastic, and as the two pirates who had my arms dragged me across a plank, sidestepping across the gulf that opened between the Pomo and the ship that belonged to the smug one. And at least the captain had ordered his men not to touch or hurt us. I tried not to get dizzy at the gulf that opened between the ships, as the pirates made me sidestep across the board that connected the two ships. Water sloshed down below, and they maintained their grasp on me as if I'd jump. Did they really think I was going to do that, in iron manacles? You know, I said, thoughts going back to my unassuming appearance. I can walk on my own. I don't need your help. I dug my bare feet into the plank, slowing our pace. If I acted like a mouse, they'd suspect me of being a lion in disguise. Keep going, whore, a gray-haired pirate growled. I already hated him with a passion. Having just enough attitude had kept the suspicion off me throughout my life, ever since my deathly magic showed itself when I was. I wouldn't think about that. Beezy crossed behind me, and so were the other captives, and I had to make this work for her sake. And keep us together. I had to make that other slave who had revealed my forbidden magic look like he was desperate to save his own skin. Slaves did that well. Only Beezy and I were an island drifting in that selfish world. We watched out for each other. Stick with the plot. The pirates might believe that I was just a nobody they could sell at the next port. That would be better than. I stepped onto the deck of the pirate ship, and the flag with the goddess Sosa's wave symbol flapped overhead as if laughing. The sun made my hair hot, and sweat gathered under my clothes. Behind me, the smug one gave orders, and pulleys cranked, as I assumed the surviving sailors of the Pomo were being put off in the ship's boats to fend for themselves on the ocean. That was not kindness. The crew wanted a few survivors out there, telling horror stories about the ship with the blue flags. Pirates ruled the seas between the 10 islands with fear. Beezy and I should have had one of those boats. Into the brig, the other pirate growled into my ear. I hadn't guessed that we were going to have fancy staterooms. But the smug one's ship was lavish for a pirate vessel. The blue sails were well maintained and the deck spacious and clean. Head lowered as if I had no means of defending myself, I dragged my feet along the deck and past webs of rigging. Beside me, Beezy did the same, keeping a low profile. We stepped around barrels, ropes, and leather satchels before getting led down a wide set of wooden steps that creaked underfoot. I eyed the ornate railings and the wide steps that led past a large dining room and scullery, complete with chandeliers. This ship was fancier than the Pomo by far, and very fitting of the smug one. I held back a snort. I didn't want them shoving me down the next landing as we turned again and headed down a second set of steps, these narrower and obviously going to the worst parts of the ship. And here the pirates smelled even worse, and I tensed as the one on my left, the gray-bearded one with scars crisscrossing his face, inched his hand up my arm. "What are you worth, whore?" he asked in my ear. "You're too pretty to be a field slave." "Let go of me," I growled. "Your captain ordered you not to touch us." "Well, too bad," he said, mocking me and tightening his grasp. My forbidden magic rose in response, dancing like a million tiny cold daggers as it raced towards the unwanted contact. My unnatural strength also flowed into my limbs. When I blinked, greenish-black light like the feathers of a crow flared to life. It wasn't strong enough to kill yet, but it would get there in only a few minutes. No. The plan. I couldn't drop him dead now. I breathed out, forcing myself to relax as I reached the bottom of the steps and turned to go down to the next deck. But I couldn't, and the magic remained. Showing it here would prove Kale's crew member right and pique his interest more. Beezy descended behind me, and behind her, the other captives took the march downward too. We ducked under a lantern, hanging low enough to hit the gray pirate on the head. Unfortunately, it missed. "Zeeb. You heard what Kale said," another pirate Bork said behind us. I got that Bork was higher up, probably the first mate. We are not to touch the prisoners. And if that one has deathly magic, that would be a poor choice, my friend. I agree, I said. So there was a way out, because if the captain was sure of my deathly magic, he would have escorted me down himself. Unless, of course, he saw Zeeb as dispensable. "Prisoners say crazy things to save their sorry skins," Zeeb said, tightening his grasp. "I bet we won't get much for this one, even at the worst brothel." My magic died, but I didn't dare sigh. And despite the danger, I could not hold back my attitude. "What is it with men like you?" I snapped. We were beautiful until we rejected them, and then we were harpies. Zeeb shoved me off the bottom step, and I had to catch my footing. The cold and moisture told me we'd reached the brig. The smug one hadn't added his touch to the decor, much to my disappointment. Cells with rusted bars lined the deck, along with rotting storage barrels, and Beezy and I got shoved into one cell together while the other captives got split among the rest. The pirates locked up with rusty keys, and then we found ourselves exactly where we started. Only now we had straw on the floor. Zeeb, who followed Bork and the other pirates back up the steps, cast me one last dirty look before vanishing. "Some adventure," I said once the pirates had gone back above deck. Beezy stayed close to me, silent. The presence of the pirates had brought back bad times for her, and I wrapped my arm around her as the other captives gathered in tight groups, whispering to each other. Now that they had gone, I could show her some affection. She needed it. Because the other captives muttered amongst themselves again. "Our lives are over." They'll sell us just as Lord Beckas wanted to do. What difference does that make? There are worse masters out there than the nobles. The ones without the blood of the gods use brutality, not magic. That was true. I gulped. Whether I hid my magic didn't matter. Or they'll kill us if we use too much water, a young man whispered. He was also skinny, like all of us, and though he was slightly older than me, he had a terrible case of boils. Working under the sun at Islanda Nylar, combined with the fierce heat, did that. I wished I knew which one revealed what I'd done to the guard. But I couldn't risk interrogating my fellow prisoners now. Members of the crew kept ascending the steps, dumping pocket watches, a few jewels, and a paltry sum of gold coins into one of the storage barrels. Pirates grumbled about the pathetic plunder from the pomo. But to my luck, Bork stood at the bottom of the steps, watching his lesser crewmates file back and forth to deposit the scant treasure. He had sharp eyes, nothing unusual, but he stood with authority, which I could also smell from a mile away. You shouldn't have raided the ship of a ruined noble, I said. Maybe, if I were annoying enough, the pirates would sell us off as quickly as they could. I calculated that was now the best option, for the escape I craved all my life. Ordinary masters who lacked magic often crammed ports. And those types would fall to my magic, and would have no guards to pursue me and Beezy afterward. Shut your trap, wench. Zeeb scowled at me. I smiled. I'm happy that Lord Beckas has lost everything. Do you blame me? Zeeb stared at me as if he weren't sure what to think, before retreating to the steps. Clearly, he was used to women who cowered instead of standing up for themselves. I had to stand up for myself. It was the only control I had over, well, anything. Above decks, the smug one shouted at the top of the stairs. Set fire to the pomo and then set sail. I bristled at the captain's Kale's smooth voice. No, he'd remain the smug one for as long as we had to be on this ship. Bork and the other pirates cleared the area, leaving us alone to contemplate our fates. Given that the crew had thrown me and Beezy in a cell by ourselves, separating us from the others, I wasn't hopeful that the smug one thought I was nothing after all. Beezy grabbed my arm. I motioned her to the back of the cell. She followed. Though she didn't speak, we both had heard the nobles talking about the threat of pirates, and what they did to captives. We have 3 fates, I whispered. She nodded. I know. 1. The pirates would simply chuck us overboard if they couldn't get to a port to sell us quickly enough. They didn't want us depleting their rations. Could I escape from that? Maybe Beezy and I could swim with our manacles on or grab onto something, but the chances of getting anywhere were slim. I figured we were 3 days out at sea already. Deathly magic was good for only one thing. 2. They would sell us to the first disgusting buyers at some port. And with ports being so busy, that offered a slight chance of ducking out undetected. The third possibility was rare, but it scared me the most, because I did not know how to escape from it. Islanda Nylar. It was a terrifying rumor among the nobles, something they whispered about during their dinner parties. If I went there, it would be because they needed more labor, or because of my special talents. I'd bet on the latter. Beezy, being as observant as she was, motioned for me to sit. I did, sitting on a pile of straw and eyeing the boards of the ship. If we go there, she hissed, then we might never get out. Chapter 3. Up, useless wench. I blinked myself awake, and forgot my predicament at first. Then I spotted the lanterns hanging outside of my cell, and the storage barrels, and the straw pile that made up my bed. Beezy lay curled beside me just a foot away. I was aboard the pirate ship, and I had fallen asleep as night fell. The now familiar feel of the ocean lurched me back and forth, threatening sickness, and I wanted to go back to sleep and pretend this was all just a dream for a little longer, but when I spotted the dark figure leering at me on the other side of the bars, I jerked myself all the way awake. Zeeb. He pulled his scarred face up into a nasty smile. He grabbed both bars and stared at me and Beezy, mostly me. I pushed myself up, cursing my lack of vigilance. Some pirates were bad and others were worse. Zeeb I knew was worse. I knew what he wanted, and that alone sent the army of cold tingles racing under my skin. Could I kill him? I would not let him touch Beezy. All I had to do was contact bare skin, and my magic would work on its own.
What do you want?
I asked, blinking away sleep as I stood. Beezy continued to sleep, curled in the hay. I didn't want her to see this. It was cold down here in the brig. You're summoned above decks, Zeeb said. His gray beard rose with his grin. My heart thumped. The smug one. What for? My heart thudded as I realized that no more daylight filtered down the steps from the dining room. Now the brig area was dark except for the dying, flickering lanterns. Z produced a brass key, and my magic flared again. He glared at me with pure hatred. I'd wronged him somehow, and now I'd pay. Maybe while none of the other pirates were looking. I steeled myself. If I killed him, the rest of the crew would slit my throat. And Beezy's too. But I wouldn't go down without a fight. We need entertainment, wench, Zeeb said. I could smell him from here, and I didn't hold back my gag. But instead of getting angry, he only smiled wider, and that made me angry.
Entertainment.
Haven't you had enough? We're in cages. And you're going to sell us. Please let him say that's the truth. Apparently, I wasn't the only captive he had woken. The others across the brig had woken too, and sat against the walls of their cells as if waiting. We will see about that. Zeeb licked his lips. And my magic came to the forefront again, begging me to use it. I was ice and lightning, and Zeeb did not know. He unlocked the cell, and Beezy remained asleep. Normally she slept light, but the day had exhausted us. Zeeb held the door open, motioning for me to exit. Would you like me to help you out of your cell, lady? Sarcasm dripped off his words, but I detected some frustration. He was still under the order not to touch any of the prisoners. I can do that on my own. My heart pounded, but I was good at hiding my fear behind a mask. I had to in order to keep me and Beezy alive and untouched. I stepped out of the cell, ready to whirl. Could I blame Zeeb's death on age? A diseased heart. But Zeeb kept feet between us, moving away from me as he locked the door, shutting Beezy inside. Now he was being more careful. That meant the pirates had discussed my possible magic. Why am I going above decks? I studied the other captives in the corner of my vision. But I was glad that whatever this was, the pirates didn't want Beezy for it. But one horrible possibility played in my mind. Kale the smug one wanted the truth. And one thing would bring it forward. My throat went dry as Z pulled his sword with a gentle slicing sound, and he held it out and motioned for me to turn around. What choice did I have? I did, and then he poked me in the back. The tip of the blade propelled me forward and up the stairs. It wasn't my first time being guided by a blade, but it was my first time marching up 2 flights of stairs and onto a deck of seated pirates, all waiting for a show. I stepped onto the even ground and off the steps, and the night air shifted as I blinked away the lantern lights. Sails gently flapped overhead, and the ship creaked as it floated on the dark, flat ocean. The stars winked overhead, and I felt as if all of them could see me. Not good. I struggled not to cringe. Only Beezy had ever seen my secret before and lived. The truth would have gotten me killed. But pirates had no laws about killing those touched by death. They loved killing. When they realized I probably had the blood of the death goddess herself. I gulped. Ah. There she is, Bork said near the front of the human ring. He leaned onto the foremast, waiting beside Kale. A fellow slave already stood opposite me with his arms held by 2 more pirates. The young man with a case of boils looked right at me, fear dancing in his eyes as if he had hurt his fate already. The pirates had removed his leg irons, which rested on a nearby barrel. What is this? I asked. Zeeb removed my irons with a key, taken from the fallen crew of the Pomo. I kept my ankles close together, lest he try to get a view. Captain Kale emerged into the ring, expressionless. What is your name? I'm just a slave girl. I had to fight for the best case scenario. I had to get them to sell us to some master who didn't have the blood of the gods. A master I would kill. It may be important, Kale said. Zeeb, stand aside. He shot a look of disgust at the pirate behind me. I whirled to see Zeeb removing his gaze from my body. He shuffled into the crowd of 24 pirates without a sound, and there he stayed. Then I snapped my gaze to Kale. That was not what I expected. But for a pirate, he had dignity, even if it was of the entitled type. Unlike the other pirates, who wore ragged trousers, jackets, and bandanas, Kale had dressed himself in a blue jacket that matched the color of the ocean and his eyes. A fine black tricorn adorned his head, hiding most of his dark hair. A shining sword encrusted with blue gems hung from his hip. Who was he? Why? Then the obnoxious grin returned. You shall see. But tension lined his eyes, and I detected some fear. The slave opposite me looked at the boards and at me. Nar, I said. Full name?
Narella. Surname?
One more word should be easy for you to utter, because you had no issue with such a thing earlier. Heat flushed my cheeks. I am an orphan. No one could tell me who left me at the orphanage. And then they sold me to Lady Ulrun. She then sold me to Lord Beckass when I wasn't cute enough to serve tea anymore. I waited for him to laugh. Then Kale did something surprising. He frowned. But it lasted less than a second, and he crossed his arms as if challenging me to something. This slave in front of you told me you killed one of the Pomo's guards with a mysterious magic. I am interested in whether this is true. Slugs. It is not. That guard was so out of shape that the stress of the fight must have got to him. Kale stepped front of the rat who gave me away for his own life. He hadn't had the need. The pirates had taken us all captive anyway, and so far we had proven more valuable alive than dead. The young man wouldn't look at me. Coward. They would test me for magic. I shuddered. The pirates all sat on barrels or stood near the front mast. Another one of them licked his lips. Yet another lifted his eye patch, revealing the eye that had no damage. I didn't understand how that worked well during sword fights. They were waiting for something. Some sort of action. And I considered playing a terrified young girl and running back down into the brig. No. That wouldn't work. I had revealed my attitude. I had used my magic in front of those I thought wouldn't betray me. Even away from the nobles, slaves would never unite. We found the guard dead with no wounds at the base of the steps, Kale continued. His eyes shone with amusement, though the stress lines remained. He could have died from too much beer. He had that belly. A few of the pirates laughed, and one with a red beard slapped the gut of a pirate who leaned on his barrel, obviously drunk. Ah. A sense of humor to drizzle on top of the salt, Kale said slowly. Was he stalling? We want combat, Zeeb said. The atmosphere changed, and then the other pirates rose, all shouting at once, and I shrank back as they faced not me but their captain. Even if he had the blood of the gods, I realized a bunch of grown children outnumbered him. Blood. Violence. Kale held up both his hands. And the shouting died down enough for me to hear Bork speak, who stood near his captain. Our crew is restless after such a poor plunder, he said. Yes. I understand, Kale said, and suddenly he looked even younger than his 17 or 18 years. He oversaw much older men. It was a situation I had never seen before. We want blood, Zeeb shouted, staring at me from the corner of his eye. He had planned this revenge. He'd gotten the crew riled up. Whatever blood they wanted was probably mine. And the slave opposite me swallowed as the other pirates chanted over and over. Out of nowhere, the ship lurched as a round of waves struck the hull. I slipped to the side and bent over a crate as I caught my balance. Pirates did the same, and silence fell over the deck as the ship tilted back into place and the sound of the waves died. Enough. Kale shouted. We will have our fun. His eyes flashed an even more brilliant blue. Everyone quieted. Slowly, people straightened. Had he summoned the waves with his temper? Kale must be a descendant of the goddess Sosa, the sea goddess. One of the ruling 10. The nobles talked about them often, but you never found them on land, for obvious reasons. What is this fun? I asked, forcing myself to project my voice as if I were yelling across a field. I couldn't take the suspense anymore. Kale stepped to the side, keeping his stare locked on me. We will allow the two of you to fight for your freedom. The winner will no longer be a slave. A lump of ice settled in my chest. Great. My magic was reacting to the danger, and I could do nothing to stop it unless I conquered my natural fear of dying. Worse, Kale had a way of twisting words. Does no longer a slave mean dead? I would not fall for the smug one's brand of deceptive wit again. Kale paused. Then I should also say that the defeated will no longer be a slave either. The pirates all oohed and ahhed. And just feet away, Zeb reached into a leather sack hanging off his belt. He produced a dagger with a plain wooden handle and a blade that could slice a hog open. I gulped. He smiled as he held it out by the handle, keeping his distance from me. Here you go, wench. And his voice dripped with venom. Yes. He had planned this when I called out his disgusting behavior. I imagined him planting the seeds of discontent in the crew. Or maybe Kale wanted to see us fight to our deaths. It had been his idea to bring us on board. Another pirate handed the young man another dagger identical to mine, and Kale tightened his lips as he stepped back. Bork did the same, and the pirates closed the ring around us so that there were no more escapes. Take it, Zeb ordered. Grabbing the dagger by the blade, I took the weapon. Anger surged through me at Zeb. Maybe he hoped I'd have no chance against a man, even a thin one with boils. My anger sent pulses of icy tingles under my arms, and the first hint of blackish-green light gathered around the blade as it flowed from my body. I hadn't seen that light before. Then again, I'd never entered a knife fight. The other slave lunged, growling with fear and desperation. He caught me off guard. I jumped to the side as laughter rang out around us, and the slave buried his blade in the crate I leaned against a minute before. Slugs! I shouted. She has magic, another pirate shouted, pointing at my blade. It had outed me. Curse it! Kill him! Another yelled. Kill! 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 I clutched the blade with both hands. No. And I went back to a dark place, a dark memory, as my opponent pried at the stuck dagger. It had wedged between boards. I would not kill an innocent again. He was just desperate, like the rest of us. The slavers? Sure. But this young man still looked like a kid. Not again. Fight! The chant rose around us, hypnotizing, and as I tried to get my bearings, a set of hands clutched the fabric of my dress and shoved me from behind. Zeb! I whirled to stab him. But the slave had already freed himself from the crate. He barreled into me, and I went flying back, despite the strength I kept hidden, and I landed on my back with a shirtless man landing on top of me. More laughter rose, along with a few raunchy jokes. His eyes, nearly dead from years of pointless labor, matched my own. My blood for his freedom. Easy. I had to fight back. I would not leave her alone with Zeb. My magic filled my whole body. This was the closest I had ever been to death. And with it came strength. I put my arm between the man and my throat as he lifted his dagger for the killing blow. I shoved him off me as if he were a pillow. Gasps filled the air as I pushed myself up, and the dark green sickly light blazed around my dagger. The young man flailed in shock, and his dagger met mine as he pushed himself off the planks and tried to shove me back. His eyes bugged with fear, and I pushed back, shoving him away, giving him one last chance to escape. My arm slipped. My dagger sliced into his shoulder. Green light festered inside his opening wound, preventing the flow of blood. And I fell back as the horror of what I'd done swept over me. Silence fell, extinguishing the gasps as the slave dropped his weapon. The life fled from his eyes first, and his pupils widened and went blank with a flash of sickly green. Then he fell back, exhaling his last breath. I fell to my knees. The circle of pirates stood in stunned silence. The green moonlight around my dagger died, and I dropped my weapon, too consumed with horror to think of summoning my forbidden magic again. I had killed him. And innocent. A kid. The horrible memory threatened to roar back. I had won the fight. Letting out a breath, I grabbed the fabric of my dress as if it could save me. First, Z backed out of the circle and out of my sight. I didn't miss how wide his eyes grew as he did. And second, slow footsteps approached from behind, and shining black boots swept into the side of my vision. Stand, Kale ordered, his voice unreadable. My body did as it was told. With my magic spent for now, there was nothing else I could do. Kale seized my arm, holding it up over my head. Nylar is victorious. Nylar is victorious, the crew repeated, breaking their shock trance. Then Kale whispered into my ear, I keep my promise. You are no longer a slave. A tingle ran down my back. But it wasn't the tingle of victory. I had longed for those words my entire life. But now that the full truth was out, Kale lowered my arm and addressed his crew. Set sail for Islanda Nylar immediately. We can use more servants there as well. Zeeb, dispose of this body. Kale quickly stepped away from the young man I had cut spices beside for months, and I looked away, wanting to vomit at the sight. He had only wanted his freedom. I understood that. I'd never caught his name. And I reminded myself why it was better that I kept to myself. The pirates scattered, leaving me standing there. And then Kale looked right at me as Zeeb, with my victim in tow, grunted his way to the ship's railing. You are now a recruit, Kale explained, expressionless. You will make a fine pirate. And then he walked away, as if looking at me would pain him. Chapter 4. After the smug one's wonderful announcement, I could walk freely on the deck and around the ship, but since Zeeb still lurked around, I went back below to the brig to sit in view of Beezy's locked cell. I didn't get too close to her when the pirates showed any sign of coming below decks. They'd thrown us into the same cell, sure, but if they knew I treated her as my sister, they could use her against me. And the pirate I worried about the most started with Z. He must have seen our connection already, but perhaps, with enough beer and distractions, he would forget about it, or assume that Beezy and I had formed only a temporary alliance to escape from the Pomo. I sat on the barrel far from her cell, but in view of it, and she didn't have to ask me what had happened. She also didn't question my sudden distance. We knew each other well. Beezy also must have heard the commotion above decks, and the captain's announcement. I was going to Islanda Nylar, whether I liked it. And so were the other slaves who won their fights. Because they continued above decks. Pirates stayed strong by choosing the strong. The strong and the angry. And who better than those who hated the land nobles? A bit later that night, 2 more crewmen came down and dragged a pair of young men from the opposite cell. Cheering and shouts rang out soon after, and then they came back down to fish out 2 young women. Kale shouted something about choosing young men and women only, and after that fight, he announced they needed no more girls. That was a relief. Beezy wouldn't have to fight. Kale didn't see her as worthy. When she heard, she slumped back onto her pile of straw, and I nodded at her, telling her to sleep. She did, escaping from the horror above. The crowd thinned, leaving older adults. By daybreak, I counted 13 of us remaining, including the victors who had won their fights. 4 young men and 1 woman wandered back into the brig to sit in shock, some with blood running down their arms and faces. The others had died. Innocents. The pirates were worse than any slavers I'd met. And Islanda Nylar would never let me go. The mysterious keep was where new pirates got trained to sail, plunder, and kill, according to the land nobles. It kept the seas dangerous, and hung like a shadow over the 10 islands. Beezy and I had talked about it, wondering if it was only a rumor or reality. The noble soldiers had failed to find it, again and again. But now I knew the truth. Now that the pirates had gone and focused on the newest fight, I dared to walk to her cell. She reached through the bars and took my arm. Right now, I felt fragile and not like her protector or her older sister. They're going to throw me overboard. She held back tears. I hardened. I had to. They won't. Zeeb is afraid of me now, and the captain, well, I don't think he will. Keeping my tone reassuring failed on an epic level, and Beezy's eyes widened at the tremors in my voice. How do you know? I swallowed. He didn't want to pit us against each other, but his crew did. And he's a young man. My age, maybe. Sure, he was smug, but he lived on a different level than the other pirates. Beezy frowned at me. I knew what she meant because, with her lack of words, I could read her very well. He can't control them. He's not old enough. He silenced them with watery magic, I said. I bet that's the only thing keeping them from mutiny. Maybe the crew doesn't know that divine magic has its limits. The nobles sure didn't advertise the fact. I only knew that because of my power, and I figured that everyone else with the blood of the gods was the same. Beezy shrunk away from the bars, releasing my arm. And she stood there, as the air in the brig seemed to chill, to a level only found in the deepest regions of the ocean. I shuddered as well. And above decks, the pirates broke into more cheering and chanting. They had already gone through several other fights, and I didn't want to see what was happening to the slaves, who failed to come out on top. Beezy plugged her ears, and the remaining slaves waited in silence. I had helped to cause the nightmare above decks by angering Zeeb. Perhaps the coward was taking the only revenge that he could. I had to sit and let the worst of human nature take its course, and that infuriated me. And the fear that I'd take part in such acts soon enough brought a new terror and disgust into my chest. I won't let them hurt you, I said once the fighting stopped and Beezy uncovered her ears. She looked at me, her eyes bright in the near darkness. Another worry ate away at her. And I didn't have to say what that might be. Islanda Nylar had everything pirates could ever want to. Food, beer, women. No. I would not let something like that happen to Beezy again. Though she was immune to my magic, and probably descended from a minor god or goddess, she had shown no abilities of her own yet, other than impressive sight and hearing that had emerged after the horrible incident. Her mother had forsaken her to the nobles when she was 5, to get enough money to feed her older children. And since then, her life had been hell. Nothing but back-breaking work. Sweating under the hot sun of Islanda Nylar. And then, as soon as she began to look like a woman, an overseer had tried to. I balled my fists. I would watch Beezy for the rest of the journey, no matter how long it took. After all, I was free to roam anywhere on the ship. The cheering stopped, and a young man in brown trousers stumbled down the steps, leaning against the bars of the first cell as he bled from a cut on his arm. But he was alive, save for that injury, and likely the victor of the last fight. He too would probably go to Islanda Nylar. We looked at each other, and the young man, who must be 2 years my senior, stayed away. It felt strange having my secret in the open. The night dragged on. Things quieted. Zeeb didn't dare to come below decks. No one received care for their injuries. One man used straw to soak up the blood coming from his thigh, and the smell of iron filled the air as the sound above died down. Most of the pirates would go to bed, though I was sure that someone would guard the ship's boat, preventing any of us unfortunate souls from leaving. Some of us might have gone from slaves to recruits, but we were still prisoners. And we would remain so on Islanda Nylar, and beyond. I leaned against Beezy's cell, exhaustion hitting me like a pile of spice sacks, and then I fell asleep against the bars, once again drifting into the only type of darkness that comforted me. I only left Beezy's side over the following 4 days to relieve myself, eat and drink from the water barrel provided in the brig. I only put distance between me and her when crew members came down to throw food at the prisoners. None of the new recruits wandered around much, and everyone had new pupil syndrome. But the pressure of being new was only part of the equation. I imagine new recruits died at Islanda Nylar, as the training would be tough, and captains who would choose their crew members varied in savagery. Time seemed to drag out and move too quickly. Everything flowed strangely. I prayed for a storm, but the gods had long ago vanished from the 10 islands, taking the divine age with them. And it was Nyla, the goddess of death, who had ended those times of human prosperity. The gods once relied on treasures and relics to connect them to the human world and allow them to mingle among us. Nyla had hidden the gods' greatest treasures in a secret location that no one to date had found, banishing them from the world. And Nyla, jealous, hated the other deities and wanted them to be outcasts like her. She was the last of the ruling 10, and the gods paid for not giving her a seat at the divine table. And so had humanity. Now nobles ruled us with greed, and pirates predated on the weak. All that remained now were those of us who carried hints of their blood. Some ruled the land. Others ruled the seas. Still others only carried weak magic, like Beezy. I carried Nyla's power. And her guilt. It was no wonder my parents had given me up. Self-preservation came first on the 10 islands since the Dark Age had begun. Beezy and I spoke little during the journey. And we didn't speak to the slaves still trapped in their cells. We had divided yet again into the freed and the prisoners. Only Beezy refused to turn away from my gaze. Whispers started whenever I wasn't looking at the other cells, and whenever I appeared to be asleep. I couldn't make them out, but they haunted me all the same. Just when I thought I might be here forever on this ship, trying not to get sick at the incessant rocking of the ocean, I woke to a loud banging and Bork's orders. Up. Recruits, get your sorry asses above decks. Stand with respect before Islanda Nylar. Chapter 5. I woke fully, and Beezy and I looked at each other. My stomach lurched. Islanda Nylar. We had arrived 1 week out from Islanda Nylar, the southernmost island of the main 10. Either the winds from the sky god Jarl had been favorable, or the island hid itself well, perhaps even with some type of magic. I possessed deathly magic, but many other kinds existed, and some commoners carried the blood of minor gods. Beezy pushed herself up as Bork paraded down the steps, banging his sword against a pot. It made a loud clamor that woke everyone up and jarred those who had nearly died from boredom in their cells. The air here was hot, and the ocean breeze wafting down the steps behind Bork did little to dispel the stickiness. It was possible we had gone farther south than even Nylar and left the 10 islands altogether. Perhaps we'd entered the empty regions. Even as the panic rose in my chest, trying to drown my heart, I pushed myself to a standing position as Bork eyed me for a tense moment. What was I going to do? Jump overboard? Kale had watery magic and could command the currents to bring me back to the ship, and I wanted to spare myself that humiliation at his hand. Kale needed no more reasons to act smug. Above decks, Bork ordered again as 2 young men, the winners of the fights, paraded up the steps. I swallowed. What happens to those still in cells? I had the most clout here, and I had seen no trace of magic in Bork. He faced me, and a parchment-thin scar on his cheek stretched as he frowned at me in frustration. Bork couldn't attack me. His only weapon was his words. The unworthy will continue to fulfill their roles. I sensed Beezy shifting behind me as straw crunched. Her words, I knew, had fled completely. They might always fail her when she needed them the most, and it was that overseer's fault. I hoped he was suffering in whatever level of the underworld had greeted him. What happens to them? I motioned to everyone. I could not look too connected to Beezy in front of Bork. They will serve Islanda Nylar, Bork growled, impatient. He was no Zeeb, but he sure clarified he did not like a young woman holding up his business. On deck, immediately at the order of the captain. I had no choice. The air thickened with tension, and I was the last recruit standing in the brig area. I looked at Beezy for a split second but forced myself to say nothing reassuring, even as Bork paraded back up the steps. Shouts rang out above. I took a breath. They would not separate the recruits and the slaves yet. That would happen on the island. And if I wanted any chance to help Beezy avoid the worst possible fate, I had to stake out Islanda Nylar and face my new reality. I walked up the creaky stairs, dodging the hanging lantern, and I made it above decks. The evening sun was orange near the horizon and cast sparking fire over the calm water. A stiff breeze blew my hair forward, as if trying to push me towards the dark, looming shape straight ahead of the ship. Sails flapped, and all pirates who were not navigating stood on either side of the deck, facing the island with reverence, as if it were one of the gods' ancient temples. And perhaps it was. As I faced the jungle-choked island, my first thought was, it looks like a hairy skull. Of course, skulls didn't have green hair made of thick, vine-choked trees, but Islanda Nylar consisted of an ominous mountain surrounded by a ring of thin beaches. The rounded mountain held 2 caves that looked vaguely like eyes, and lanterns hung inside of them, adding hundreds of tiny sparks to the darkness within. Another cave at the ocean's surface appeared to be the entrance, evoking the vague shape of a gaping mouth. This must be where the island had gotten its name, and why the Pirate King had chosen it as the secret keep. My mouth went dry. More lanterns and torches, again maybe 100 of them, marked a path into the darkness. This island looked as if Nyla herself had crafted it thousands of years ago, and then left it in the wild. But I would not ask if that was the case. Hundreds of pirates would be inside, along with those they enslaved, and they expected me to match their ranks and leave Beezy behind. Some of them, too, would have the blood of the gods. The pirates only chose the strong and powerful. And once we were inside that cave, I had no idea how to escape. Open ocean surrounded the island on all sides. Recruits! Kale shouted from the forecastle behind us. Stand in respect for Islanda Nylar. Ah! He was up here. But I was sure I wouldn't like what would happen if I didn't follow the order, so I matched the posture of everyone else on deck, keeping my feet shoulder-width apart. I had stood at attention multiple times in front of overseers and nobles, and as we all waited in silence, the island loomed larger and larger. We approached the mouth, and another ship crawled inside ahead, lowering its sails as it entered the mouth-like cave. Yes. This place must have hundreds, if not thousands, of pirates and recruits. The land nobles would be stupid to attack it. Lord Beckes had no chance. He only had the blood of Neblar, the plant goddess. I could smile at that thought at least. But my smile vanished as we reached the mouth of the cave. Nyla must have had a bad day when she created this island, because this cave had pointed teeth right at the entrance. The pirates behind us lowered the sails to avoid the pointed stalactites that threatened to shred them and Kale's pompous flag. Or maybe the teeth were just natural formations. The gods had vanished from the ranks of humans thousands of years ago, so it was often hard to tell. But I still stood in respect, despite Nyla's little curse that had gotten me here. Some smaller islands still had magic and curses attached to them, and I would not risk angering this place. The light nearly vanished as we entered the cave. Only the cave torches and the lanterns on deck lit the way. The light turned yellow and orange, and everyone's faces looked like skulls in the flickering glow. The air smelled of salt and smoke as we passed the huge torches on the walls, and only the sloshing of the water filled the silence. The muffled sound surrounded us as the cave curved, and the farther we went, the more I realized that escape from me and Beezy would be difficult. No. Impossible. But at last, the passage, which was barely large enough to allow the ship's masts to make it through, opened into a huge underwater lagoon. Ships stood everywhere against a dock on the other side of a dark expanse, and pirates, along with male slaves in brown tunics, moved crates of barrels back and forth between ships and deeper into the keep. Shouting rang out, but the huge cavern stretched them to the point of senseless noise. Somewhere a pistol went off, and smoke rose from behind another ship as a pirate barked orders. I gulped. The place was rowdy, and it wasn't much different than the fields of the nobles. Only they preferred whips, not guns. The sight strengthened my resolve. I would get out of here with Beezy the first second I could. This was a keep of overseers who didn't have the restraints of polite society. As we drew closer, I counted 4 male pirates for every female. That would put me at a disadvantage. Even the women had scars and scowls, and they looked terrifying. I would have to use my deathly magic here. The more I did that, the more some savage captain would want me. Another ship rowed away from the dock, leaving us a space, and Kale ordered his men to take that opening. Kale's fancy ship pulled up to the dock, and Bork ordered more pirates to tie us up, and then the gangplank lowered to the dock. Ice spread through me. The crew would not stall. Already, they all moved in unison, hauling crates and barrels down and joining the small river of other pirates and slaves. None of the slaves here were female. Only men hauled the heavy crates. I knew where some females went, and the better possibility was the kitchens. I had to think. Already, Zeeb and 4 other pirates vanished down the steps to the brig, and Kale descended from the forecastle and motioned for us recruits to disembark. His blue eyes flashed, tense, warning us not to run away. My other option was to swim across the lagoon and off the island, which would give Kale the chance to embarrass me, so I forced myself down the gangplank and onto the dock. We stood there as pirates walked past, eyeing the fresh meat with grins and snorts. What would the training be like here? I shoved that thought aside because Beezy was still on the ship. And Zeeb led her to the gangplank, the sword at her back. She walked with her head down, along with the 2 old men and an older woman who hadn't even made it into a fight. Ah! The slaves, Kale said as the 5 of us recruits waited. We stuck together as we should, but none of the others looked at me. Even the other woman who had won a fight wouldn't look at me. I stood out among them. Deathly magic was rare, thanks to the killing of people like me over the centuries. What to do with them? Zeeb asked in a dangerously low voice. My mind spun. Fates would get determined here, and Kale, I knew, had the say. How to defend Beezy without turning her into a weapon? And how would I keep us connected? I once had a cartographer for a master, one of the old men babbled. I would do well working with maps. Kale nodded. Ah. We can use those skills. Take him to the upper caves, and we shall see if he is telling the truth. Zeeb motioned for 2 other pirates to guide the old man, still wearing his leg irons, away. And I once worked beside a blacksmith, the other man said, bowing his head lower. I can help to repair weapons. Kale once again nodded, and motioned for more of his crew to take the second man away. I let out a breath. They had valuable skills. They were still useful enough to live. What skills have you? Zeeb asked the older woman. He was saving Beezy for last. Had Zeeb figured out our connection after all? Icy pinpricks filled my palms, and I wanted to grab him around the throat. I would end him, but Kale and 5 other crew members stood on the dock with us, and Kale leaned on the point of his cutlass. I can cook well, she said. I can prepare a variety of herbs and dishes, and know cooking methods from 5 of the 10 islands. My former master owned a large spice plantation, and we grew everything from lattice spice to tropical zeal. Before Beckass, I assisted a potion maker who worked with divine plants and ingredients. Ah! That may be very useful, Kale said quickly. Camarus. Volas. Take her to the apothecary. This woman knew some of the divine plants that the gods had left behind from their time in physical form, then. Beezy couldn't do that, either. And this one? Zeeb smiled as he poked Beezy in the back. The tingles increased in my palms. I could reach him if I lunged. I only had to jump over a coil of rope on the dock, and I'd fill him with death. Kale's stare warned me not to try a thing. She might cook, I said, injecting a snide tone into my voice. With a body like that, no man would want her. And she drags her feet. Beezy sucked in a breath. I had to pretend to hold her in disdain for stopping my escape. Kale looked up and down at her body, molding his face in disgust. Beezy had worn loose-fitting dresses since that horrible day in the back of the spice field, though none of that was her fault. But she did a good job of hiding her beauty. I believe our recruit is right, he said, turning his head away from Beezy as he looked at the dark water instead. The kitchens she goes. Our brothel will have no use for such a skinny specimen. I held back my sigh. Beezy was going to the kitchens. Peeling potatoes and mixing ingredients was a much better fate than the alternative, as she hadn't had time to gain any skills. Zeeb's scowl of disappointment made the icy tingles vanish. I had a victory. And had Kale simply agreed or helped me? Beezy didn't dare to look at me as 2 more crew members took her down the dock and into a cave opening that seemed to lead downward, not up. My heart ached. Ah. We have the slaves sorted, Kale said. They are not as disappointing as I expected, if they are not lying. Perhaps we will not have to sell them to any cheap land buyers next time we set sail. He turned to Bork, who remained on the dock with us. However, they all inflate their skills when they get here. The 2 chuckled, and anger rose in me at the sound. What were the slaves supposed to do? They had to preserve their lives. I had to preserve my life. But was there an escape from Islanda Nylar after all? Slaves got sold if they disappointed the pirates. Kale had withheld that information from the captives. Maybe he enjoyed the terror they showed as they begged for their lives. Of course, pirates loved gold and treasure above all else. Slaves were another means to get it. Beezy could get sold off this island then. Maybe there was an escape. But before I had the time to make a new plan, Kale snapped his gaze to us, who waited with bated breath and dancing nerves. Recruits, he ordered. Follow me. Do not disappoint, or you could find yourselves back in chains and sold to the first cruel master we find. Chapter 6. Kale's threat hung in the air and worked its way under my skin, as I followed him and the rest of his assembled crew along the dock. Pirates looked at us as we passed, sneering. The men studied me and the other young woman far too close for my liking. The female pirates, who dressed marginally better than the guys and still wore trousers, eyed the men. One winked at the recruit beside me, as we approached a cave at the very end of the docks. I couldn't wait to get out of the cloud of body odor. Even if everyone here had bathed, there was heavy work going on, and no one on this island would be a stranger to sweat. And I also hated that fresh meat feeling. It reminded me of the slave market where Lady Ulrina had sold me to Bekas. I'd been 12. Islanda Nylar was no different. Instead of slave masters, captains would choose us for their crews, right? At least, that was the rumor. And if they were all like Kale? Stop looking at him, Nar. He's a pompous scumbag. Despite that, no one sneered at him. Not even the feather-capped, burly captain disembarking from another ship. He chewed the inside of his lip and tilted his head as Kale walked past, despite Kale being perhaps half his age. Clearly, Kale had status. And looks, which were rare for a pirate. And then we passed a large ship with black sails, and a flag complete with a cracked skull. Bleached skulls grimaced from the railings, warning its victims of their fates. That was a more typical pirate ship, and the type nobles whispered about. Yikes. And yet another captain stood at the bow, staring down at us. The word terrifying sprung to mind. With a burgundy beard that went down to the leather straps across his powerful chest, the big captain had a sword on his hip, adorned with a skull handle, and a pistol on the other. No mercy lived in his eyes, which stared at us from the shadows of his wide-brimmed black hat. Metal skulls on his boots leered down at us. The sight sent my icy magic pooling under my fingertips, and I stepped to the side. Unfortunately, that drew his attention. He studied me as I hurried past like a bird of prey. Kale said nothing to the deadly captain, and my fellow recruits remained silent and uncomfortable as we walked deeper off the dock and into a cave tunnel, making wooden boards creak underfoot. I let out the breath I held. Kale looked like a harmless circus performer compared to that other captain. I had deathly magic, but the sight of him disturbed me. The plan, Nar? Well, the new one. I had to stake out the island. Crates and barrels stood everywhere, and other tunnels opened on both sides, some allowing in the ocean air, while others carried the scents of beer, food, and bread. Laughter floated down some tunnels, and the sound helped me to relax. Maybe not everyone here polished skulls in their spare time. Despite that, I had to get myself and Beezy out of here. And already, a plan hatched in my mind as I looked at the back of Kale's head. Its beak slowly poked its way out of the egg, and soon it would emerge as a fully hatched chick. Once that happened, I would feed it, making it grow into a mighty dragon. Kale had told me about the way off the island, wrapping it at a threat and throwing it in our faces. Disappoint. And if Beezy and I could do that, they would sell us. I could face a master not too noble to deal directly with pirates who likely had no divine blood. Such a person could die from my magic. To the dining hall, Kale announced, turning down another wide cave corridor. Torches spit at us as we passed, welcoming us like fiery snakes. I stepped over boards set across the corridor. Cracks between them. More crates. Straw bales. The cave opened into commotion and light ahead, and I swallowed as we approached. It was not a training chamber, but a large dining hall that smelled of glorious food, beer, and straw. Kale entered first, and he raised his sword to grab the attention of the young crowd inside, who ate at the long tables under lines of flickering lanterns. We all stopped in the doorway behind Kale. There must be over 100 young people here, ranging in age from 14 to their mid-20s, and though these must be fellow recruits, they wore patched trousers, bandanas, boots, and the leather straps that most pirates preferred. Daggers hung from hips. The only difference between the recruits and the other pirates was that they all wore bandanas that ranged in color from bright yellow to a bleached, miserable pink. Ah! The punishment for being new. I doubted the pirates fostered the self-importance that tutors taught the nobles' entitled children. Silence fell like a wave, silencing the loud chatter. Even the servers in brown, slaves who carried platters of amazing food, stopped in their places. All faces turned to Kale, and no one laughed at his pose. Though I had to admit that he commanded attention with grace. "Recruits," he shouted, confirming my suspicions. "We have brought new members into our ranks tonight. Stand." The recruits stood as if Kale held the keys to their souls. The more of this that I saw, the more I wanted to throw up. Yes, this was just another slave market, and I hardened my resolve to find Beezy and get us both out of here. Then Kale faced us. No. Me. He wore a strange expression, as if he were warning me to keep my deathly magic under control. Something else danced in his bright blue eyes as well, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Was he worried? Why? I could do nothing against someone else who had the blood of the gods. He didn't have to worry, and the pirates, I sensed, would not care if I accidentally killed another recruit. They'd just call it culling the herd. All 5 new recruits fought well, and you will train beside them during the coming months, Kale continued. You would do well to use caution with one of them, however. He stood to the side. No. Please do not rip the dressing off the wound. This one killed a man with a single dagger strike, Kale continued. She possesses deathly magic. All eyes turned to me. And I shuddered. A few gasps floated through the 100 recruits, and even 2 server women stared at me as I tried to shrink back. I was not used to having my secrets spilled in front of anyone but Beezy, and least of all, a crowd of rowdy pirates in waiting. If I could find something to throw at Kale, I would have. But the closest silverware, probably plundered from a noble's ship, was still in the mouth of a large recruit who, despite still suffering from acne, had a beer belly. Kale motioned for us to step through the center of the dining hall, towards a large open area near the opposite end, and as if we traveled in his wake, we followed. I did not expect the deluge of beer and rum. Recruits shouted as mugs overturned, and I found myself splattered in liquid and the reek of alcohol. The rain kept coming, soaking me and the straw under my feet as I kept my head down and tried to walk in the most dignified manner I could. I had to keep the stuff out of my eyes. I knew from experience. Even drunk nobles threw things. And I feared it would make my power rise. I had to keep it under control. The plan was not to impress. The gauntlet continued as we took our showers of booze, and I looked up just long enough to see that we had nearly reached the end of the dining hall, where a small wooden stage waited. Then I saw her. A young woman in a bright orange bandana sat at the very end of the long table, and her coppery hair swung as she watched me approach. She must be about my age, and her pirate clothes, complete with frills, highlighted her powerful figure. She sat with 3 other young women, and what stood out to me was the fact that she had not stood on command like the others. Her eyes, green but rimmed with bright copper, landed on me. She glared. And before I could dodge, she chucked her entire mug of beer into my face. I closed my eyes and coughed as laughter rang out at table, and someone pounded the wooden surface with their fists. My eyes burned. My eyes. Ice danced in my palms, begging for use, but I hurried past. Do not impress. Do it for Beezy. Dry straw crunched under my feet as I wiped the beer out of my face, holding in my protests. Of course, bullies would live among the pirates, and I would not let them get me down, even if I had to underperform. With the other recruits, I joined Kale on the stage, who kept his distance save he got beer or rum all over his clothing. He grinned at us, as if enjoying our embarrassment. We lined up the best we could before the dining hall, dripping all over the worn boards of the small stage. I blinked over and over, casting away the burn. At least that rat hadn't splashed strong beer or rum in my face. I had passed the initiation. But judging from how that girl glared at me as all the other recruits sat, she would have, if given the chance. What had I done to her? I shook off my skirt with my hand, flicking droplets of beer and rum onto Kale. My aim was true, but if he noticed, he gave me no reaction. Recruits, Kale announced, pacing in front of us like a commander. You have our warm welcome to Islanda Nylar. The diners chuckled. No longer are you slaves. No longer are you victims. You are free men and women. We will make you sailors, explorers, fighters, and most of all, the rulers of the sea. You will take your revenge on those who have crushed you all your lives, and you will live and die by the sword rather than the sickle. Kale spoke as if he had never worked a day in the fields. He hadn't. His stance was too proud, his movements too graceful. If he weren't a pirate, he would do well on the stage. Beside me, two of my fellow new recruits nodded. One of the young men smiled. He liked his new circumstances, despite dripping with beer. The woman stood up as tall as she could. She looked as if she had dodged the worst of the beer storm because her face and chest were dry. And you no longer bow to polite society, Kale finished, stopping and facing us. I had missed some of his words. And that the rest of his crew had gathered around our stage, guarding our places. They too had dodged the beer storm. I wanted to get out of here. Too many people stared at me, likely imagining what I could do. Kale faced his crew and stepped down from the stage. Take them to the green bunkhouse, he ordered, turning his gaze from us. He stepped toward the swinging wooden door that marked the border between the recruits' dining hall and the rest of the caves. And then, for the first time all evening, he rubbed his head as if something were getting to him. Bork. I need some rum. Chapter 7. Without a word, the rest of Kale's crew, who numbered 7, silently led us to the bunkhouse. We trudged through more cave tunnels, and these sloped upward, leading toward the top of the mountain. I struggled to memorize the layout of the tunnels, which all looked the same with crates, barrels, and bushels of straw lying everywhere. The ocean breeze wafted in as we climbed, and then the tunnel leveled off. We stopped. The crew said nothing to us as they parted, impatient. The cave ended here at a pair of open wooden doors. Beyond the doorway, the bunkhouse waited, complete with windows that looked out on the jungle. Fresh air wafted over me. Built of bamboo and thatched palm fronds, the bunkhouse housed 10 beds, all adorned with light blankets. The place almost looked cozy. Then I spotted the skull candles beside each bed. Fitting. We needed constant reminders that we now inhabited the pirate training grounds. And that some of us may not survive the training. Your quarters, greenies, a crew member said with a grin. Those skulls? They got on the Pirate King's bad side. The others shuddered. This bunkhouse was a warning. We were all new. The pirates wanted us to know we weren't here for games. I wondered if that captain in black had taken time from plundering to decorate this room. Better sleep tight, another crew member added. First test tomorrow. We'll see what you're all made of. First test? I looked at the crew as I stepped into the room. But they slammed the doors behind us, and the turning of a lock followed. They locked us in and we still smell like beer, the other young woman asked. I had never caught her name in the fields either. This could be worse, a young man said. Or perhaps it is. He glared at me through the edge of his vision as he spoke. I was in here with 5 others who hated me. I wanted to go back to staying invisible. Or better yet, find Beezy. But when I tugged on the door, it refused to budge. Free my backside, I grumbled. But at least we had beds. And as everyone spread out, the wind made the structure creak enough to soothe anyone to sleep. I had not seen this bunkhouse from the water, meaning that we were on a different side of the mountain as the deathly skull face. Perhaps the green bunkhouse was for the newest of recruits only because I saw no one else here. Despite the looming test tomorrow, it was the most comfortable thing I had ever laid eyes on. The bamboo beds, likely also taken from a noble ship, invited me. And if I slept, I would not have to deal with the others. But we were not to rest yet. The doors unlocked from the outside, and then a parade of people burst in without announcement. Servants in brown, both men and women, milled around with baskets of clothes, depositing them under beds. None of them spoke. The slaves, my people, made no eye contact, just as we had done for the nobles and their guests. I wasn't a slave anymore. Now, I would become worse if I survived whatever test the pirates had for us tomorrow. I sat on the bed, as a slave woman studied me for a moment. Nar. Yes, I said. Don't worry. You can talk to us. She was an older woman, but well built. This clothing is for you only. Thank you. I watched as she stuffed pirate trousers, leather straps, and boots under my bed in a messy bundle. I'd have to wear that tomorrow. But at least the clothes didn't stink. Have you seen Beezy? I wanted to ask. But there must be hundreds of slaves here. This woman likely hadn't. Another woman stuffed a yellow bandana under a bed. A young servant man, too thin to fight, placed a wooden tray of food on the center table along with flasks of beer. We would not dine with the other recruits tonight. Perhaps that was part of our initiation too. Or it would give them time to discuss us and size us up. At last, an older woman burst through the doors. She slapped her wooden spoon against her calloused hand, making repeated loud snaps. I squinted, unsure if the muscular woman was a high-ranking servant or a pirate. She wore boots, trousers, and leather straps, but wore no hat and carried no weapons. Recruits, she barked. My name is Lillian, and I am the head trainer on Islanda Nylar. Tomorrow, you must prove you are worthy of the sword. You will rise before the sun and appear dressed not as slaves, but as the free men and women you are. Discard your old clothing and assume your new roles at sunrise. Another pirate then. White scars covered her arms and one ran down the side of her cheek. Anger and resentment burned in her dark eyes like smoldering coals. She did not want to be here, giving us introductions. I was tired of hearing how great this life would be. On Kale's ship, I'd heard different. I'd heard cruelty. Suffering. Pain. Just disappoint. Lillian smacked the spoon against her palm again. But the crack worked on the servants, who finished their tasks and joined her at the entrance of the bunkhouse. She retreated, leaving us with no reassurance or clues about what we'd face. The double doors locked. We were in fact still prisoners. Liar, I said after Lillian. One of the young men flopped onto the bed, down on the far end of the bunkhouse. Bells, he said to his neighbor. Try this. A second guy, the one who had glared at me, did the same. Heaven, he said. Around me, the others took beds near the end of the bunkhouse, and I remained tempted to turn back and stake out the place. I sat down on my bed, staring at the closed doors. Slowly, I let out a breath. Didn't they understand? The pirates were worse than anything they knew. Did they think that a captain would back off on whippings? I knew better. No more orders. No more playing the game. No more killing. Kale had inadvertently told me the way off the island. Now I had to make it work. And I also needed to get to Beezy. But not tonight. I flopped down on the bed, away from the others as they spoke in hushed voices, keeping their backs to me, the freak with the deathly magic. The 4 men and 1 woman all sat on the floor like mythical trolls, whispering amongst themselves. The woman cast her gaze back at me, and I turned away. Clearly, I was not welcome in that circle. I might accidentally kill someone. Though the other captives hadn't watched my kill, the pirates would have talked about it during the rest of the voyage and word would have spread. These other victors would have wandered around the ship, with no one to protect. If they wanted the pirate life, fine. Exhaustion grabbed at my limbs, pulling me into the soft down of the bed. Beezy would slave in the kitchens right now, washing cutlery. But someone could. She's safe for now. Or was she? Zeeb hated me. He feared me. But he did not fear Beezy. I sat up at the thought and faced the door, thinking. How could I sleep and let down my guard? Kale had announced my status to the entire dining hall. Sure, he had done it to advertise his catch, but perhaps that would help me as well. Perhaps I could use him if he didn't set sail for some time. Why is she watching the door? The young woman whispered. I whirled. Because I do not want to be here. You heard the captain. If we fail, then we will all go back to being slaves, or worse, the woman told me. She did not hate me as much as the young man did then. And we women have to put in additional effort. She thumbed to herself and stared daggers into me. It won't be a problem for her, Bell said with a growl in his voice. I hated having my magic discussed out loud. I didn't want to kill the other captive, if that's what you mean. Admitting it made my chest tighten. And Bell's trembled, working his fists over and over. He was holding back. Then he lowered his voice to a growl. Gars was my friend. Slugs. I had killed Bell's friend. It was no wonder he hated me. We could have come here together. I rose and backed up, holding my hands up. But Bell stayed as the others watched, too uncomfortable to speak. I was a threat, and that was the only reason Bells hadn't slit my throat yet. I didn't want to kill him. It was an accident. I wanted to tell Bells that his precious friend tried to murder me, but I doubted he'd receive the news well. They gave me no choice. Be angry at those who brought us here. How are they any different than the slavers? No one spoke. Bells turned and let his head fall to his open hands. Monster. The young woman slung her arm over him, offering comfort. He leaned into her, and I wondered if he blamed the pirates after all. But I was the only one here who could receive his harsh words. I couldn't take it anymore. I flopped down on the bed. Beezy and I would escape together. I had to fail the training and make it look genuine. Chapter 8. I had never slept in such a comfortable bed. Despite the horror of the past few days, as well as dealing with the smug one, I fell into sleep, glad that we had no weapons in the green bunkhouse. Recruits must not get them until they reached a certain level. But I needed no weapons to be dangerous. The overseer. All I had done was grab him around the back of his neck, as he tried to. The horrific scene replayed again and again, as Beezy screamed and tried to kick him away. The scene merged into the fight with Gars, who lunged at me with murder in his eyes. I screamed at him that I was only defending myself, but Zeeb laughed as the waters around the ship churned higher, threatening to pull us all into the depths. The waves turned into thrashing vines, and the garden where I had once played with Zamilla grew up around me. No. Not here. I wasn't 7 again. I broke into a run, her gleeful shouting following me as I searched for a place to hide. Eyes covered, she counted, each number rising in playful warning. The ground opened, and more vines reached up, pulling me into the sinkhole, and I screamed. Zamilla shouted my name. Her footfalls approached. I grasped the soil, the roots, grasping whatever I could as I kicked my legs over nothing. Zamilla grabbed on. I've got you. I woke with a start as a pair of strong hands tightened around my arms and lifted me into the darkness. Only a lantern flickered weakly on the other side of the room, where 5 figures slept on the beds. Up, a voice growled in my face. I blinked away sleep as icy prickles filled my body, and the sensation brought one thought into my mind. I kicked my legs, finding my footing on the wooden floor of the bunkhouse. My assailant tightened their grasp on my arms. Danger. My magic raced around inside, trapped in my skin. Fight, I thought. I was fully awake now. But not for long enough to get my bearings. My attacker pulled me to the floor, and I landed on it with a soft thud. My blankets had come down with me. The faint smell of beer still clung to my clothes. Darkness swirled. My magic reached a peak, but it pushed against my skin as if trapped. Why are you still here? The figure above me growled. Then I blinked, and there was just enough light to show the narrowed green eyes, lined in copper, staring down at me. An orange bandana. Leather straps over a dark green tunic. The girl who splashed me in the face. Great. How had she gotten in? I pushed back. No use. She must be strong if she was here. And despite having her hands on my arms, she still lived. This young woman also had the blood of the gods. I took a breath. My magic would not work on her. How had she gotten in? Had she stolen a key? Perhaps you can answer that for me. It was all I could say. Look, slug. We have no use for you here, she hissed. I don't know what mud pit Kale pulled you out of, but you should return, she said as heat flared against the bare skin of my arms. I seethed from the pain, and the young woman smiled. Fiery magic. And it worked on me. I tried to rise, but she had excellent strength too, and I had the disadvantage on the floor. You risked the wrath of Lillian to threaten me, I observed. Perhaps I could get on her good side enough for her to let me up, and then I could put her in her place. Impressive. Lillian is a bumbling drunkard, she said. I want to make one thing clear. I am Pechakama's blood of Phyle, the fire goddess. Lovely. I nodded. Pecha had to assert her dominance, but she had nothing to worry about. I assumed that. Pecha glared despite the heat calming. And you will not challenge me. Do you understand? I grit my teeth, knowing full well that I could not look as if I wanted to fail. Perhaps I could use Pecha to my advantage. I understand. She released me and stood overhead, pacing back and forth as the faint light made the thatch ceiling flicker. A distant rumble of thunder sounded, adding to the effect. I pushed myself into sitting, but Pecha placed her boot on my lap, threatening to press down. She slowly held out her hand and a fireball appeared above her palm, dancing and spitting with anger. Unbelievable. Haven't you thrown yourself around enough? I hissed, hoping that she couldn't hear my racing heartbeat. No one else woke, but I doubted bells would help my case. Pecha offered me a calm smile. And I hated the control she had. What could I do against her? If she attacked me, I had only my enhanced strength to help me. Clearly, fire trumped death, and Pecha had already done some training. Clearly, the answer is no. She lowered her flaming hand to my bed, and the down inside smoked as embers and smoke spread through it. I rose to my feet, pushing away her pointed boot, but before I could get my balance, Pecha shoved me back, and I struck the wall of the bunkhouse as my mattress smoked. Pecha looked at me as if I was pathetic, and she combined a grin and a head shake as she marched out the door. It closed and locked. She was leaving me with this. Nar move. A fire burning in a bamboo structure spelled bad news. The sky opened as lightning flashed and rain poured down outside. A silver curtain of water struck Islanda Nylar, making the palms shine and thrash. I had no time to think. My down mattress continued to smolder, and only the stickiness of the air had slowed the flames. The other recruits slept 30 feet away, as far from me as they could get. Smoke stung my nostrils. If this spread, it would kill us all. I grabbed the down mattress, holding the burning end away from me, and I scrunched the mass together and shoved the burning end out of the nearest window. Glad for my strength, I held it in the rain as a hissing noise followed and the fire went out. And I stood there, hating Pecha and hating Islanda Nylar. And I also hated Kale, as the tropical rain continued to soak my mattress. He had told the entire dining hall about my feat. Now Pecha was jealous, because she hadn't terrorized any of the other new recruits. I had done nothing to her other than exist. Perhaps if I were normal or had the blood of any of the other 10 deities, Pecha would have simply thrown beer over my head and been done with it. No one had ever been jealous of me before. It was a strange feeling. And it was dangerous. The rain continued to douse my mattress, making it heavy. At last I hauled the mass back inside, and like a giant wet slug, my mattress squished back onto the frame of the bamboo bed. Water dripped onto the floor, barely missing my light blanket. Most of all, I hated Nyla, the lover of ancient executioners, soldiers, bandits, and pirates. And she was the bringer of the Dark Age. As I had no other choice, I curled up on the dry half of the mattress, as I had many times on bundles of straw. Hugging my knees, I tried to ignore the crow-like laughter of Nyla herself as I slowly drifted back to sleep. Chapter 9. Sea slugs. A loud thump on the green bunkhouse door, and Lillian's shouts roused me from the best slumber I could possibly get, while curled up on the dry end of my mattress. I opened my eyes to sound, and faint sunlight pouring through the windows. The rain had stopped, but my mattress already gave off the faint smell of mold. I hoped that the sun would dry it before I returned tonight. If I returned tonight, I had a job to do and some tests to pass. I hated that Pecha would rejoice in seeing me get taken from Islanda Nylar and sold somewhere else, but that was the only part of the plan that got under my skin. Also, I still had to find Beezy and where she was staying. Up Nar, I muttered to myself as the horrible banging came again. Lillian had returned to flaunt her power over us new recruits in the green bunkhouse. I swallowed, thinking of what the 6 of us would face today. You are not a sea slug. Already, the other recruits busied themselves changing out of their brown slave garb and into the supplied recruit wear. Trousers, tunics, bandanas, leather straps meant to hold weapons that we hadn't yet gained the privilege of handling. Of course, the Pirate King, Kallen Shoskan, would make sure only those who proved themselves loyal to the pirate life would have those. As another descendant of the gods, he ruled the seas with terror, and all pirates bowed down to him. His family line was also rumored to have created the training system on Islanda Nylar, and the idea that former slaves were more likely to embrace the pirate life. Already, I hated him. Ducking on the other side of my bed, I pulled the recruit garb out from under, and a black bandana hung in my grasp. It was unlike the degrading pastels of the other new recruits, and I gulped as I realized it must signify my status as a bringer of death, just as Pecha's orange bandana warned of her fiery magic. Kale. He must have told Lillian to have her servants supply me with this. And as someone who wanted to fail training, a beacon such as this was the last thing I needed. Staying out of the guy's sight, I got changed, discarding my slave garb on the floor. Lillian banged on the door again, as if we hadn't heard her the first 5 times, and I scrambled into the pirate in training costume before any of the young men could spot me. I didn't want to have to kill anyone for an aggressive advance, especially now. I would whether I wanted to or not. Once dressed, I straightened. Lillian burst into the green bunkhouse like a troll, brandishing not her wooden spoon, but an actual cutlass. It shone in the gray morning light. She must know that people like me wanted to make a break for it. I wondered if she had the blood of the gods, but it wasn't always obvious. The best you could get was an unusual eye or hair color, and the blood of minor gods often left no mark at all. No one stood behind her, but I wouldn't risk it. Under her glare, I tightened my black bandana. Bells had been subjected to a faded red one, pink really, but he didn't dare to complain. Lillian looked us over and mouthed something, probably pathetic. At least she wasn't giving me too much attention. That was good. I wondered if I should tell her that Pecha had stolen her key and broken in here last night, but I doubted pirates would give a pile of horse dung about bullying. So I kept my mouth shut. The last thing I needed was Pecha doing worse before I had the chance to escape. Sea slugs, Lillian ordered. Follow me. You're gonna test your talents, and I'm gonna see how pathetic you all are. And hurry. I must get to my real recruit soon. I gulped. I didn't like the way she said talents. Lillian led the way out of the green bunkhouse, and I realized it must be a space reserved for those of us who hadn't showed what we were good at yet, other than beating our fellow captives in fights. Not everyone would have the same roles on a ship, of course. They needed riggers, navigators, and those guys who scrubbed the surface of the deck, right? As we all walked behind Lillian, we headed downward, into the bowels of Islanda Nylar. I wondered if we were going to the dining hall, which I did not want to visit despite the rumbling in my belly, but I smelled no food, and the tunnels here were wider than the ones we had traversed last night. We passed crates of musket balls, straw bales, a barrel of fancy hats for noble women. Wow, the pirates weren't picky about what they looted. We descended further and further into the caves, and as we did, I sensed we were getting farther from the kitchens. Beezy might already be up, doing some tasks if she were lucky. And where was Zeeb? A wave of anger and helplessness washed over me. Zeeb could take advantage of my absence. Just the thought made me want to kill him. At last, the downward cave opened, and lanterns lit a medium-sized cavern that flattened out before it continued down into water. The still water gave off a chill from being under the mountain, but it was clear, and I spotted a few sea stars clinging to the rocks below. The pool went down maybe 8 or 10 feet before disappearing under the rock. Clearly, the cave kept going, and we could travel no further without swimming. I stopped as Lillian stepped aside, and I realized that the other recruits had halted too. What was this? This cave was empty, and I wondered if there was another initiation ritual. Maybe they wanted us to wash off the lingering beer scent. Lillian just waited as we stood there, unsure what to do. Bell stayed back from me as if he feared we'd get pitted against each other, and the young woman just chewed the bottom of her lip. No one stood with pride now. "Ah," Lillian said at last, turning to face more approaching footsteps. "The gray bunkhouse has arrived." Another group of recruits, all of them in pastel-colored bandanas, made their way down the cave. An older male pirate led the way, and he wrinkled his messy mustache at Lillian as if she crawled with sea scum. The new recruits also didn't have weapons. They also numbered 6, and they looked even younger than us. I counted 5 young men and 1 young woman about my age that carried a darker skin tone than those on Islanda Nylar. Our gazes met, but no shock or disgust filled her eyes. She had no idea what my black bandana signified. Even without Beezy, I knew what her gaze meant. She was relieved to see other females, because she also glanced at Lillian and the other former slave in my group. Relief coursed through me for the second time since arriving here, and as we faced each other again, she dropped her tense shoulders. She shouldn't have. "Recruits," Lillian growled. "Before you begin your training, we've got to make sure you can swim. Or learn how to swim, among other things." Then a grin split her face and a gleam of joy flashed in her eyes. I didn't like this. Around me, people shifted with discomfort. "And we must make sure you can fight and can think on your feet. In pairs, you will swim to the other side of the cave. And you've got to hold your breath." Bell stepped forward. He looked back at the other young men of our group. Clearly, they had pushed him forward to lead us. That was his reward for confronting me. "Ma'am," Bell said, "how long is this cave, and what will we face on the other side?" Lillian moved quickly, drawing her cutlass from her leather belt, and she held the tip to Bell's throat and held him in her monstrous glare. Her reflexes shocked me, and I wondered why the other pirates had put her on such duty. "It would do you good to learn how to follow orders. Or don't you already know how to do that?" she growled. Anger pooled in my chest, rising higher. Perhaps that was why pirates chose to train slaves. We were used to having boots on our throats. Bell swallowed. "I know how to do that." And he backed off while Lillian slowly lowered her sword. Lillian faced us as the older man just stood there. Maybe he feared her. "Recruits. Pass this all-simple test and you will train with us for 12 moons. You will serve your captain, sail the seas, plunder, and live a life of freedom. You will be proud. Fail, and it will be as if we never found you." She let those words hang over us. Ice filled my body, and I stepped away from the other recruits, begging the magic to stay contained. Maybe in the water it would flare and kill the starfish, or it would kill anyone swimming beside me. I'd never tested that before. I only used to swim on rare days off, when Lord Beckas didn't want to lose slaves to heat sickness. I sure hadn't practiced holding my breath. Lillian stared at me, and she worked her jaw. Did she want me to fail or succeed? You will make your journey in pairs, she continued. You. She pointed to a large young man with her sword, who stood beside the new girl. The big guy stepped forward, and he too wore a faded red bandana. The pirates must have chosen him for his size, but despite that he gulped. He too didn't feel good about his chances. And we had no idea what was on the other side of the watery cave. Lillian had indicated that would not be fun either. Pair with this one, Lillian ordered him, motioning to me. The two of you are first. Despite being big, this guy was just 16 or 17, like me and the girl. He had only a ghost of facial hair. The friendly girl nodded to him, and he did the same, offering silent encouragement. My eyes flared again, and the big guy held out his hand for a shake. I shook my head. You don't want to do that. Confusion came over his face and he dropped his hand. Maybe later, I hissed as Lillian barked more orders for people to pair up. He nodded. Okay. The thought strengthened me inside, and then I nodded to the young guy. Ready. I stepped closer to the waterline, taking several deep breaths to stave off what was to come. Ready. He hardened his gaze. Name's Shiz. So he wasn't one for many words, but that was fine. I wasn't the talkative type either. Nar. Just Nar. Then he extended his hand, but before I could feel obligated to take it, a gunshot followed, and Lillian shouted, You too. Swim. It was our time to go. Our test had begun. Chapter 10. Jiz and I looked at each other long enough to nod. Maybe we had to work together. I just had to do it without killing him. Jiz might want to get off this island too, and that could be useful. And then I sucked in the deepest breath I could, and I dove into the water, headfirst. I had dived before in a river, but the salt water rushing up my nose took me by surprise. I held back a snort, and already I was failing at this. Then I blinked, getting used to the burn on my eyes, and the floor of the cave spread out below. Beside me, Jez also dove into the water, and it moved in a series of brilliant bubbles and shimmers. A starfish lifted an arm an inch away. Colors danced. The cave continued, sloping downward, and narrow rays of sun shimmered beyond. And I kicked forward, holding back my fear. I could do this. Jez kicked beside me, and we passed under the beams which poked into these depths and illuminated rocks, but then we passed under the small holes and the cave darkened. The light faded quickly, but I forced myself forward. My eyes remained inside as I eyed the cave ahead. Curves. Tunnels. 4 or 5 of them. The water here was clear, allowing my eyes to adjust. My lungs started to protest. I kicked to the middle cave, sensing light just around the curve. Beside me, Jiz did the same. He was following my lead, and the other passages looked too narrow for him. I didn't look back. I swam farther into a world of water, tunnels, and sea stars of every color. The tunnel widened. Yes. That was lighter ahead. Maybe an air pocket. Jiz reached out for my hand, and we looked at each other for a moment. I couldn't take it. I was in danger, and if I had contact. Shaking my head, I continued. The light shimmered ahead. My lungs burned. And around the curve, the surface shimmered. Hope filled me as the ice retreated, and I kicked forward. Jiz took my hand. He continued to kick and live. The danger had passed. We surfaced at the portal to the other world, gasping for breath, and I realized we had simply reached an air pocket, a dome no larger than a small hut, and not the end of the course. We looked at each other, as the sun shone down through a tiny hole in the cave ceiling. We were in a chamber of smooth rock with a bit of moss attached to the sides, and only a rodent could fit through that hole above. "Breathe," Jez told me.
What do you think I'm doing?
I glared at him. We might be in this together, but we weren't friends. We couldn't be. It was too dangerous for him. Jez hardened his gaze and nodded. This isn't a death sentence. Good. We still have to get out, I said, determined to get away from Jez before my magic flared again. I hadn't used it, so it would remain. We can hold hands, he said, holding his up. This isn't the time to get warm and fuzzy. And we probably have a time limit. I bet they've got an hourglass turned over right now. We'll be faster if we each swim alone. Jez just hardened his gaze again. Yes. He was practical then. That would save his life. Telling him I had deathly magic might compel him to sabotage me. Nodding, we dove back under. Yes. We were faster alone versus holding on to each other. I took a second to remember which direction I was heading, and then I continued, motioning for Jez to follow. The cave went no lower, but more branches went off, and panic stabbed through my heart like an icy sword as I tried to determine which tunnel led to life and air. Here all the light was pink and nothing stuck out. Colors dulled, but I kicked forward, aiming for the most obvious tunnel. More light poured through that one, farther down, and then something glowing green caught my eye. Right next to an outcrop that sheltered a cave going directly downward, green splotches glowed in the dark. At first, I thought they were starfish or glowing moss or some other form of sea life that I had missed, but then a single word burst into my mind. Footprints. Glowing green footprints shone in the water and the faint light. They were blackish green, barely visible, and they faded into the dark passage below that stretched out below me. Jez bumped into me, and he slapped my back the best he could in the water. My lungs burned. We needed air. The thought brought my inner ice back. Go. Dread filled me as I continued, leaving them behind, and I pumped my legs towards the next light source, an orange one, a different one. The surface rippled. Beyond waited gray, brown, and yellow. Another cave. Maybe we'd gotten turned around and Lillian would shoot us. Whatever. I needed air. Jez kicked ahead of me, and I pulled away from him. He'd surface first. And then we'd face whatever was on the other side of this. My trousers slowed me. I put my foot on a white rock to push off. No. A skull. A human skull. It smiled at me as it looked up from between two rocks. People had died in here. Air. Grabbing the rocks and then a rib, yes, a rib poked out too, I pushed myself forward. I surfaced beside Jez as my head banged into the bottom of the cave. Ouch, I muttered, along with a curse. I gasped for breath as we stood waist-deep. We stood in a passage that sloped upward and swam into more and more air, until our feet hit the ground. Then water dripped and slopped its way off me as my feet hit the rocky floor and I struggled not to slip. We'd reached another cave. Above, crates and barrels stood. A storage area for plunder. Okay. Jez asked. I coughed. Fine. We're in for an ambush though. He faced the mess at the top of the slope. There were lots of places for people to hide out in that cave. We'd go in with no advantage. I know, Jez said. He nodded at me, fear blossoming in his eyes. He knew that, as the guy and the bigger of us, that it was his duty to go first. I should go, but if I used my magic, my plan would fail. It lingered under my skin, begging to murder. I should say something, but Jez already slogged forward and uphill. He had barely made it to the top and out of the water when two other recruits, both guys in light-colored bandanas, rushed Jez from either side. One held a rock in his hands, and the other had grabbed a broken board that still had a nail coming out of the end. And he used it to bash Jez across the back. I rushed forward, anger filling my chest. There's the other one. Petcha screamed from somewhere. Petcha. Great. Jez growled and shoved back his first attacker, and then plowed right into the other, shoving him back into a crate. He was holding his own. But Petcha. She rushed from the side, another board in her hands, and 2 other recruit girls rushed at me from behind her, also armed. I tensed. I knew about getting struck. I dodged to the side, still splashing water, and the black of my bandana came down into my eyes. Panic swirled through my chest. I had to fight back. But I also had to disappoint. How? I might kill one of the girls. Petya, though. My magic wouldn't work on her. A board struck my arm, and the pain sent the icy storm raging through my limbs. I had no control. Shoving the bandana up, I regained my view. The 3 girls had surrounded me, all with nasty smiles, and Petya stood in front of her friends, beating a board against her palm, Lillian style. I shoved her back out of instinct, but my magic refused to leave. The sickly green glow danced around my hands, flaring outward, and the 2 other girls backed off as Petya's eyes widened. Just get her away from me. At my command, my magic dripped off me, traveling with the water and flowing back into the flood. My magic died inside as the water carried it away, taking on its unearthly glow. It had never done that before. And Petya and her friends stood in it. Come at me, I shouted. She growled and did, balling her free fist and raising her board. The 2 other girls did the same, leaving the now glowing water behind. Her eyes widened as we collided, and I shoved her into the water with a splash as the other 2 girls backed off. We went down, and it closed around my face as Petya's bandana came off, sending bright red hair everywhere. Hate burned in her eyes. And the water was cold now. Unnaturally cold. It carried my magic. I slugged her, but I had no choice. She was the only one I couldn't kill. And I had to lose. Something stirred farther down in the rocks. Another recruit. I paid the motion no heed. I slugged Petya on the shoulder, but she shoved me off. Her strength matched mine. I went down as she rose. Water swallowed me. Her blurry boot stomped down just an inch from my hip. I rolled to the side as fire erupted above me, but as it flew at me, it spread across the surface of the water and died. Petya was not in her element. Why had they chosen her to become a pirate? I rose and voiced my question, which sent Petya's face into a compressed rage. You shouldn't even be alive, she growled, rushing at me and splashing the water everywhere. Petya, one of the girls shouted in warning. Something white burst from the water and wrapped around her leg, as one of the 2 girls shouted a warning. Somewhere behind me, Jiz continued to fight the 2 guys with grunts and slugging sounds. What is that? The other girl shouted. Petya looked down at the bony hand that grasped her ankle. Green light gave it a horrifying sheen. The skeleton. It moved on its own, and my magic wrapped around its finger bones, which fell away as Petya shook her leg and let out a growl of rage. But it refused to let go. Can we help? One girl asked. Stay out of this water, Petya shouted. I had animated the dead without trying. Now I had a soldier. If the pirates saw this. Backing out of the water, my mind sharpened. Jiz needed help. I'd let Petya deal with the skeleton. I was failing at failing. Jiz! I shouted, running across the cave to where he fought. He had backed into the cave wall, still dripping, but had managed to get a rock in his hands. He swung it at one of the attackers but missed. Blood ran down the side of his face. The nail had gotten him across the brow. I plowed into the first guy without thinking, throwing him back, and we went down into another open crate full of straw. The guy grunted as I rose, and then Jez took the distraction and clobbered him on the shoulder with the rock. The guy grasped his shoulder, cursed, and then Jez shoved him down into the floor. A single gunshot went off. I whirled. Jez dropped the rock, and even my new opponent pushed himself off the straw, no longer focused on me, but on whoever had fired the shot on the other side of the cavern. Lillian stood alone at the mouth of another cave that likely circled around to our starting point. She lowered her smoking pistol but didn't load any more powder, which was a relief. She had only caught our attention. Wait. The skeleton. But Petya had stepped out of the water, and whatever magic I had unleashed had ended. The skeleton's hand had gone back under the water, and no longer did the water carry that green hue. I had never done that before. I hadn't even tried. That magic had just happened. Could being around the dead make my magic more powerful? Well done, Lillian shouted, though there is always room for improvement. All recruits. You have passed the sorting test. I shuddered. Had she seen what I'd done? But Petcha said nothing about animated skeletons. She stood shoulders back with her two shocked friends. And Lillian glared at me, making me want to shrink inside. Had she not seen? Perhaps she'd missed it and jealous Petcha wouldn't say a word. I moved back with Jez, who didn't dare to put his hand over his wound. Weakness would not work around here, nor gain us any sympathy. Enter the cave behind those crates, reach the study and wait, Lillian ordered. We will sort you soon. Then she motioned to the two guys behind Jez, who joined her in a huddle. They were talking about us. And the one I had shoved faced me. He hadn't seen the skeletal hand, right? Let's go, Petcha said to her friends before Lillian could motion to her. The three stomped off and behind the crates. I had to get out of here. How did you do that? Jez whispered as we followed Petcha. Lillian, I knew, would wait for the next pair of recruits to come through. I shuddered, but then Jez added, that guy was big. Oh. He meant how I had knocked him over. I shook my head. Surprise. He was twice your size. And you shoved him to the ground. I wished Jez would stop, but his eyes were wide. I had impressed him. We got behind the crates to find yet another cave that led straight ahead before curving to the right. Lanterns hung here, so it was a fancy cave, maybe close to the heart of Islanda Nylar. Perhaps we'd reached the main treasure stash. Petcha and her girls stormed around the corner, and I heard disgusted muttering as they continued. Jess's attackers followed, passing us without a word, though my opponent gave a long, terrified stare. And Jez noticed. It was surprise, I said again. We stopped behind the crates, and I realized he was waiting. Jez peeked back into the storage cave. I need to make sure Mocha can get through okay. Mocha. I thought of the girl he had been standing next to, and I realized I was not the only one who worried about someone else here. My friend, Jez said, eyes wide. We came here together. Oh. I swallowed, but I was glad that he had changed the subject. Yes, let's just chalk up my strength to surprising the guy, who hurried ahead as if he didn't want to face the fact that a skinny girl had shoved him down. Men did not like it when I bested them at anything. I shivered, still dripping, as I thought of the skeleton's hand rising from the water. I had animated the dead. Lovely. What else could I do? Maybe being on Islanda Nylar, rumored to have been created by Nyla herself, had heightened my magic. And that was the last thing that I needed. My escape plot had just gone backwards by several steps. But that made sense. All magic strengthened while close to its element. For Kale, it must be water. For Lord Beckas, plants and crops fostered his. And for me, death. Or the threat of it. And the dead. Petcha would hate me more than ever. I'm waiting here, Jez said. Mocha will follow me as soon as she can. I know it. Out in the cave, more footfalls sounded as fresh recruits came out to take their ambush positions. I should wait with Jez. We shared the same position. He needed moral support, and I wasn't a complete jerk. But I couldn't stand here and risk becoming friends with someone I had almost killed. I'll go ahead. And a new plan formed in my mind, and I knew that Petcha was instrumental in making it work. My feet itched inside my wet boots, and I adjusted my bandana, hating how Jez was looking at it and probably wondering why I didn't have some pastel color. Petcha knew the truth, and when I explained all to her and made peace, she might help me too. We both wanted me gone. Jez frowned. Later. Later. Jogging down the cave corridor, I searched for Petcha, but saw no one among the crates and the tunnel hollows. The air smelled of salt and moisture. Water sloshed in my boots, making me sound pathetic as I walked, and I rounded the curve not into another tunnel, but an open cavern that shocked me. Wooden supports formed a vaulted ceiling, and an entire formation of lanterns hung in the center of the chamber. Bricks lined the walls, and I realized that I had stepped not into another cavern, but into a large study complete with wooden desks, parchment quills, and books. Armies of books lined the walls. They all glowed under the flickering lanterns, and swords also hung on the walls, shimmering. The large desk in the center, made of ornate wood, looked both noble and magical. Of course, it had no rugs. The large study smelled of paper, wax, and salt. A single dagger, encrusted with a blue jewel, rested inside a golden holder on the desk, and as I drew closer to it, the air crackled as if filled with magic. And I stepped back, sensing that it was coming from the jewel itself. Was it of the gods' artifacts? No, their magical treasure was supposed to be buried in a secret location, hidden by the death goddess. If it ever surfaced, it was said that the gods could return to the world in human form. Maybe a few people with the blood of the gods had inherited bits of divine treasure. And that must mean that whoever owned this study and desk. I backed off. And right into a body behind me. A cry escaped me as I whirled, and I realized that Petya and her friends must have waited for me, because now she stood inches away, turning a smile into a scowl. "I was hoping you would have touched that dagger," she growled. I caught my breath, as I needed her. I eyed her two friends. A black-haired girl stood to her left and a blonde one to her right. Both wore pastel-colored bandanas that marked them as ordinary recruits. And neither of them said a word. Petya had some bodyguards then. "Why?" I asked, knowing that I had to say something. "What happens?" And I wasn't going to take it. I knew better than to draw attention to myself. Or did I? Stupid deathly magic. "Only one family is allowed," Petya said with a nasty grin. "They're the direct descendants of Sosa. New recruits have died before their sorting because they couldn't keep their hands to themselves." Isn't stealing what pirates do? I struggled to find the words. Petya, I noticed, hadn't attacked me again. Maybe a truce hung over this study, and fighting wasn't allowed. It did look like an important place. "Not from this person," she said, all sly. I had no time for this. I cleared my throat. "Petya, I want to make peace. Whatever happened in the cave back there, I did not intend. I'm not here to take your place. In fact, I want to leave. We both want the same thing." Then she reached out and seized the leather strap across the front of my tunic and pulled me toward her. "That's not the impression you gave me." I swallowed. My magic does what it wants sometimes. I've never done that before. "Please tell no one." Petya got in my face, and I almost wished Jez would follow me, as his presence might get her to stop. No magic danced under my skin since I had depleted it. Good. It didn't need to get me any deeper into this situation. "You lie." "Petya. You must have worked hard to get where you are," I said. "The women here must have to pull double duty to compete with the men, even if they had divine blood." For a moment her gaze softened, and I took the opening I needed. "And I don't want to take that from you. I didn't ask to come here. I was the exception, not the rule, but hadn't I always been? I don't want to become a pirate, and I just want to go back to land and live my own life. A life of freedom," I wanted to add. But I had to play this game. "Release her," a dignified voice boomed to the right. "Fighting is forbidden in my study." Petya paled and did as she was told, and I stumbled back, feeling the color drain from my face. The four of us scattered, and Petya stood at attention along with her two henchwomen. The man who had just entered the study sounded important. No matter where you went, important people carried that noble tone. I whirled. And my knees nearly buckled at the sight of the pirate slowly emerging from the darkness of a side entrance. The man bore no scars like most of Kale's crew did, but he didn't need them to look intimidating. Standing at above 6 feet tall, he ducked his head so that his black hat barely cleared the bottom of the doorway. His dark beard hung down nearly to the blue jewel lapel on the front of his button-up black jacket. Large boots clunked against the floor with every step, which only added to the effect. A very sharp sword hung from his belt, along with 3 pistols, and I knew that if I angered this pirate, I would not make it out of this study, with or without my deathly magic. And he had bright blue eyes that matched the jewel on the dagger. Familiar eyes. Eyes like
Kallen.
"After me," he ordered into the doorway as he reached the enormous desk. I froze, stepping back to stand beside the line as Jez and his female friend Mocha slowly entered the room. Mocha dripped and had a cut above her left eye, but otherwise appeared unhurt. Jez, on the other hand, raised his shoulders as he looked at me, questioning, and then at the pirate who stood behind his desk, eyeing us all. And none other than Kale entered the room behind him, eyeing me as he handled several rolls of parchment. He motioned to someone still in the darkness before standing at the desk, next to the newcomer. They had the same eyes. The same dark hair. I swallowed. Was this? Kale eyed us and worked his jaw. All his smugness had vanished in the presence of a greater smug one. "Father, I have the results," he said, handing the 3 parchment rolls to the pirate at the desk. He snatched them from Kale's grasp and turned his glare on me. And with a gut punch, I understood what this study, the magical dagger, and this situation meant. The Pirate King. We stood before him, waiting for judgment. Chapter 11. This one, he growled at me, could have performed better. Kale cleared his throat as a shudder raced down my spine. Yes, I was trying to fail and get sent back to land with Beezy, but my plan felt stupid in the presence of the Pirate King. Kallen Shoskan. Right. Noble spoke his name in hushed whispers. He's killed entire crews of men with his strength alone. He sank Lady Kama's ship with his watery magic, and then used it to guide the sharks to the sailors trapped in the water. And now I stood just feet from him. And Kale was his son. He had to be. How else could someone so young become the captain of a ruthless pirate crew and keep that position? Now I understood why he had watery magic. He was from the most powerful family on the seas. They all could have performed better, Kale continued, falling right into my prediction. And look at this. Even our current recruits should understand that they have no reason to stand here in this room as the new slugs get sorted. Petcha's cheeks reddened beside me. Good. Kale was spreading out his obnoxious wit, at least. And the Pirate King looked at each of us, scowling, his eyes sharp and unreadable. Petcha balled her fists. I was hoping to help report on their performance, as Lillian and Grendick did not witness it all, Petcha said. Like me, she had a bad temper, but that must come with having fiery magic. Kale lifted an eyebrow at her. We did not ask for you to speak. But perhaps you have valuable info. But Kallen Shoskan ignored his son and motioned for Petcha to step forward. She did, keeping her shoulders back. I tensed. No. She was about to blow my cover. Or make me look like a buffoon. Please, let it be the latter. These 3 fought like any other recruits I've seen. Of course, this one's so-called magic is useless against those with divine blood, Petcha said, omitting the part about her being as vulnerable to an animated skeleton as anyone else. I know that simple fact, Shoskan boomed, making Petcha shrink back. He undid the ribbon around the first piece of parchment and rolled it out. Did you see any sign of her magic at all? Lillian admitted she missed part of the fight. That woman won't accept her place. I swallowed. Had she missed the skeletal hand? If not. I wanted to speak, but I doubted I could argue my case. Well, I was supposed to be disappointing after all. Not enough to get kicked from Islanda Nylar before I could get Beezy to go with me, but enough to sow the seeds of doubt. I'd let Petcha speak and pray that Kale didn't see through her act. She fought like a greenie, Petcha continued. And so did this one, right here. She motioned to Jez, who took his turn in shrinking back. We shall see. One by one, Shoskan undid the parchment rolls as he sat down and pulled up his chair. For a moment, he looked like a librarian, and not a pirate. He even softened his voice for the occasion. He was a dynamic pirate then, ready to fit into whatever role he needed to take at any moment. But that also made sense. Running Islanda Nylar and the seas must take brains and strategy. Ah. This young man fought well and better than expected. What is your name? Shiz, he responded, the relief in his voice palpable. You will make a fine fighter. Not a rigger, however. That is for the light of foot, Shoskan continued. And this one was quick on her feet. His eyes flashed as he eyed Mocha. And clever. This one knew to leave dead weight behind. Mocha remained in place under Shoskan's intense glare. She kept her gaze hard. He was dragging this out and making me wait to hear my fate last. I gulped as another gut punch came. Mocha would have had a partner for the test, a partner who hadn't made it out of the underwater cave, or who hadn't made it through in good enough shape to reach the Pirate King's study. She will also make a fine fighter, should she learn to work with a crew and fire a weapon. Mocha nodded. She looked resilient, more so than I expected for a small young woman. And this one? The captain snapped his gaze at me again. Kale. Are you certain she has magic? He raised his voice, once again a vicious pirate and an angry father. How did Kale spend any time with him? Shoskan already made me feel less terrible about my lack of parents. She has deathly magic. I saw it in action with my own eyes, and so did my crew, Kale said. She killed a man larger than her with a single stab, so even if my eyes deceived me, I know that she has fighting skills. Bork will repeat my story. I remained still. Kale was taking a hit to his pride, and it was evident in the way he stood with his hands behind his back working his jaw. But Pacha said nothing to defend him. Kale had stung her. She would let him wallow. Perhaps I will ask the members of your crew. Zeeb had the idea to test the slaves, if I remember correctly. My son should have done so at the first indication of deathly magic, but he did not. Shoskan faced his son, and I tensed at the mention of Zeeb's name. He was still on the island if Kale was here. And that meant he could reach Beezy. I had to find her. Today. Zeeb has always been for himself, Kale explained, struggling to keep his noble voice level. I made the decision to take the slaves captive, father, as soon as Bork reported possible magic to me. We had to deal with the crew of the Pomo. Shoskan slammed his fist on the table, and it made the dagger shake in its stand. Magic shot through the room, and water dripped from the ceiling, as if Shoskan himself had ordered the moisture in the room to condense. This one just mentioned that she did not want to become a pirate. Now it was my turn to shrink back. He heard that. And Pecha smiled. I didn't like that. What if Shoskan got so disappointed in me that he sent me away right now? I would have no chance to reach Beezy. Captain Shoskan rose, fixing me in his glare. Enlighten me. Oh. He wanted me to speak. And now I stood on the end of a sword. Kale shifted as he watched, remaining behind his father. What to say? Shoskan was ready to kill me. He had the blood of the gods. He was more powerful than me, hands down. More water dripped from the ceiling, responding to his anger, and Kale took a step away from the desk as his father waited for my answer. Apparently, saying you didn't want to be a pirate was taboo around here, and I saw their point, but I don't think I will do well here, I blurted. It was better and less likely to get me killed than, I do not want anything to do with a bunch of savages. But it was the right answer, because Shoskan slowly sat back down. She is reluctant. The greenies often are, Kale said, hammering down my point. Did I have to thank him now? Was he helping me again? But he didn't look at me. What was with him? I hated Kale, and yet he might be my best bet for getting out of this study with all my limbs. He had kept Beezy alive and unharmed, after all. And he had told me the way out of my situation. But he had also taken me prisoner, and sentenced me to Islanda Nylar. Yes. They often are, but we cannot have a lack of pride, Shoskan growled. His tone warned me what he must be like in battle, and I had to suppress a shudder as Jez stepped closer to me. "Then we sell this one?" Kale asked quickly. He could have been just trying to stay on his father's good side, but something about his words caught my attention. Did he want to get rid of me? Had he even wanted to bring me here? "No," Shoskan said. "We rarely sell those with the blood of the gods. I will ask Bork for his opinion. He confides in me. We are good friends, after all." A threat flowed under his words. I have debated on whether we should sell slaves at all. Any one of them could reveal the location of Islanda Nylar. But it is protected by the veil of death. And slaves are blindfolded when they leave. I silently rooted for Kale even if I still hated him. Yes. He wanted me off the island. "The veil of death may not work on this one, if she does in fact have the rare blood of Nyla," Shoskan said, slowing his words for dramatic effect. "It is amazing one of her lines still exists, when you consider the fear and hatred the land people have for death. Perhaps our most infamous captain can help with this recruit." Kale's eyes widened and he stepped forward. "Then I will make sure she learns pirate pride, and I will tutor her myself," Kale said, puffing out his chest. "I see that Lillian gave her high marks for thinking on her feet regardless. She can be a fighter. I will not let you or the pirate creed down, father." Ice spread through my chest and I couldn't breathe. No. Not the smug one. Against all odds, my situation was growing worse. But at least it had officially hit rock bottom. Shoskan appeared to think. "Very well. We have 2 more months of training before the test of bravery, and I expect her to shine, Kallen. If she does not, then you shall earn my wrath, and I am certain Captain Yemen Vulgan will choose her and make her life a living hell." Chapter 12. What were my options now? The thought spun through my head as Kale stepped away from his father's desk and looked at our assembled group. First, he laid eyes on Petcha, who was the closest to the left exit, and then he motioned her and the other 2 girls out. "Return to training," he snapped. "You must all pass the test of bravery as well." Petcha left without looking back at Kale, and she scraped her boots against the stone floor as if Kale had personally told her that she had the face of a pig. Petcha was not having a good day, or was she? She must have known about this Vulgan guy. The name sent shudders down my spine, even though I had never heard of him. "Out," Kale ordered me, Jez and Mocha. "We must sort the next recruits who survived the caves." Lines formed around his eyes as he spoke, and shouting echoed in from the way we came. More people fought in the storage room. The Pirate King stared at us, and that was enough to make us move. As a unit, the 3 of us crossed the room under the glare of the Pirate King, and entered the dark corridor on the right. It seemed to lead back to the rest of Islanda Nylar, though it was quiet, and this time Petcha didn't lie in wait for us. The corridor sloped upward, and an uncomfortable silence grew between the 3 of us. Jez and Mocha walked behind me, and I sensed the tension in their steps. Then at last Mocha asked, "Do you really have deathly magic?" Great. Kale had once again revealed me. But it was best if these 2 knew about me. They could keep themselves safe. I stopped near the top of the incline, staring at a lantern-lit corridor ahead. I focused on the wooden supports of the tunnel. Ahead more voices echoed and I smelled food. We were close to the dining hall, and that meant a meal. But my throat constricted. Jez and Mocha needed to know the truth. But I couldn't trust them yet. I needed no rumors flying about me. Or did I? Failing here was no longer an option. "Do you?" Jez repeated. "The Pirate King's son thinks that I do," I blurted. I faced the 2 friends and a strange feeling came over me. Mocha had hardness in her eyes and Jez seemed soft for such a big guy. Neither stared at me in terror. They didn't fear me. But could they help me get out of here? Though I had barely spoken to Jez, I figured that he had been here on Islanda Nylar slightly longer than I had, and that he might know his way around. Mocha, too. I could find Beezy, and maybe they knew more about how to get off the island. "I think you do," Jez said slowly with a nod. He looked back down the tunnel to ensure that no one was following. I saw a bony hand just grab that girl by the ankle and hold her there. It must have been that skeleton we passed. You got it to fight for you. And you had a faint green light around your body right before it happened. The heat drained from my face. He had seen. Then I advanced on him, but he didn't back away. Kale told the truth. The pirates pitted me against that guy they first killed. I spoke as quickly as I could, because I hated the words, and they made another horrible memory rise. I didn't want to do it, but my magic works on its own. It's a curse. That's why I didn't shake your hand, and why I swam away from you. His eyes widened. You can kill people by touching them? I swallowed. Yes. It happens even when I don't mean it to. Whenever I'm in danger, it just happens. The hedge maze. The ground going out from under me. The screaming. And the silence, louder than anything. Go ahead. Ask how many people I've killed. Mocha swallowed, but she didn't back away either. She and Jez looked at each other. Mocha's eyes shone, and then she nodded. I didn't know what it meant. Clearly, this was a gesture just between close friends. Hey, Jez said. We won't tell anyone. Then Mocha took over. We've been here a week, but that's long enough to know how things work around here. It's dangerous. You're not scared of me. I worded it as a statement, not a question. Jez held up a hand. We are, a little. They could show me around. These two had been here, waiting for this test for a full week. The blood of Nyla can only help around here, Mocha said, motioning for us to continue up the sloped corridor. We need to grab some grub, and then it's time to figure out how not to end up with Vulcan. I've been here for a week too, and I've already heard mutterings about that captain. She didn't fear me either. I'd take it, and any other help I could get. But I shuddered, thinking back to yesterday. Please let who I saw not be him. What does he look like? He wears all black. Reveres death. Everyone thinks he's the head of a Nyla cult, Mocha said as we walked. His ship has black sails and he's very tall and intimidating. And his crew, well, they're all silent when they're around him, because they're terrified and covered in more scars than any other pirates. I've only glimpsed him a few times, but word is that no one wants to end up a member of his crew. He likes to punish. And torture. She dropped her tone at the end of the sentence for dramatic effect. Slugs. Mocha didn't put a sweet coat on a word she said. She valued the truth, no matter how brutal. And she'd left someone behind during her test. Mocha was tough, and I could see why the pirates had chosen her. Was he on the docks yesterday? I asked. I do not know, Mocha said as Jez continued to walk in silence beside us. I've glimpsed him twice, near the dining halls, looking at all the recruits like we were meals on a platter. Instead of being sold, I'd get thrown to him if I failed to flaunt my powers. Talk about motivation. If Kale was trying to help, he had done a very poor job. Is Vulcan one of the trainers? I asked as we approached the recruits' dining hall. At least I would only have Pecha to worry about in there, and she would likely sit far from me after her humiliation. No idea, Jez said. We just got here a week ago, Mocha said. Pirates captured our ship, and we both fought to escape, but they captured us instead. Captains get gold for bringing in new recruits who can fight. So, they didn't know every detail yet. Who were Mocha and Jez, and why didn't they fear me? But I didn't ask. I had bigger things to worry about. Maybe that didn't matter anymore, and I couldn't afford to get too close to them. But going about my escape alone wouldn't help me or Beezy. Besides, I needed information about Islanda Nylar, and about how much time I had before I ended up on a crew. I didn't deserve to have friends. The last time I'd had anyone besides Beezy, I had. Don't think about that now. We entered the dining hall, and relief coursed through me as I spotted Beezy herself weaving through the tables, balancing 2 trays of steaming food. She still wore a brown dress that marked her status as a slave, but she had obtained a new one that tied around her skinny waist and ended in a hood that hung off her neck. She almost looked elegant in that outfit, as elegant as a servant could hope to look, and she had combed her hair back. Beezy had elevated slightly to a house servant, not a field hand. They were treated a bit differently, and were higher on the totem pole than those of us who worked under the sun. She didn't spot me at first, but then she stopped in the middle of the room, still balancing trays between tables of recruits. Our gazes met, and Mocha and Jez went silent beside me. I lifted my hand to wave, but then set it down. Petcha sat close to where Beezy stood, just one long table away, and she was watching me with narrowed eyes. As she did, a flicker of flame danced around her hand, arcing down her fork and then burning the drumstick that rested on her plate. Certain people did not need to know that I cared about the young woman carrying food around the table, or Beezy's experience here would become hell. A male recruit, a heavy-set one wearing a yellow bandana, snatched a tray from Beezy's hands. She shrunk back as the tray fell to her feet, and the recruits near the overweight guy laughed. Anger rose in me, and a bit of my deathly magic followed, filling my limbs and begging for release. I had never had it regenerate so quickly before, but I had also never wound up in a training camp for pirates. I wanted to deck that recruit who had done this to her. Beezy bent over and picked up the tray that had fallen, and she kept her grasp on the other tray as she struggled to pick up food from the straw. Islanda Nylar had already taught me that former slaves were just as bad as the masters. Anyone who had power would flaunt it. But I did the hardest thing I could have done. I turned away from Beezy and faced Jez and Mocha instead. Petcha could not know that Beezy and I were like sisters. I could not defend her in front of others. What a pig, Mocha muttered, but she faced the big guy, not Beezy. Servants work hard here, Jez added, an air of sadness in his voice. Never forget where we came from. Mocha motioned for us to sit on the far side of the room. I kept my back facing Beezy as if she meant nothing to me, and I sat down, facing the wall. Another servant, a male, brought us a tray and set it down in front of us before leaving without a word. After the morning, I was hungry. I tore into the drumsticks and the supplied beer, which was thin and only meant to kill any diseases in the water. Beezy did not approach our table. Her senses rarely failed her, and I wouldn't dare mention her until the three of us left the room. So, how does this training here at Islanda Nylar work? We came in late, Mocha explained, the hardness vanishing from her eyes. But the pirates don't care about fairness. The seas are merciless. We learn to work with what we have to survive, and that's the entire point. I nodded and took another bite, resisting the urge to check on Beezy. I imagined she'd gone to get another 2 trays, as the servants here moved constantly. But that meant she was away from Petcha and still safe. Zeeb seemed to not have gotten to her yet either. We have 2 months before this test of bravery, I said, wanting her to elaborate. Is that when captains choose us? If we don't die, Mocha said, speaking as if this were normal business. From what I have gathered from my week waiting in the gray bunkhouse and walking around this island, recruits train for the first 6 months of the year. On the 7th moon, they board a ship to perform the test of bravery with an experienced crew. Each recruit must help plunder a noble ship and return to Islanda Nylar with treasure. I shuddered, thinking of Zeeb and some of the other pirates that we'd have to work beside. Would Vulcan's crew be one of them? The Pirate King doesn't allow Yiman or his brother to participate in the test of bravery, Mocha explained. The Vulcans are too brutal, and they might attack the other captains during the test, as they operate on their own once off Islanda Nylar. But they are allowed to choose crew members. That's part of the pirate code. Then why are they allowed to exist? Mocha leaned across the table at me. Shoskan values their brutality. And everything is a truce here. No fighting can take place outside of training, on penalty of death. But on the seas, all rules but loyalty to the Pirate King are off. We have 2 Vulcan brothers to deal with, I say, setting down my drumstick. That's wonderful news. Jez swallowed. They're the sons of One-Eyed Gunther. He spoke quickly, as if he didn't want to utter the name out loud. And then I flinched. If there were horror stories that the nobles on the docks circulated, it was those of one-eyed Gunther, who delighted in torturing his prisoners to death. Like Shoskan, the name struck fear in hearts. I did not want to ask for details. Then we need to avoid them, I said. Mocha nodded. At all costs. And your magic might. I slapped my hand over Mocha's mouth. And she scowled as she swatted it away. I glared at her back. The last thing I needed was for more people to know of what I could do. Mocha and Jez didn't fear my magic for some reason. Jez I could understand, as I had helped him to pass the sorting test. Mocha, I did not, but there seemed to be more to her than she let on. Enough people have noticed, I said. She nodded, but did not apologize. Something passed between us, and I gave her the same gesture back. The pirates had chosen her for some reason, as not many girls made it into the recruits. She had left dead weight behind. Mocha had caused death like me. So, I say in a tone that communicated that we were to change the subject. Tell me more about this test of bravery. The air thinned around the table. Mocha continued while Jez ate in silence and let her do the work. Those who survive get chosen to train with a captain's crew for 6 more months. If they prove their loyalty, they remain with that crew or get traded with another. Those who don't, well, it won't be good. They end up with Vulcan. I ask, wanting her to elaborate. I want to look away from this nightmare, but I can't. Or they simply die if lucky, Jez said, leaving it at that. I wanted out of there. When does dining end? Jez eyed a ticking clock on the wall, one likely looted from a noble's ship some time ago because it was fancy with intricate numbers and a few food splatters that no one had cleaned. In a quarter hour. Then training. He's not a big conversationalist. I am. Mocha grinned. Lillian told us newbies we'd go right to sword training with the other fighters. We'll need to find our way to the training grounds. I gulped, knowing that Kale might be a part of that process. How much would B train me personally? Being a captain, I hoped, meant that he would spend some time on the seas as well, and away from me. And yet, I almost wanted to see him again. Beezy would retreat to the kitchens then, likely to help clean platters. We can go together, Mocha added. I liked them both, I decided. They were honest, helpful, and willing to stay quiet about what I could do. People such as them were uncommon, as my fellow slaves on the Pomo had proven. That was why I had to get away from them. Danger lived everywhere on this island, meaning that our lives could end at any moment. Despite the truce, Pecha had tried to attack me in the green bunkhouse. I couldn't let the horrible day in the garden happen again. And thankfully, I had the perfect excuse. I needed to check on Beezy. I could reach her once dining ended and get away from Mocha and Jez. It would be better for them not to get too close to me. If we reached the point where we shared our life stories, then we'd seal our friendship and I'd endanger them. They didn't have the blood of the gods, even the minor pantheon, as I suspected Beezy did. For some reason, my magic had never gone off on her, and she'd survived the one time used to protect her. Slowly, recruits finished their meals, leaving bones and empty mugs which the servants hastily gathered. Beezy moved among them, graceful yet silent, and she was beautiful in that almost elegant brown dress and hood. I got up from the table as Jez gave me a questioning gaze. Where are you going? There is someone I need to see, I whispered, hoping my glare communicated that had to be a secret as well. Mocha nodded. We'll wait for you. Nar? Nar, I clarified before moving to the dining hall doors. Pecha and her friends had gone, and I checked the corridor outside. Only lanterns and distant chatter echoed down the stone walls, and the wooden supports cast deep shadows, forming alcoves that anyone could use for an ambush. I checked each one before finding the kitchen a short distance down the corridor, and I stopped at the door, listening to the clatter of dishes as the servants returned to the kitchen inside. Food smells and the scent of beer wafted out, and I blinked away the faint fogginess that came with my drink. At least the beer they served early in the day was not strong. Pushing open the wooden door, I peeked inside. And Beezy, being ever observant, stopped in the middle of the vast kitchen, which was filled with moving servants, cooks, steaming pots, and open fires. She dumped her dirty trays onto a trash pit on the far side of the room, set her trays into a large vat of water, and rushed into the corridor with me so fast that I couldn't catch my breath. Chapter 13. Another reason I couldn't catch my breath. Beezy wrapped me in a hug so tight that it became physically impossible. "Are you okay?" Her voice filled with concern for me as I struggled in her strong grasp, a grasp that almost rivaled mine. "UK?" "Oh," she said, her voice once again soft. "I'm sorry." "It's fine." I forced a reassuring smile at her. I passed my sorting test, which I was not aware I'd have. They assigned me to train as a fighter. I would start with the good news, since Beezy rarely craved the bad first. She must descend from a lighter deity than death herself. Then again, they were all lighter than death. Beezy waited for me to continue, her pale blue eyes searching the corridor for any listeners. She would act as my eyes here, just as she had in the fields. "And I need to train with Kale, the captain who captured us." Lowering my voice, I moved on to the bad, starting with the skeleton I animated in the cave and ending with Shoskan's warning I'd end up with Vulcan if I failed. And Beezy took my shoulders, holding me there as soon as I said the name. Clearly, she'd heard more than I had. Typical. "Vulcan is savage," she said. "Nar, you will have to use your magic and impress the other captains." Her eyes begged me not to refuse. "You know about him?" "Yes. There's an older Vulcan and a younger one. They're one-eyed Gunther's sons. I used to listen to the stories the men would tell after lights out every night. They'd talk when the guards didn't stand too close to the slave shacks." Beezy hadn't slept much then. Neither had I, but my senses didn't match hers. I frowned for exaggeration. Not, of course, that I needed it. "Then every captain will want me, and we will not get off this island." Kale said the way off was to disappoint. And now that's gone. I wanted to get you and me off this island. Get us sold somewhere else we could escape from. Had I failed at that, or had the plan been doomed from the start? "You can't go to Vulcan. Do your best. Fight at your best." "I would help, but then I would lose my edge," she whispered, backing towards the door. "I'll spy for you, Nar. I always do." I nodded, emotion welling into my chest. If there was one thing Beezy would do, it was going undetected most of the time. Whether that was magic, or a survival strategy she'd learned after that horrible day, I didn't know. But we had to help each other. I knew what I had to say. "And I'll get the two of us out of here. Have you seen Zeeb?" As if not wanting to waste her words, she shook her head. "No. The kitchen is busy, and he wouldn't dare. The work is hard, but I can do it. We are fed well. The pirates plunder plenty of food, and I hear the recruit's kitchen is better than the pirates' dining hall. I've eaten better here than I have on any plantation." I nodded. That brought relief. The pirates didn't worry about too much commerce or cutting costs, or ensuring that they got the greatest return from each crop. But that didn't negate their worst qualities. "Stay with the other servants for now, and do not put yourself in danger. I will be fine during training. And I promise that I won't get chosen by Vulcan." She shot me a look as if reminding me that she had learned her lesson, especially with men like Zeeb. "There's one more thing. I have enemies already," I said. "We can't let others know we're friends." "That red-headed girl hates you," Beezy said. "Don't trust her. I'll watch her too." She'd seen. Her safety might not last for long. "Trust me, I will," I said. "How is Kale?" she asked after a pause. I checked the corridor behind us, as she backed into the kitchen doorway. She could not stay away from her duties for long. "How is Kale?" What sort of question was that? "He is the son of the Pirate King," I whispered. "And he got ordered to train me, to bring out my magic. I suppose he has big boots to fill. He should have no problem with that, since his head is so big." But it sure hadn't been in the presence of his father. Now Beezy's eyes widened. And did she give the hint of a smile? No. Kale had captured us both. Sure, he had ordered his men not to touch us, but he had also allowed them to pit me against the other slave and sailed us right to Islanda Nylar. But something about him wouldn't let me go. What exactly was he trying to do? Beezy looked into the kitchen, and she shook her head at me. Shouts rang from inside, and a woman yelled at everyone to clean and prepare for the evening feast. She was not supposed to take this break. And to keep a low profile, she could not get into trouble. But she'd be safer with a woman overseer than a man, and for that I was grateful. I nodded and backed away. We would have to speak again tomorrow, or whenever I had the freedom to roam around Islanda Nylar on my own. I have to go back, she said. Stay safe. Silence greeted me as the door swung shut, blocking me from all view of the kitchen. Beezy and I were in each other's corners, and that was good. Both of us were still intact, though neither of us had an enviable position. Then I remembered. The silence told me that the other recruits had cleared the dining hall and had already moved on to training. I was behind as a recruit, and Mocha and Juz were supposed to meet me and lead me to the right place. They had already explored Islanda Nylar, and I hadn't. Where were they? I saw nowhere to go but straight ahead, and they hadn't stayed in sight. They must be waiting for me farther down, I decided. But just as I began to walk, movement from behind a wooden support caught my attention. And my magic flared to life in response as I whirled. Careful, Kale said from the darkness that shrouded him against the wall. And trust me, my boots fit just fine. Chapter 14. I wanted to scream and slap him at the same time, but that would have done me no good for multiple reasons. First, Kale had agreed to train me. And despite his ego, he had fought to keep me from getting sent right to Vulcan. Then again, he had done it to save his own skin from his father. Not that I could blame him because I knew how masters, parents or not, worked. Kale slowly stepped out of the darkness and motioned for me to join him there. When I hesitated, he grinned. Ah. So, you don't want to join me in here? There are not many private places on this island, other than my chamber. His joking tone was the only thing that kept my powers from returning full force. You are very close to getting kicked right now. I always am. Then his grin fell away. I couldn't read him, and how long had he been standing here? Had Beezy known he was here? She must have, judging from the grin she gave me, but that thought calmed me down. Beezy had a knack for sensing danger, and had ever since the incident.
As if it had woken something up in her.
Something always had to wake up magic. It never just manifested on its own. For me, it had been. Are you here to take me to training? I asked. Beezy must not have thought Kale was dangerous, at least not in the physical sense and not now. What if she thought that I liked him, or he liked me? No. I'm here because this didn't go as I planned, he said. His words stopped me. I had expected him to say something else, anything else. Such as prove yourself or else. But I had to say something snarky. This didn't go as I planned either. Clearly. Was that an insult or something else? Silence dragged out, and I didn't know what to say. Kale was an enigma, and I didn't know what to think about him. My deathly magic would do no good against him, and if I was here because he had some nefarious plan, then I'd need more than my emotional outbursts to get away. Aren't you going to demand answers? It seems only right and fitting for someone like you. And by the way, thank you for not dropping that pistol and having it explode at my feet. I stepped back. Was Kale using emotional warfare? Trying to make me comfortable, so that I would do what he wanted. It would have exploded at my feet more than yours, I admitted. Of course, I had considered throwing it at him, but the other pirates had stopped me. And to harden myself again, I moved the conversation in the direction I wanted. How much gold did you and your crew receive for us? He worked his jaw. I did not bring you here for gold. I did not want to bring you here. Don't you understand? Of course you did. You announced it yourself. Kale did not smile or mock me. Do you have the intellect of a sea slug? I admit that many pirates do, but I am not going down that path. I'd seen recruits becoming the masters they'd escaped already, and if I did go down that path, I would have to use. You must now, Kale said. I told you how to escape, and I thought that it would work. That was what didn't go as planned. I even had a plot for getting your companion off the island with you. You would do well to hide your relationship more fully. He did see me and Beezy speaking, and of course he noticed us trying to escape the pomo together. And another thing caught me by surprise. You said those words on purpose. About being a disappointment, I whispered, checking the empty corridor. But only the sound of the female overseer in the kitchen echoed up and down the stone walls. Why? Why do you pretend to care? Kale shrunk back into the shadows as if slapped. I knew better than to trust him. For all I knew, his father had sent him on this quest to get closer to me and to get me loyal to him. Deathly magic is incredibly rare, Kale said in a low voice that made me shudder. You are the first recruit with deathly magic we have seen in nearly 200 years. We truly thought the land nobles had killed Nyla's last lines. You are in a tough position. I've been in one all my life and it needs to stop, I said, advancing on him. I was the first recruit in over 200 years with deathly magic? How could that be? Obviously, my parents' line had survived long enough to produce me and run. Understandably. Raising a child with deathly magic would remove any cover they had managed all their lives. If you truly wanted me to escape, you would have stepped aside on the pomo. Kale went silent, and I knew that I had won that move. It was true. Kale was the captain of his ship. But I thought of Bork, and how he was a good friend of the Pirate King. It is not that simple, Kale said. And I hoped my father would sort you off the island after your test. I even had Pecha attack you, so that she'd lie about your performance and make you look like a failure. Kale didn't know about me animating the skeleton, then. Only Pecha knew that secret. Hello. He did not sort me off the island, I said. He worked his jaw. I risked a lot to even give you a hint on how to escape. Thank you. Now I'm stuck here. I was acting like a jerk. But getting close to Kale would be even more dangerous than getting close to Mocha and Jez. Kale nodded. There may be another escape, but you need to pass the test of bravery. You must train. Recruits gain more freedoms should they pass the test. It may be possible for you to leave the island with your friend. Then his words froze me. Was he telling the truth? Or was this part of the trap? Kale kept his bright blue stare on me, and my body tingled. But it is dangerous. Yemen Vulcan is dangerous. My father will send failures and those who are not loyal to the pirate life to him. Passing the test of bravery is now your best chance. I swallowed. No, Nar. Do not fall for this. Kale is witty, and that means he is likely playing games. But what choice did I have? With one escape option closed and danger on all sides, Kale might be my only option for getting out of here. Gods help me. I pushed out the words. Then I will train, I said. When do we begin? Chapter 15. Tonight. Great. The single word stuck to me and got under my skin as I left Kale in the corridor, running down to join Mocha and Jez, who waited nervously for me just around the corner of the dining hall corridor. You took too long, Mocha said, grabbing my arm and squeezing. And that is revenge for you slapping your hand over my mouth. Fair enough, I said. I wished she would let go, but I did feel safer with Mocha and Jez around. Jez just nodded and grinned as we got walking. Already, the other recruits had cleared the caves in this part of the island, and I spotted few pirates patrolling around. Some would have set sail, and others might be lying in bed somewhere, recovering from a night of strong beer and rum. That was good for us. I sensed that night would be the most hazardous time on the island, even with the truce. Petya had proven that all you had to do was swim below the rules. Mocha and Jez led me upward, moving quickly through tunnels, and Mocha refused to let go of my arm. At last, greenish-gold sunlight filtered down through the cave, and we emerged in the sun, humidity, and heat. Jungle plants surrounded us. Only the ocean breeze made it tolerable at all, but sweat beaded under my bandana as I found myself running down a well-worn trail and under clusters of thick palms. Birds cackled and insects buzzed, and we passed a small waterfall that gurgled along rocks and flowed under a mossy wooden bridge. The island was, despite looking like a skull and housing so many awful people, beautiful. I wondered how people thought that Nyla had crafted the island at the start of the Divine Age. Of course, it must have overgrown since she vanished from the physical world along with the other gods, her evil work done. "Line up!" Lillian shouted ahead. Great. But at least I knew that Vulcan would not meet us today. The jungle cleared, and the trail opened onto the beach where 24 other recruits had already lined up. Unfortunately, Petya stood near the center of the line, but at least she faced the sparkling ocean, where 2 ships already sailed away from the island, off to plunder some noble's or merchant's ship. Mocha let go of my arm, and the 3 of us took the end of the line as Lillian, who appeared to be alone, marched toward the opposite end. "We will square off and practice with the blade and on land today, as many of your fights will take place on land," Lillian shouted, her braid swinging on her back as she walked. Then she motioned to a wooden stand filled with cutlasses, and I shuddered as I thought of what I'd done with just one small dagger. "We should stay with each other," Mocha said with a grin. "If we do that, we can look pathetic together." "No," I snapped. "We do not." Mocha didn't know that I had no real control over my magic, and that it didn't care if I meant to kill or not. Jez probably did because he didn't protest. He'd seen reality. Hurt compressed Mocha's features. "She can do some scary stuff," Jez whispered at her. "Let her practice with someone else." I nodded my thanks to him. "Yes. I'm afraid of what I can do to you," I forced, but before I could elaborate, Lillian marched back down the line. "You," she shouted at me, pointing. "We do not want too many fatalities before the test of bravery. What a waste of gold. Or will we have any fatalities?" She sneered at me, egging me on, daring me to use my magic. And already, a cold tingle danced in my fingertips. She was goading me just as Shoskan had. They were teaming up, trying to force me into this role. And all the other recruits had turned to look at me in my black bandana. I stood out already with my green-tinted black hair. And Lillian had just made me stand out more. I hated her. Mocha looked at me, her glare softening, and then she and Jez exchanged a glance. They would stick together, then. "So," Lillian continued, "divine descendants go to this end of the beach, and all other recruits go to the opposite side." She divided us with her hands and we split up. And my group was tiny, with 3 other recruits. Me, Petya, a young man in a gray bandana, and another young man in a green bandana stood in a loose group. Petya glared at me as I stood there at the edge, and even the 2 guys avoided her. I eyed Mocha and Jez, glad I would likely not train directly with them. "Who are you?" the young man in the gray bandana asked, eyes narrowed. The gray meant he was likely a descendant of Fergus, the god of wars, conquest, and rule. The war god was one of the ruling 10, and one of the first birthed by the cosmos. This guy would be a good fighter, and he was bigger and a few years older than me. "Nar," I said. He just nodded and worked his jaw. "Malek. I am the son of Captain Garrus, who commands the Silver Heart." Translation: Do not humiliate me. I had forgotten that the children of captains and other ranking pirates came to Islanda Nylar to train as well. Then again, Kale was here. "And you?" I asked the other young man, who wore the green bandana. Green rarely signified power, and the most powerful goddess of that color was Nebla. This young man could be related to Lord Beckas. How would plant magic work on the seas? "Various," he offered, gruff and quiet. "Nar is full of herself," Petya said. "She thinks she's going to be a captain one day." Malek laughed. I do not, I admitted. Lillian fired her gun, letting us all know that we needed to begin, and people swarmed the stand of cutlasses, taking the blades. We were starting off with real sharp blades. No wooden swords and no mock fights. Fatalities were likely common here. I grabbed a random blade from the stand, hating how heavy it felt in my grasp. But I was stronger than an ordinary man, and the sensation likely came from my reluctance. I tightened my grasp on the weapon, keeping it pointed downward as I returned to my spot. Maybe Mocha and Jez would die, especially after we were tired from our trial. I looked down the line of recruits at them, and they had squared off in a silent vow not to hurt one another. That was good. And at least Bells didn't appear to be with us, though I spotted the 2 other young men from the pommel. I narrowed my eyes. Had he made it through the trial? Or had he died? What if? Square off! Lillian shouted, now pacing in front of the dark, thick tree line. Fight! She fired again, and I barely had time to brace for Pecha. She rushed me, a blur of green and orange, as the 2 guys immersed themselves in a sword fight. Metal scraped metal as I backed towards the ocean, holding my weapon in front of me as a shield, while Pecha growled and charged me with everything she had. Her eyes narrowed to slits. Hatred seethed in the depths. She raised her sword and swung it downward, and I lifted mine to block her, wrapping my hands around both ends to stabilize it. Great. I had grabbed the blade. Metal cut into my bare hand, and the pain burned as my magic surged to life, trying to protect me. Greenish-black light flashed around my blade with the impact, and I sank my boots into the sand, holding Pecha back as she cursed and slid her cutlass down the side of mine. She'd kill me. And Lillian shouted nothing to stop her. Water sloshed over my boots, filling them with coldness. Pecha took back her blade as everyone else continued to fight, and blood seeped from my hand and onto my own. No. This wasn't how I was supposed to fight. I couldn't disappoint anymore. You, Pecha shouted. Water slammed into me from behind, shoving me forward and into Pecha. The force of the wave took me off guard, as the sea had been calm and Pecha fell back, dropping her sword. We crashed down together, and my blade barely missed her shoulder, sinking into the sand and delivering my blood. What the? She started. I drew my blade back, thanking my luck, and just as I pulled it back, I spotted a figure in a black hat standing at the tree line, watching from 100 feet away. Kale. He had done this. He was helping me cheat. I'd take it. Bringing my sword back and out of the sand, I used the blunt end to strike Pecha across the face. Blood spurted from her nose, but my magic stayed contained within me now, as if sensing it was useless on the blade and against Pecha. Beside me, the 2 guys fought, and Barius shoved his opponent up against a tree. Vines sprung to life, wrapping around Malek, and Barius lifted his sword with a growl and... A gunshot went off again, and Lillian shouted, "Stand down." I pushed myself up as Pecha went to wipe her nose. She was not having a good day. And neither was Malek, who stood there, bound to a palm tree with vines. Barius was less useless than he appeared then. I caught my breath as Pecha turned away from me, as if trying to hide her newest humiliation. I could have escaped from that, Pecha snarled, turning her back to me. She was attempting to save face. I eyed Mocha and Jez. Jez helped Mocha, who had also fallen to the sand, to stand. And Kale was gone. He had helped me and vanished. Wretched, Lillian shouted at us all. Half rations for the defeated tonight. Groans rose up and down the beach. I tensed as Lillian looked at me, and though her expression remained hard, a grudging respect filled her eyes. I had bested Pecha, and she hadn't seen the fact that I'd had help. But I had fought her well at the end, and that scared me. Malek went to work cutting himself out of the vines, one of which was right under his nose, and no one moved to help him. Lillian turned away from him in disgust, as he struggled to move his blade over the ones across his torso. He might take some time to free himself, and it appeared that Lillian was determined to let recruits wallow in their failures for as long as possible. Moral support was not high here. And the rest of you, Lillian said, have earned a bit of rest. You are dismissed. And greenies. She whirled to face me, Mocha, Juz, and the other new recruits. You now sleep in the east bunkhouse with the rest of the fighter recruits. I gulped. Did that mean Pecha and I would share the same sleeping space? Lillian must be oblivious to the tension, or more likely, she did not care. Turning away, she snapped at the defeated recruits to pull themselves together and practice on one another. Up, slugs. You've got to train harder. Last defeated lying here will clean the east outhouse. I hurried back to the trail opening, and I searched the area for Kale, but he seemed to have vanished. Was I supposed to thank him? Swear him up and down. He had helped me to win the fight against Pecha, but at what cost? I doubted her hatred of me could deepen any further. As I put the sword back in the wooden crate, I felt her glare on my back. It prickled with pure hatred. Jez joined me at the tree line and walked up the trail beside me, and I realized that I had strained my ankle during the fight because pain jumped at me with every misstep in the sand. We entered the tree line, and Jez sighed at the shade and the relief it brought. The beach was hot even with the ocean breeze. That was some fight, Jez said. Mocha let me win. I stopped on the trail. She let you. I'm a man, Jez said, leaving it there. Imagine if I lost. I nodded. That was kind of her. Jez forced a grin. He was smart, though he only spoke when he had to. You have to survive. Yes, I said. Already, he and Mocha were getting too close to me. Things were becoming riskier than normal, and when I did make my escape with Beezy, it was unlikely I could take Mocha and Jez with me. Did they want to become pirates? They hadn't said they didn't want to, so they were better equipped than I to survive Islanda Nylar. Jez stood there and nodded up the trail. Mocha will be fine now. She's good at dodging. He was asking if I wanted to continue walking with him. You can go ahead. My ankle is hurt. I'll need to go slow and walk it off. Traveling to the east bunkhouse with Jez would allow us to get closer. I had to start pulling away. Jez frowned and held out his hand to offer me help. But I shook my head. I can walk on my own. It's not the first time. I'd heal fast. That came with having the blood of the gods, especially the ruling 10. I'll wait back there for Mocha. We'll catch up, Jez said. Don't go too far. He wanted to protect her, and I got that. With a nod, I eyed the trail ahead, now empty. Kale must be waiting with commentary on my fighting style. Yes, tripping and getting shoved into my enemy was an effective tactic. Kale would gloat. Leaving Jez behind, I continued up the trail, determined to get some time alone. My body ached from my trial this morning, and my mind swam in a fog. And I understood why Lillian ordered some of us to take breaks. Pirate training was hard work, and it should be. Ah. You couldn't win that fight without cheating, eh? I stopped on the trail. Without Beezy, I hadn't noticed whoever was in the thick jungle undergrowth, and I whirled to find shrubs rustling. Insects flew from their places, surrounding me in a cloud, and then an imposing figure in black sauntered out of the underbrush to stand on the edge of the trail, just a few feet away from me. The man's tall height, red beard, and black garb made my heart stop. The pirate captain I'd seen when first getting off Kale's ship grinned at me, showing a row of gold-plated teeth. His sword, encrusted with black opals and carved skulls, hung from his leather belt, and a pair of pistols hung on either side of his hips, also covered in carved grinning skulls. I gulped. And I knew from staring into his hard, merciless eyes that this must be Captain Yemen Vulgan. He towered over a second pirate, who also stepped out of the underbrush, also in black, but he was in his lower 20s and had a much shorter beard. Still, it was obvious that the two were brothers. The Vulgan brothers. They had already sought me out. Do not leave the trail, I told myself. Someone would show up soon. And do not look like a failure. Ah. Hello, I said, forcing myself to sound bold. That worked sometimes with slave masters and overseers because it got them to let their guard down. What do you mean by cheating? Sure, I got lucky, but I decked that girl right across the face. Not bad, considering that she's trained for longer than I have. I screamed inside because I knew that Vulcan was right, and he and his brother must have watched the entire fight. They had seen Kale manipulating the ocean to work in my favor. Already, the Vulcans were watching me. Shoskan must have alerted them, or they had heard about my deathly magic. Vulcan advanced, while his younger brother hung in the background like a savage minion. The ocean does not act so savagely on a day with barely any wind. His breath reeked. No surprise. But I refused to back down, despite my heart pounding. I stared right into his eyes that had overseen the brutal deaths of many men. My magic flared, but Vulcan stood too far away for me to do a thing. And even if I managed to kill him, his brother would end my life. So far, I could only kill one person at a time. Then perhaps I did get lucky, I said, hating that my voice shrunk. But Vulcan towered over me by a foot. Even Jez would stand no chance against him. Then I did the worst thing I could have done in his presence. I looked back down the trail, checking for Jez. And lo and behold, he wasn't there. Vulcan had waited to get me alone. And then he smiled. I had given him one small victory, and how he'd use the opening to trample me to death. Did they tell you what happens to those who cannot fight? He asked as his brother hung back and smiled. Did they tell you that they go to me? He drew his sword, and with a lightning motion, he sunk the tip into the tree beside me. I flinched. Vulcan had missed my face by an inch. And he'd caught my hair in the blade, because it pulled as I tried to step away. That could have been your eye, girl. You can fight with one eye. Or one hand. Or even one leg or most of your skin. My crew knows that well. He grinned, staying just out of my grasp as he withdrew his sword. Understand? I gulped. Yes. Kale was right. That was now my best shot at passing this test of bravery and getting out of here. Because ending up with this monster was not an option. Good, Vulcan said. Come on, Cameron. It is time to go to the dungeon and pay a friendly visit to my former first mate. Chapter 16. I could not get my heart to stop pounding like it was trying to escape my ribcage. Yes. I would train with Kale without complaint. And after the Vulcan brothers vanished back into the jungle, probably to take a shortcut to the dungeons, I decided that waiting for Jez and Mocha might be a good idea after all. I headed back down the trail, and I told myself that I needed them to show me where my new sleeping quarters were. Yes, that was all. I still had not yet explored the entire island, but I would need to, so I could plot my escape. It would be harder to escape from a ship, as the ocean offered no hiding places even at night. I did not tell myself that Vulcan had scared me. One thing I had not expected was for him to confront me directly. And he was smart enough to stay back from me. Why give me warning though? Jez and Mocha came up the trail 20 minutes later, and I was lucky that Vulcan and his little brother did not return. But I would not tell them what had happened. If I did, I knew Jez and Mocha would stay closer to me than ever. That made my blood boil. I had to keep this encounter a secret. So you waited after all, Mocha said as they joined me on the trail. I don't know where the east bunkhouse is, I admitted. It is close to the green, gray, and brown bunkhouses, Mocha said, taking over the conversation. Jez and I found them already. They're on the same side of the island, not too far from where the left eye on the skull is. You know the cave that has all the lights inside that you see when you first approach the island? Yes. I had seen it. That is where the east bunkhouse is. All the recruits who have passed the sorting test stay there. And it is not locked. We can go in and out. That's good. Already, we were getting a few more freedoms. Lillian shouted again down the trail. The losers still had to train under the hot sun, and she was still whittling them down to the unlucky sap who would clean the east outhouse. I hoped that it was Malek. I hadn't seen him come up the trail yet, though I spotted a trickle of other bruised and bloody recruits. The three of us walked together back up the trail and into the cave. I trembled, wanting to tell Mocha and Jez what happened. But no. I had to look confident and okay for their safety. Coolness washed over us as Jez and Mocha led us upward. The caves morphed into carved passages and stairs as we walked, as if we were heading through the remains of an ancient temple. Perhaps we were, if Nyla herself had created this island. So, why did you wait for so long in the heat? Mocha asked as we climbed flight after flight. No one else climbed the steps with us. Vulcan confronted me. But I held that back and asked, did either of you see anything strange in the caves that we swam through for our sorting test? Jez and Mocha looked at each other, and Mocha's face hardened as some memory must have come over her. No, she said. I wasn't going to take her back to whatever had happened in there, and whatever Mocha had won to survive. So I looked to Jez for the answer. Did you? He shook his head. Just the skeleton. It did make me swim faster. Only I had seen the bizarre green footprints then. But despite the mystery, I was glad to have something besides Vulcan to think about. I told them what I'd seen, and then I finished with a shrug before looking down the stairwell to make sure Vulcan wasn't following. It must be your magic, Mocha said. I've heard that people with divine blood can see where the gods have walked in the past. I used to work in a noble's library when I was still cute and little, so I had access to some knowledge they don't like to share with the common folk. I'd even get to read when they weren't looking. So Mocha had been a slave too then. You're still cute, Jez joked. Mocha hit him on the arm. I am not. Her defensiveness shocked me. We reached the top of the stairwell, and I realized that we stood inside that huge cave I'd seen from the sea. The ocean breeze was cool in here, and the vast cave towered over our heads. Massive lanterns hung down, casting the area in a yellow glow, and wooden doors lined the cave that must be 100 feet wide. Voices echoed off the stone as the giant hanging lanterns flickered overhead. Recruits milled around, some with swords and others with maps rolled under their arms. Still others held tools, and one pushed a broom across the floor and swept up bits of straw that had fallen from a pile of bales that stood stacked in the center of the room. But even that didn't block out the fact that this cave ended in a huge opening that overlooked the sparkling sea. Yes. We were in the left eye of the skull, all right. My jaw almost dropped at the amazing view. Is this where all the recruits stay? Then I eyed the wooden doors, which must lead to the living quarters. Sure is, Mocha said. Aren't you glad you're here? It's not all bad from what I've seen so far. I snapped my gaze to her. So Mocha wasn't upset about being pulled into this life. And if she had been, what she'd come from must have been much worse. Jez, as usual, remained expressionless, giving away nothing. It's okay, I said. Mocha let her jaw drop at me, as if I were crazy. Okay. Where did you sleep before? On straw. In cells? In a hut. I kept my words short. Jez simply nodded. I suppose we find unclaimed beds. Those have their pillows underneath the blankets, which is how you can tell. We should get beds in the same room, Mocha said. I started, unable to find a good excuse. Yes, these two wanted to be friends. But what if? I couldn't. People with deathly magic couldn't have friends. Even busy was my duty, and I had to check on her again soon. The light outside crept toward evening, and the ocean reflected fire. Soon, dinner would begin, and we would all head down to eat. Would Kale find me and make me train some more, or would he give me a break tonight? I could tell him about Vulcan. I think I need to go lie down for a bit, I said. Maybe we should all go and get some quiet time after the day we've had. My ploy worked, and I found a bed at the very end of a relatively empty room full of bunks. Clearly, most recruits preferred to stay together, and I sneaked away from Mocha and Jez as soon as they went to investigate another room that they spotted other new recruits entering. The east bunkhouse had plenty of rooms full of beds just off the large cave. I flopped down on the bed and put the pillow on top of the blankets to stake my claim. The room was long and carved from stone, but holes in the ceiling ventilated it well and kept out the worst of the humidity. I stared at them as the oil lanterns on the center table flickered, casting light on the windowless space. I was away from Mocha and Jez. Taking off the black bandana, I put my hands behind my back and settled into the down that must fill the mattress. Down. Of course, pirates would enjoy the comforts they plundered from noble ships. And Islanda Nylar had shown me the hold they had on the sea. It was another noble system, only on ships and ruled by the sword. Jez and Mocha didn't find me, but a servant ringing a bell outside the door told me that dinner had arrived. And I was hungry. The two met me outside though, as other recruits, a few still with maps under their arms, headed to the stairwells on the dark end of the east bunkhouse cave. "Where were you?" Mocha asked. "We claimed our beds and now we can't move." "Sleeping," I lied. "I passed out and I'm sorry." "We need to stay together," Mocha said. "It's safest that way." Did she want my protection? Protection was not the thing that I gave to common people. But then again, I had asked Mocha and Jiz to show me how to get here, and I owed them my presents for dinner. We made our way to the dining hall, and dinner was just as amazing as our meal earlier had been. The hunger in my gut stopped yelling at me, and Mocha talked mostly about how I had knocked Pecha over on the beach. A wave helped, I admitted. The less useful she saw me, the better. "Sometimes luck is on our side," Jiz said. "You take what you get." I shuddered, thinking of Vulgan, but I didn't see him anywhere in the dining hall. It was just us recruits tonight. Even Beezy had vanished, and a new set of servants dealt with the morons snatching trays and throwing food. "Is something bothering you?" Mocha asked. I wanted to dive into her friendship. "No. I almost died today, but didn't we all?" Then she laughed. "And you still have the Pirate King's son to deal with." I forgot. I'd take the out. Mocha and Jez had both stood there as Kale offered to train me. "Yes. I wonder when he's going to find me." "Now," Kale said behind my back. "I am to train you as soon as you finish stuffing your face." I swallowed as Mocha grinned. She'd seen him walking up to my section of the table, but hadn't let me know. Beezy had done the same. Clearly, she didn't see Kale as a threat. Or possibly trying to get me onto his father's crew and win Daddy's approval. "Right after I eat?" I asked, whirling. Kale grinned. "I pray that you do not vomit, as the training will be tough." But under that grin and those words flowed a serious undertone. "And we need to work on your magic before things get out of hand." Chapter 17. Kale might have seen that Vulgan had been watching me during my first training session. He wasn't stupid, and he could probably recite the captain and first mate for every ship that ever docked in Islanda Nylar. That also meant that I had to watch out for him. "Is this necessary?" I asked as I left my tray behind with Mocha and Jiz. Some servant came to pick it up behind me, and I followed Kale, mainly because everyone in the dining hall stared at me as I walked after the son of the Pirate King. That included Pecha. I hadn't asked anyone what her problem was. And then Kale and I broke into the kitchen corridor, where I had spoken with Beezy earlier that day. My head pounded from the stress, and that only intensified when I did not see her. "Your friend is safe," Kale whispered as he continued, keeping his gaze forward. "Huh?" I stopped right there in the empty hallway, staring at his back and at his leather-crossed blue tunic. But he continued to walk, boots clicking against the stone floor, down the empty corridor. Somewhere, men laughed, and I guessed that the corridor to the side led to the main dining hall, where the full pirates got rowdy as they ate their meals. "She is," I hissed, getting that Kale didn't want to speak too loudly. And then, like a dog on a leash, I rushed to keep up. Damn him. He was saying this to get me to fall in line. Or was he? "I ordered her to the kitchens for a reason," he said, flicking his bright blue gaze to me as we walked side by side. Wanting to take away this little victory of his, I said, "No." I made those comments about her body being inadequate to get her sent there. Zeeb would have. "I know that you did. And it was a smart move," Kale said. "This way. We are training with pistols tonight. Do you have any questions?" "Why is Pecha so difficult?" I needed to learn more about my enemy. 2 people had come close to stabbing me already. We turned another corner, heading away from the noise. Only skull candles flickered in alcoves. Kale swallowed. Petya came from a family of nobles who only valued the boys in the family. She came from the Firo family, descendants of the fire goddess. Nyla's twin sister, I said with a nod. I'd heard nobles speak of Islanda Nylar, which was the largest of a volcanic ring of islands. The Firo family lived there. It was said that Nyla may have hidden all the gods' stolen treasure in a volcano to stop anyone from bringing the gods back to the world. Yes? Kale continued, and we headed upward toward the training grounds. I shuddered, thinking of Vulgan, but I'd ask more about him later. Her only expectation was to marry. So being as bad-tempered as she is, she boarded a ship as a stowaway and left. And then she wound up here, I said. Kale nodded. My ship, the Solana, found the illegal smuggling vessel that she happened to be hiding on. And we brought her here for training. We've never had a descendant of the fire goddess here either. They are not common on the sea. She was special, I said. Now I understood why she turned on me so quickly. Petya had found her place only to have me push her from it. And I wondered if she fancied Kale. Yes. Try to avoid her, Kale said. She can't help herself sometimes. His voice dropped to a serious level as we emerged into the night. I had barely paid attention to where we walked. I said nothing as Kale led me down another jungle trail and to an open area made of sand. Only the palms waved against the canopy of stars. The air now was cool, and the ocean breeze made me feel more alive than I had since coming here. Out here, things were almost peaceful, and I could forget that I was on an island fashioned from death, where I had to face my own dark nature. My eyes adjusted, and I saw the straw sacks on the other side of the clearing, mounted to posts. Targets. I'd seen the nobles' guards training with them at times across the grounds at Lord Beccas's plantation, as if he wanted to remind us that if we ran away, they had the training to stab us with their spears. Now pistols, Kale said. He took one off his belt and handed it to me. Take it. It is not loaded yet, so I'm giving you a bag of powder. If you use a paper funnel, it will load faster, and you'll be able to put in the right amount of powder every time. And do not drop the weapon. I've never done that. You threatened it. Just a dark shape beside me, Kale let his voice shift into his witty, pompous tone. He would have fun training me. But I wouldn't let him rule this session. Kale had a weakness just as I did, and I would remind him of that if he got out of hand. What else was I supposed to do? Stand there, beg, and let your men take me and Beezy to the brig anyway?
Most women would have done that.
I'm not most women. Kale moved to stand behind me. Most cannot kill with a single stab. My stomach turned and I thought I would throw up on the sand, but I held my dinner down, knowing how much my body would need the strength. Wasting calories by getting sick would put me behind further, which was what Petya and Vulgan wanted. And I would not give them the satisfaction. I also had Kale to worry about. He stood behind me, and the air at my back stilled, making the hairs sticking out from under my bandana stand up. No. I was not like most women because I had the touch of death. The image of the dying slave rose on the other side of a blink. And so did. No. That memory would never go away, and it always reared up at the worst times. Okay. I've never loaded powder before, I admitted, mostly to cast it away. Kale circled around me. I'd focus on him. Sadly, that was the least horrible option. He took the heavy pistol from my grasp. Hold the paper funnel here, and the powder will drain inside. I thought you would be able to figure that out pretty quickly, as you seem comfortable with weapons. You also heal quickly. He nodded at my palm, which had closed already and formed a pink scar. I am not. The longer I was around him, the more he implied that I was cut out for this life I didn't want. You are more than you believe, Kale said. The pirate life is one of freedom. You haven't grasped that concept. I aimed it at the first target, the sack directly across from me. I could barely see by the moonlight only, and Kale waited as I held my breath. I fired. Smoke and an acrid smell rose as the bag in front of me lurched, and the lead ball made feathers and straw erupt from the shape. The gun almost struck me in the face, mostly because I got caught off guard, but I managed to stop it in time. Tingles rushed up my back. I had to admit, firing the weapon felt good. Excellent, Kale said. You're less hopeless than I thought. Now practice loading your weapon quickly. On a ship, you'll reload again and again if your enemy is not within range of a blade. He handed me another bag of lead balls. Can you be consistent? I said, whirling and hating what he implied. I was not meant for this at all. I had even angered the Pirate King with my words this morning. First, I'm pathetic, and then I'm good at fighting? You have to be. Kale remained still, unfazed, and that infuriated me. Pathetic or worthy. I just need to be good enough to pass this test of bravery, and then plot my way off the island. This time, I kept my voice low, despite how much I wanted to shout. I hated that I wanted to fire the weapon again. True. Now, reload as quickly as you can. Reload and fire at least 10 times. Then you will work on combining your magic with your weapon to deliver an even deadlier shot. My magic only works when I'm in danger. Or furious. Even in the dark, Kale split a grin. I'll help with that. Please do not. Good job, Nar. I loaded the weapon, shocked at how easy and natural it felt. Of course, having the blood of Nyla would assist me in all matters of death, and weapons were one. Just as an executioner was good with an axe, I would be good with guns and swords. I fired the pistol again and again, hitting each target and not missing once. Firing my gun got Kale to shut up and leave me alone. Each time, I reloaded it faster, and after some minutes passed, Kale seized my arm. And I froze, finger over the trigger. Now use your magic. It should join with your weapon. I can't summon it right now. If my magic combined with a pistol, I'd instantly kill anyone I shot, right? Kale needed to let go of me. Our magic can be harnessed and controlled. I've done it. That's how I control the crew of the Solana. And how I control my first mate, who is more indebted to my father than to me. And you are on Islanda Nylar. It should strengthen your magic and make it easier to control. Death is your element as the sea is mine. I've seen. He still would not let go. If all else fails, go to your worst memories to activate your magic. I stiffened with Kale's hand still around my arm. I can't do that, I blurted, but I could already almost feel the ground going out from under me. And the scream that ripped from my 7-year-old throat, high and desperate. And then my friend Zamilla, shouting my name as she ran through the hedge maze, searching for me as I grasped the end of the sinkhole. I caught my breath as my heart pounded. Icy tingles filled my body. My magic. It flowed down my arm past Kale's grasp and into my weapon. The pistol turned icy cold in my grasp, and the faint greenish-black glow flared to life around it. Kale released me. I had done it. Of course, I'd felt my magic tingling at the horrible memory before, but until now I had shoved it aside, forgetting about it as quickly as I could. But now that I held a weapon, I could focus on the target before me. It was bulky and short, like Zeb, and the rips in the front reminded me of Petch's narrowed eyes. I fired. I caught the gun as it doubled back at me, and Kale backed off as the lead ball tore straight through the target, leaving a glow in its wake. The hole glowed with death for a moment before fading, and as I waited, holding my breath, it finally did. Kale said nothing at first. And then he offered, "That wasn't too bad, Narella." I whirled, keeping my pistol pointed downward. Wasn't too bad. I shuddered, wondering what would have happened if I had shot a living being instead of a target. Your magic is strong. You can access it easily. I couldn't see Kale's facial expression well, but his tone made me wonder if he was offering an unspoken apology. But why would he do that? How could he possibly know about my darkest moments? He didn't. I don't like to remember certain things, and I don't like my magic. You must learn to use it to your advantage. It could come in handy someday. I want to escape from this place, and that's all. We can't escape who we are. What we need to do is learn how to adapt to it, and use it for the best. After you get out of here, you'll need to survive. All my magic does is kill. You can learn to control it, even during your worst moments. Do you think I haven't tried? Kale sighed. Any magic can kill, if the user is creative enough. Look at what that descendant of Nebula did in training earlier today. So I don't have to be creative, I said. I take that as an insult. Narella, Kale sighed again. Why don't we stop for the night? I believe we've had a breakthrough. And you need time to let that head of yours cool down. Yes, I agreed. His words should have angered me further, but they didn't. I handed him back his pistol, along with the 2 pouches of ammunition and powder. Kale took them, and then he nodded as if with relief. Now, Kale said, follow me closely back to the caves. This jungle has patches of deathweed, so stay on the trail. Walk through that stuff, and it can block your magic for hours. On this island, we do not need that. Deathweed. I followed Kale away from the shooting range and down the trail. It's black and low to the ground. It's said to grow from Nyla's footsteps, Kale said. No one has been able to stop it from growing back once pulled. As I walked and entered the mountain, I stared at the back of Kale's head, trying to muster my anger for him. But I must have been so tired that I couldn't get it to manifest. You may return to the east bunkhouse, Kale told me once we reached the first split in the passage. You have more long days of training ahead of you. Tomorrow night we will work with swords. I just nodded. And then I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. 2 figures hurried farther down the cave in silence, and I recognized an orange bandana that could belong to just one person on this island. And a short graying figure who just might be Zeeb, walking beside the first figure. But before I could be sure, the 2 vanished into the dark, and I didn't dare to follow. Chapter 18. Mocha waited for me inside the east bunkhouse. She sat on the pile of straw bales, legs crossed, boots shining under the still-lit lanterns. Other recruits milled around, slow and sluggish from the big meal. She sat alone, and it seemed that Juz has already retired. I was in no mood to socialize after confronting my worst memory and getting robbed of my ability to check on Beezy, but I forced my face into a neutral mask. How was your session? Mocha asked. Oh. Yes, she wanted to talk about Kale, and I imagined that most of the girls did. She wanted gossip. I should have expected that too. If there was one thing that Mocha loved to do, it was talk. I settled for the answer with the least potential for blooming this conversation. It was fine. Kale is trying to make me even deadlier. But the flower opened wider, along with Mocha's eyes. It was just fine. You were training with the son of the Pirate King, Nar. And he's not bad to look at. I've seen plenty of men who are not lookers, here included. Her tone darkened there at the end. Mocha had a history. We all did. That was why we were here. I shot a pistol, and I was good at it, I said to redirect the tone. I still needed to check on Beezy again. I would monitor her every day until we got out of here. That was my duty. I hit some targets, and Kale taught me how to start controlling my magic. Mocha let out a breath and uncrossed her legs, remaining on the bale. I wish I had magic like yours. No, you don't. A shudder raced down my spine. How could anyone be jealous? Hey, Nar, Jez said from behind me, clamping his hand down on my shoulder. Hey. At least he wouldn't ask for all the details. Training hard, he remarked, eyeing my sweating temples. I wanted a bath too, and I sensed that one of the waterfalls on Islanda Nylar was the best way to go. I also needed to ask Beezy what she thought of Kale. Petcha hadn't seen me associating with her, had she? I could guess that if she were speaking to someone gross like Zeb, she was sneaking around, trying to get revenge on me for arriving here against my will. Yes. More than anyone else probably, I admitted, forcing a smile at Shiz. Well, I had managed to get through the first day without killing anyone. But how long would that last? Maybe we should talk more tomorrow, Shiz said. Breakfast maybe. He tipped an invisible hat at me, and I realized that despite being so quiet, he might have a sense of humor. No one had to scrub the outhouse. I had to go. Tomorrow, I said, eyeing for an escape. The servants had to sleep near the kitchens. I'd check there, without anyone to guide me. I slowly walked to the door that housed my claimed bed, and a few others rested near the door of the room, reading books or writing with quills. One young man waved to me, and a young woman, likely younger than me, kept writing on a piece of parchment. They were navigators in training or cartographers. Not everyone came to Islanda Nylar to learn how to kill then. After lying on my bed for as long as my nerves would let me, and for as long as it took for Mocha and Jez to go to their room, I wandered back out, as I sensed there was no curfew on Islanda Nylar for recruits. Voices continued to echo in the large cave. The concept hit me like a punch to the back. No lights out. No overseers shouting at everyone to sleep. It must be closing in on midnight by now. I might have to sneak around less than I thought, unless Shoskan had someone watching me. I sprang up and walked out past the two other occupants of the long, mostly empty room, and neither looked at me as I left. The cave still had people out in it, despite the moon sinking toward the ocean far outside the end of the cave. The ocean sparkled beyond a small group of young men who conversed in low voices. One guy leaned onto a bamboo railing and swayed as if drunk. It seemed that some of the recruits had already adopted some bad habits. I headed in the opposite direction. And I took off my black bandana as it marked me. Stuffing it in the pocket of my trousers, I walked down the stone steps to the lower levels of Islanda Nylar. Laughter still rang out from the tunnels leading to the docks, pulled apart by the caves. Ships still came and went, and I hoped that Zeb was on one of them. Or Kale. If he left, he couldn't train me or offer his attitude. Then again, I needed him to stay away from Vulcan the Death Worshipper. Maybe I needed a different name for him, because I wanted no association with him or his younger brother. I headed away from the docks and toward the kitchens. If the female overseer in the kitchens were anything like some of the domestic female overseers on the nobles' estates, she would want to keep the slaves in her charge safe from roving hands and disgusting comments. That meant that the servants' quarters might be very close to the kitchens, and may be accessed from within them. I found the kitchen door, and unfortunately it was locked, probably to keep people from raiding the foodstuffs. So I went around through the dining hall, which was still open but empty. I entered the kitchen through the wooden counter, where servants picked up their trays. It was narrow enough to keep most men out, but not me if I got on my stomach. I hoisted myself over and squeezed through the narrow opening. I was getting my boots all over the surface, but I doubted it was nothing they hadn't dealt with before. I landed in the kitchen, and a row of doors greeted me. The place was empty save for a cart of potato peels that were already turning brown in the open air. Fires burned low over pots, and sacks of flour stood everywhere as the scent of smoked meat hung in the air. I checked all the wooden doors on the other side of the room, realizing that one went to a second kitchen on the other side, one that likely served the full pirates in the other dining hall. Then I found a stairwell behind the center door that led downward, and I followed the spiral steps that were lit only by flickering, fading candles. The servants' quarters were better than they were on Lord Beccas's plantation, where we had small shacks, torn mattresses, and trash piles everywhere. A long corridor held more of the oil lanterns, and dozens of wooden doors stood closed. No one guarded the area, but no one else was here, and the sound of snoring emerged from one of the doors. The corridor split into a few others, and though the air was chilly, it was soothing after I'd experienced the heat of the island's surface. A fireplace roared at the end, casting a warm glow, and I knew that Beezy was behind one of these doors. I slowly opened door after door, peeking inside, and finding rows upon rows of tightly packed beds lit only by fading lanterns. The men and women had separated themselves into other rooms, and the kitchen women, I found out, slept in the next to last room in the main corridor. I could tell from the smell when I opened the door. The scent of smoke, food, faint beer and bread wafted out of that room as I eyed 2 rows of 10 beds. Busy. A small figure occupied the bed closest to the door, and I knew from the dirty blonde hair spread out over the pillow that I'd found her. The light from the fireplace fell on her just enough for her to flutter an eyelid. She was still safe. And better yet, in a warm bed, in a room with wooden supports, no drafty windows, and no other intruders but me. The other women in the room slept, taking no notice of me, likely knocked out from a day of hard work. "Easy," I whispered, slipping into the room. She opened one eye, focusing on me as I dared to leave the door open just enough to give the 2 of us light. "Nar?" she asked, groggy. Then she narrowed her eye. "I'm tired. I'm trying to sleep. I had to check on you." "I'm doing fine." To my shock, her words came out clipped. "Fine?" She was still a slave on an island full of pirates, to boot. One of the recruits had yanked the tray from her grasp, and who knew what else people would do to her. It was only a matter of time. "Well, I still had to check," I said, feeling sheepish. "No one came for you?" She pulled the covers over her head. "No. Please, the bed is too comfortable." I couldn't blame her for wanting to get some shut-eye. "Sorry for waking you," I said, backing away and holding back my confusion.
Keep staying safe, okay?
What just happened? Beezy needed me. We needed each other. She'd never brushed me off like this. But that bed did look comfortable. And she, like me, had made it through the first full day of Islanda Nylar. "See you tomorrow," I whispered, but Beezy was already asleep, taken away from the exhaustion of the kitchen. Chapter 19. I too slept well, and by the time I woke the next morning I understood why Beezy had brushed me off the night before. These beds were good, and even better than the ones in the green bunkhouse. The gunshots out in the cave? Not so much. "Up, slugs!" Lillian shouted from the middle of the cave outside. "You gotta go to breakfast and then to training. We're on deck today." Of course they would make us do much of our training on ships. If we passed our test of bravery, we'd start training directly with captains, and that meant going off the island. I groaned as I got up and blinked sleep from my eyes. Today was going to be a long day. Worse, the world outside was gray and full of rainy curtains. The smell of tropical rain hit me as soon as I put on my bandana and left the bunk room. Other recruits scrambled out and straightened out their belts, boots, and tunics. The end of the cave opened into what looked like a tropical storm. The sea looked choppy. Gray blades formed and collapsed again, and my stomach lurched. Islanda Nylar, where I had spent my 17 years, didn't get tropical storms often, but all the 10 islands, along with the smaller ones, had different climates. "Here," Jez said right behind me. "You have a habit of sneaking up," I said. "Sleep okay?" "Yes." I thought of Beezy again. She'd be helping to prepare breakfast. I wondered if Islanda Nylar would ever give her a rare day off. Jez smiled at me. "I'm hungry." "I'm not sure if I am." Despite not wanting to get close, I was glad I had someone to talk to. "You're feeling better, aren't you?"
Maybe.
"You don't talk much." We got walking, as Lillian fired another gunshot at the ceiling, barely missing a hanging lantern. She glared at everyone, and reloaded her pistol with another paper funnel. "It came with the territory," Jez said. "I used to sweep floors, and when I grew, the brothel madam had me guard. Not much of a chance to talk. I just stood and scared people. Had to stab a man in the eye one night when he got too rough with one of the ladies." "You stabbed a man in the eye?" I was impressed, and not shocked that Jez had come from such a background. He had either been a slave, or a boy pushed into cheap labor by his poor parents. Both situations were common. "Yes." He shook his head, communicating that he did not want to think about it. I understood. When that overseer went after Beezy, I killed him. Wrapped my hands around his throat and pushed my magic. Lord Beckas thought he died from the heat. But I didn't say that out loud. Too many people milled around us, and I wouldn't dare let words of Beezy slip out wherever Pecha could have spies. So I said, "You worked in a brothel." He just nodded, saving his words. And my stomach turned. He and Mocha had come here together. Did that mean? I made sure Mocha never got the worst men. Luckily, she only endured a year. And Jez left it at that, as his tone sank to the center of the world. Madame Elbar sold us. She retired. Jez and I looked at each other. And his gaze hardened. I was not to utter a word about this. And I could only imagine what Pecha would say about Mocha, if she found out. "Your secret's safe," I assured him. "If you ever need to talk," Jez said, leaving it there. It was an offer. And one I wasn't sure I could take. I nodded and looked around the room. "Where's Mocha?" "Late," Jez said. She emerged from the door he was facing, adjusting her trousers, taking a long time in making sure her sleeves were pulled down over the length of her arms. Then she bent over and ensured her trousers were stuck properly into her boots, and that her belt was tightly fastened. Mocha had to protect herself. Anger burned inside me for her sake, and turned into daggers of ice. "Control your magic." "You can." Kale said so. I breathed out and cast my thoughts to breakfast. "We should go," I said. And that helped to calm the icy storm inside. Mocha joined us, and I knew to keep a straight face. We all had things we did not want to relive. "Sorry," Mocha said. Jez gave her dismissive wave. "It's fine. I overslept. It was a long day yesterday," she said. "And I had nightmares about having to leave that guy behind in the cave." I flinched, and Mocha's eyes widened. She had let that slip then. "What guy?" I asked. Mocha hesitated. Lillian fired another shot, farther down the cave, as if anyone could possibly still be asleep. And then she trembled. "The one glaring at you." We were swimming together, and then he panicked and grabbed onto me. I'm not proud of this, but I had to knee him where it hurts to get him to let me go. And then I had to leave him. Bells. I hadn't seen him anywhere since our sorting test. "You did what you had to," I said. "If you hadn't, then you would have drowned right along with him." Fear danced in Mocha's eyes. Something had kicked in once Bells had seized her, and I knew what it was. Before I could give away that I knew anything, I turned away. "Now let's get some food," I said, hating the relief I felt at having one less enemy. But not too much. It looks as if training today is going to be hell. Chapter 20. As soon as we finished eating, Lillian burst into the dining hall and decided to fire a shot at the ceiling, which already had bullet scars and scrapes from her previous power trips. People stopped talking and turned their attention to her. "To the docks," she ordered. "Board your ships. All recruits that sail today." I wanted to throw up already at the thought of being out on that choppy water. I wasn't Kale, and had no ability to make the ocean work in my favor. And if we had to fight on ships in a dangerous storm, then my chances of activating my magic were low. Not. People rose from tables and made their way down to the cave lagoon where I knew the ships docked. Everyone must have entered the island through there, so everyone knew where to go. But once me, Jez, and Mocha reached the docks themselves, it was chaos. Everyone milled around, with recruits mixing in with pirates. I could tell the difference mainly due to the younger age of most recruits, and the fact that they had to wear bandanas. The pirates themselves favored caps, and of course they carried weapons while all of us were running around unarmed. I found myself looking for Kale. He would likely want me to board his ship for this training exercise, but I didn't see the blue tunic or the fancy black hat that marked him. However, his ship remained docked at the very end of the row, complete with its waving blue flags. And it was empty. The other ships, of which there were at least 15, towered over us. People scrambled around on them, unsure what to do. Captains shouted at recruits to line up. The other captains would aid in this training exercise today. Great. None of us have done this before, I said. Then I looked at Mocha and Jez. You two do not want to do this exercise with me. Mocha screwed up her face.
We need to stick together.
We need to survive together. That was what she meant. Mocha needed other people as a survival strategy, and she thought that someone with deathly magic was a good candidate, just as Jez was due to his size. She had to realize that her best shot wasn't with me. We can't, I said, joining the throng on the dock. I couldn't hear the storm from in here, but I didn't have to. Once we got out there, my magic could go crazy, and if Jez or Mocha got in the way, I would deserve to go to Vulcan. We do, Mocha insisted, getting in my face. I know you don't want to be here, Nar, but if we all stay together, we'll all have a better shot at everything. Jez and I can even help you get out of here, if that's what you want. She dangled temptation in front of me like a piece of steak. I had never tasted steak, though. I just knew that it was good. You're bargaining with me. And that is not how friendship is supposed to work, Mocha said. Perhaps there was more than bargaining here then. And that made me want to get away from Jez and Mocha more than ever. I might hurt you, I said, hating how effective my words might be. And I would never live with myself if I did that. Once out in the storms, my magic might work on its own. And it's very effective. If you bump into me during a mock fight, or if the ship lurches and we grab onto each other. You won't do that, Mocha said. I have. This curse works on its own. Maybe I can control it a little, but not while we're in danger, I said. Mocha sighed and looked at Jez for some help. We're only training, Jez said. And the training is dangerous, I said. The dock around us cleared, and I knew that most of the recruits had already boarded a random ship. At least nothing was assigned. Lillian had also vanished, and I was glad, because her gunshots kept ringing in my ears. We had little time. Okay. I'm fine with being friends, and we should help each other. And I want to help you by not having my magic kill either of you by mistake. Please, go to the opposite end of the dock and get far from me. I bet they're going to have us fight each other. That made sense. Mocha nodded. But we eat dinner together. I hated that this training would likely take all day, and that I would not be able to see Beezy at all during this time. We eat together, I said. Mocha and Jez ran down the dock together, joining the remaining trickle of stragglers. And I realized that most of the ships had filled with both pirates, and those still in training. The scene was overwhelming. Planks rose, closing them off from stragglers. Kale's was still empty. He would not be setting sail today, as were two others. Several captains and first mates, judging by their slightly fancier dress, waited near the few ramps that remained. By arguing with Jez and Mocha, I'd fallen behind. And that was not good for my chances of passing the test of bravery. I ran down the dock, almost dead last. I could no longer see Jez or Mocha, nor was Kale even here. But that meant that Zeeb wasn't here either. I passed a ship with gray flags that Malek was just boarding, and determined not to deal with his attitude, I found myself at the last ramp that was still down. Not wanting to be the last person to board a ship, I ran up it, realizing with a gut punch that this ship had the black sails that I'd seen upon arrival. Black sails and plenty of skulls and skeletons tied to the railings and the masts. My icy magic filled me at the sight. I whispered curses, but it was too late to back down and off Vulgan's ship now. He stood at the bow with his younger brother, eyeing me with a wicked smile. His black coat hung down over his matching trousers, and the metal skull on his belt smiled at me. Ah! The wench with deathly magic, he said, spitting out those last words as if he didn't believe it. Lift up the ramp, slugs. And welcome aboard. Chapter 21. If Yemen Vulgan hadn't been standing here in front of me, I would have uttered some creative curses that perfectly fit the looks of this ship. But the looks of the dozen unfortunate recruits behind him warned me not to, and told me that I had better take my place among the fresh meat. Now was not the time for my attitude. Behind me, Volgan's real crew pulled up the ramp, and it thudded to the deck just inches from my feet. That too was a warning. Scrambling around Volgan, who was no doubt helping to train for this exercise, I joined the other fresh meat on the deck of the ship. I kept my arms to my side. My magic was threatening to go crazy here. It was all the skeletons. I was in my element. A young man looked at me as he kept his shoulders almost up to his ears, and he must be about my age. Everyone else simply stood still as they waited for the captain's orders to set sail. What were we supposed to do? I'd never done anything on a ship before besides help lower some boats, and that was to move some spice shipments. I must be the only person on this deck who hadn't done any sea training before, and the thought alone made another wave of icy tingling race under my skin. I hated my magic more than ever. This ship, complete with its black flags, mounted skulls, and actual full skeletons crucified on the masts, was every noble's worst nightmare. It was nothing like Kallen's ship, which he kept clean and presentable. Volgan barked orders at his crew to pull up the anchor, and we waited for whatever was to come. The crew, which consisted of mostly men and a few women, were the most savage, scarred pirates I had seen yet. One man walked on a peg, avoiding Volgan's gaze, and a woman revealed heavily scarred arms as she helped with the chain. These weren't the sword marks expected from combat. They were whip marks, and her face bore more of the snake-like white lines. The peg-leg man glowered at me once he caught me staring. His look promised death, and he reminded me of a chained dog that its owner beat and starved daily. I shuddered. My magic remained. Volgan had turned this crew into soulless beasts. I hated him. He would do this to me if I didn't pass the test of bravery. "I'm Ilias," the young guy said beside me. I heard the fear in his voice. He too must have lingered on the dock too long. "Nar," I said. "I can't protect you," I wanted to add. "Let's stick together," he whispered while looking straight ahead. The crew scattered around the ship, and I swallowed because that left us alone in front of Volgan. And then he looked at us in turn. Pathetic slugs," he said in a low voice as ship slowly moved, training his dark eyes on us. They were dark eyes that somehow made his reddish beard look more sinister. "Bet you'll scream and wet yourselves when you board your enemy's ship and have to fight." His boots clicked as the ship got moving. Volgan silently dared us to so much as scratch our noses. At least Petch is not here, I thought. I didn't see her nearby, and I was glad she wouldn't see me in this position. The ship creaked as it turned away from the dock, and behind Volgan, a stream of them exited down the tunnel and unfurled their sails as they reached the distant mouth of gray light. I struggled to stay upright, knowing that tripping might be a whipping or worse. "And you don't want to know the punishment for wetting yourselves," Volgan continued. Then something hard struck me in the back of the knees, and I bent over from the sudden burst of pain. "What the?" I started. "Get into position," another man barked in my ear. I turned my head just enough to see the younger Volgan, Cameron, brandishing a fractured board and swinging it at Elias's back. It struck with a crack, and Ilias, who had gotten caught off guard, went forward and almost into the captain. "Listen to my first mate," the older Volgan shouted.
"Into your positions."
My heart raced as Cameron, dressed almost as well as his brother and with slightly fewer skulls, moved down the line and spared no one. He moved away from me quickly, as if he expected my magic to awaken. Had he used his fists, it might have killed him. These death worshippers would know better than to make themselves vulnerable. My magic sang as my knees screamed, and I blinked away a burst of lightheadedness that came with the pain. Catching my breath, I stepped away as Ilias reached for my arm. I shook my head. And he nodded. Volgan's ship wasn't the place to show any caring for each other. At least he understood. My magic would not. It remained strong, pulsing under my skin until I wanted to scream. Legs still throbbing, I ran down the deck and away from the bow, to where my fellow recruits stood near the railing. Volgan shouted above all the activity, that there would be no cannons for this fight, and to get the grappling hooks ready. "Here," Elias said, handing me a bundle of rope complete with a metal hook. I took it. "Thanks. You throw it at the enemy ship and slide across it, preferably from a high location," he whispered. He nodded at the mainmast, which had a ladder that rose far above us.
"Assuming you're strong enough to carry it."
"I'll be fine. I won't need help." My unnatural strength always stayed with me, but using it would have given me away to the nobles, so I always faked having weak arms. But here, dropping the rope and the grappling hook would likely earn me those points in my flesh. I breathed out as we sailed down the cave. This railing had few skulls, and the icy tingles died. Vulcan was away from us now. I was glad to have Elias here with me, though he wore a faded yellow bandana that marked him as ordinary. He must have realized I was new. "We're almost out," he told me, eyeing my black bandana. "Don't touch me," I warned him. "And that is for your protection." He had to be only 16. "You have magic." It was a statement as much as a question. The gray light of the storm drew nearer, and the smell of rain and salt hit my nostrils. Another ship with white sails vanished into the storm, and we sailed under the pointed teeth that marked the mouth of Islanda Nylar. And then the sky unleashed its fury on us. Rain that threatened to drown me fell in scattered waterfalls over my head, soaking my bandana in a second. Someone, probably one of Vulcan's crew members, handed me a sword before moving on and growling something at Elias, and he took a weapon as well. The wind howled in my ears, and the ship lurched from side to side as the waves threatened to swallow us. My heart hammered. How could anyone train in this, let alone fight? I had never thrown a grappling hook before, and had never slid down one. I eyed the cutlass in my hands, wondering what Vulcan would do to us if we didn't win against our opponents today. Curtains of rain closed around Islanda Nylar, and the ship lurched again, throwing me forward. My boots slid on the wood, as I found myself looking down at the blades of the ocean. "Back!" Elias shouted, seizing my tunic. My magic flared, but he pulled me to the wall of what I guessed were the captain's quarters, and we slammed into a porthole, as the younger Vulcan leaned on the railing, watching us with a sneer. "Let go of me," I shouted at Elias. He had my clothes, but if he touched skin. I pulled away for more than one reason. "Get ready," Elias shouted, releasing me. He needed to stop being nice. I nodded, stepping away and breathing out tension. And then the older Vulcan shouted orders as his first mate vanished up toward the bow, and the ship lurched again as a chain screamed against wood. The anchor was dropping, and I saw why. We were stopping next to the ship with the white sails, and it appeared from the rain as other recruits climbed the masts and the rigging, preparing to throw their hooks and board. We had to do the same. Our group needed to win. "This way," Elias said, waving me to the mainmast. We climbed the steps of the forecastle, and then scrambled up the ladder, and Elias went first, rising into the storm, struggling to keep his boots on the rails. I followed, climbing with both hands as I tucked the rope and the hook in my belt. It dug into my flesh, and I was sure it drew blood as I climbed higher and higher, the wind sucking the breath from my lungs. Water splashed into my eyes from Elias's climb and from the driving rain, but I blinked away the blurriness and rejoined the gray, dark world. The black sails flapped around me, and the deck and skeletons spread out below as Vulcan's crew gathered, watching us all cling to masts and rigging like terrified monkeys. And I realized that all the ships had stopped in a row. We were fighting each other. Shouted orders mixed with the storm. "We can't wait," Elias said above me, throwing his grappling hook. "If they get over here first, we get punished." It flew, and I realized he had a good hand as it landed on the forecastle of the neighboring ship. He moved his hands to slide down the rope, but just as he grasped it, the ship lurched again and he slid down the mast and the ladder, banging his entire body against the rungs. Oomph! He crashed into me, and we both went down a few rungs. I seized the ladder with both hands, holding on as hard as I could, bearing Elias's weight and praying his skin did not contact mine. I was sickly ice. He sat on my shoulders. His legs seized my chest, and I could barely breathe as his boots impaled my ribs. Icy tingles and daggers went crazy under my skin, reacting to the danger and the fall below. No. Not again. If I grabbed onto Elias. Control it. Kale's voice rose inside me even as Elias fell further over my back. He seized my shoulders with his hands, his grip inching closer to my bare neck. I caught my breath and held on, keeping us both on the ladder with my strength, and the laughter of the cruel crew below made me grit my teeth. Elias was close to death. He would just have to touch the tiniest part of my exposed skin. Nar, I've got you. Grab on. Zamila extended her hand as I grabbed the edge of the sinkhole, not sure why I was cold or tingling. The garden buzzed around her as I dug my fingernails into the soft ground, and my childhood friend reached out and took my arm. My deathly magic intensified into an explosion at the memory that I could not stop. Instinct took over. Let go. I shook my shoulder, and Elias fell 15 feet to the deck. He grunted as he landed with a thud, and Vulgan's crew exploded with laughter. The tingles died as the danger passed. What had I done? I was free. Climb, Kale said. I did. I had saved Elias's life. And then I positioned my grappling hook as I faced the other ship. Already, 2 recruits slid down the ropes, holding onto them like beetles as they slid downward. Crew members on the other side fired shots into the air, simulating what a battle might sound like. I threw my hook, which I realized was already attached to the mast above. It sailed thanks to my strength and fear, and landed right on the railing of the other ship's forecastle. My aim had been perfect. Up, slug! Vulgan shouted at Elias below. I couldn't go back for him. I grabbed the soggy rope, wrapping my legs around it as I saw others doing, and I slid downward, my sword hanging off my belt, and across the raging water below. Rain pelted me harder now that I was outside the tiny shelter of the sails, and more gunshots went off to scare me. Shouting rang everywhere along the row of ships. At last, I landed on the other ship, palms burning. And I stood as a large guy in a faded red bandana charged me with a roar. My deathly magic filled me, and I lifted my cutlass to see the hated faint glow around the blade. No, I did not want to kill this guy. But instinct took over, and I raised my blade to meet his as it came down. We collided. I held my blade up against his, and he grit his teeth as shock hit and his eyes widened. He had not expected a skinny girl to stand up against him like this. Get back! I shouted in warning. One slip and I would end his life. I could summon my magic better now, but I still could not keep it back. I could kill this young man just as I had killed my first friend. No, no, no. What in the sun and moon? He shouted, bringing his sword back. Then he stepped back to get another blow, and my mind sharpened. Every detail sprang to life, and with another blast of wind, the details of the new ship sharpened around me. Other fights happened as recruits knocked each other down, and the crew of this ship stood back and let us do the battling. The big guy eyed me in fear as I kept my sword up, warning him to stay back. Control it. Call it back. I swallowed. Think of happiness. But the big guy, determined not to lose his honor, charged me. And just as I stepped out of the way, 3 gunshots went off in fast succession and the big guy stopped. In fact, all the recruits stopped. Stand down, the captain of the white ship shouted, marching towards where recruits pulled away from each other. I realized it was Lillian's companion from the test at the flooded caves. Training completed. Training completed. They were the most beautiful words I could hear at that moment. Even the rain, as if disappointed that I had killed no one today, lightened a bit, and I could breathe as the wind calmed just enough to subject me to a downpour coming from just one direction. Lillian's companion, what was his name again, eyed his recruits with disgust and spat on the deck. Disgraceful. Then he eyed where Vulgan must stand on his own ship. You scrub my deck clean when we dock, and you do not eat until the task is completed. The big guy eyed me with disgust but also a twinge of fear. Yes, Captain. I looked around at the other recruits who had boarded Vulgan's ship. They panted for breath, lowering their swords. Vulgan's reputation had propelled us to win, and I understood why Shoskan kept him around. Only 2 of our recruits remained on Vulgan's ship, including Elias, who stood at attention near the railing. Vulgan's crew had gathered near him and another young man who hadn't made it across the ropes. My skin prickled. Vulgan stared not at those who hadn't performed during training, but right at me. I had made it across, and my magic had made my sword glow. Now that I was off Vulgan's ship and away from all the skeletons, my magic calmed. "Return to your ships and to dock," Lillian's companion shouted. Then he turned to the big guy. "You had better clean quickly. My crew set sail at nightfall." It was a threat, but one I would have preferred to the other. Planks lowered across decks, and I followed the other recruits back onto Vulgan's ship as the other crew readied their vessel to return to dock. Clearly, the captains did not want to linger out here among each other. Mocha had told me some of them were enemies. Did the truce still stand this far from Islanda Nylar? I could barely see the island through the curtains of rain. The white ship pulled away, as did the yellow one on the other side of us, the second I was on Vulgan's deck. My heart thudded. Yes. The other ships were going ahead to turn around. We were staying still. Sails flapped and the ragged crew waited. And Elias faced the deck. I had gotten him in trouble by saving his life, but I couldn't dare to say that now. If I did, I would get him into even deeper danger.
Pathetic.
"All of you," Vulgan said, lingering on me as we recruits stood in a line at attention in the rain. He paced before us, black boots clicking the ground. Even his boots, I noticed, had metal skulls on them. I would have expected someone with deathly magic to be more effective. "Tell me, why was that slob still standing?" He stopped before me and stared into my soul. And my magic sprang back to life, begging for use. But Vulgan stayed 5 feet back and out of my grasp, and his younger brother, I noticed, held a pistol. If I tried anything, I would die. I did not have time to kill him, I stated, leaving it there. The training ended. And as he stood there staring at me, I shuddered. And he smiled. "Perhaps you need a reminder as to what happens when you do not perform," Vulgan said slowly. People sucked in breaths. But we won. But I stayed still, sensing I had no room to argue my case. I had with Zeb, and someone had died because he wanted revenge. No. Multiple people had died, leading up to Bells. "Your crewmates suffer," Vulgan continued. Then he snapped his fingers at 2 of his crewmen, both scarred to the point where they barely looked human. Tattoos covered their arms, or were those brands? Yes. Skull-shaped brands burned into their bare sunburned arms. It was an act so savage that even the nobles didn't do it to slaves anymore. "Bring that slug to me," Vulgan ordered, pointing at Elias. They seized Elias. And the deck seemed to fall out from under me. Elias said nothing. He stood tall, waiting for his punishment. A punishment that I deserved. Cameron Vulgan smiled, revealing missing teeth, and I knew he'd seen Elias and me speaking. I had doomed him the moment I stood beside him. I'd kept my magic inside, but I still spread death and suffering. It was my nature. "But I'm the one who failed," I said, my voice ringing across the deck. Vulgan's eyes widened, and I knew I had given him the last response he expected. What would Kale have done? Mocha. Just. Kale would stop this right now. Therefore, I should take the punishment, I continued. Vulgan's crew muttered as Elias eyed me, eyes pleading. He was terrified. Vulgan would dish out more than a simple whipping. And if Vulgan died, I sensed even his crew might not mourn him. My magic breathed. Come closer. But the wicked captain stayed away. Ah, so you are noble, Vulgan said. A poor quality for a pirate. Or a certain pirate king's son, I should say. He turned to his crew as some of them laughed. Grab the ropes. Today, we show these slugs the art of keel hauling. Elias gasped and his terror infected me, as crew members strapped iron weights to his ankles and then bound a rope tightly around his shins. No one spoke. Only a terrified silence held the line of recruits as they dragged Elias with surprising speed to the railing of the ship. Were they going to drag him along the ship and make him float in the water? "What are you going to do?" I asked, trying to stall. "How many times, Captain?" a scarred man asked. He sounded 20 years younger than he looked, as if this scarred bag of flesh had only been a member of Vulgan's crew for a few years. I swallowed as Elias lingered near the edge, and the crew took the long ropes attached to his shins and threw them off the bow. Then they looped them under the ship, meeting resistance in many places, until the ropes pulled at Elias from over the railing. And with horror, I understood what was going to happen. They were going to drag him under the ship, where there would be splintered wood, barnacles, nails, and maybe worse. "Twice," Vulgan said. "He shall be an example, and if he survives, he will bear the marks of this girl's failure for life." No one stood up for Elias. Vulgan eyed me again, waiting for me to do something as he paced away from me. His younger brother kept his pistol in his hand, daring me to move. "Islanda Nylar has a truce. No fighting or killing," I shouted. And to my horror, the crew laughed. Vulgan just gave me a nasty smile. "We are not on Islanda Nylar. Welcome to the open seas." And then his crew all laughed. The scarred young man shoved Elias off the edge. He cried out before a splash swallowed the sound, and Vulgan motioned for the crew with the ropes to pull. And they did, dragging Elias under the bottom of the ship. I held my breath along with him, shaking and not daring to breathe as my lungs burned. Just as his would. And when he surfaced, they dragged him up by his ankles and dropped him on the deck like a caught fish. Elias panted for air and groaned in pain, and the cuts on his open flesh bled and drew gasps from my row. He looked as if a giant had rubbed him against jagged boulders. "Again," Vulgan ordered. "No," I said as they threw him back off the side. My magic flared, but I kept my hands behind my back, hiding it, not wanting to have the slightest thing in common with this beast in front of me or his brother. Time seemed to stop as the rain drove down as if crying for Elias, and as it did, I hated myself with more loathing than I ever had. Chapter 22. At last, Vulgan had his crew set sail for the cave entrance. We were the last ship outside of the island. Elias laid on the deck, groaning in pain as he bled from 100 cuts. Why had Vulgan punished him in my place? Yes, he had fallen, but I had thrown him off to spare him what would have been a short instant death. Now he might suffer much worse. I wouldn't leave him. My heart pounded as I watched. I didn't dare to touch him. My magic refused to die on Vulgan's ship. Elias lay against the mast, covered in so many cuts that I wondered if his body would hold in his blood for much longer. The rest of the crew and the other recruits ignored him, and my magic screamed through me, angry and seeking revenge. But Vulgan now stood behind the wheel, watching the navigator steer under the teeth of Islanda Nylar. The rain finally stopped, blocked by the stone above. What would I tell Mocha and Jez? Kale. He hadn't seen this horror. "Elias," I said. "It hurt," he muttered. "I didn't mean." "You did what you had to. There is no mercy here." He turned one eye up to me, and I realized that he had a cut that had come very close to gouging it out. I could barely look. Death was one thing. Mutilation was another. He didn't blame me, but I sure had no mercy on myself. Perhaps I did belong with Vulgan's crew. We finally docked, the last ship inside the cave, and recruits already scrubbed decks and moved crates as part of their daily punishment. Others patched sails and still others hauled ropes. I breathed out, forcing my heart to stop racing. Only then could I help Elias. Elias forced himself to stand and I exited the ship. Only then did my magic die. I offered my arm as soon as Vulgan's crew scattered, seemingly just as eager to get off the ship as the recruits. Elias slowly lifted it, wincing as he did. Without help, infection might take him. "It's safe now," I said. "I have deathly magic, and I threw you off so it wouldn't kill you." He fell onto my shoulder, and I hurried from the ramp with Elias, who dragged his feet and seethed from his cuts. I could smell his blood. His pain. I would not let him die. "Nar!" Mocha shouted, running up the dock at me. Her bandana was torn, spilling some of her dark curly hair, but otherwise she was fine. Jez, however, had a gash on his arm that he didn't dare let slow him. "He's hurt." "There's an apothecary," I said. "I heard about one when I first got here. One of the slave women got sent to work there." Jez took Elias's other arm and we moved quicker. "What did Vulcan do?" Mocha asked as soon as we had reached the mouth of the smaller cave, leaving the ships behind. Elias seethed again. More blood dripped to the stone floor. He might bleed out before he got help. Hatred for Vulcan and his beaten crew seethed through me as Elias went quiet, and I feared he was going into shock. "Later." "Hurry," I said as Mocha motioned us up the steps. Elias's feet dragged along them as we turned away from the dining hall, and the noise coming out from other recruits who had escaped to lunch. More blood soaked his sleeves, and I prayed that Mocha had figured out where the apothecary even was. We climbed stairwell after stairwell, and at last we exited the cave and into a bamboo longhouse that seemed to sit on top of the island, judging from the breeze and the gray that came through the open windows. No rain got in thanks to the thick thatching overhead, but 2 slave women in brown collected rainwater in jugs just outside of the bunkhouse. They were soaked, and one of them was busy. She faced away from me as 3 other women, also in robes, scrambled around in the longhouse along the packed dirt floor. However, they didn't wear the brown of servitude that Beezy had, but instead wore flowing green robes that belonged on nobles. The apothecaries. And as I forced myself to focus, I noticed the bubbling cauldrons, pots, and tables scattered around the room. Leaves, berries, and dried herbs filled glass vials, and the exotic smell of potions filled the space. I even spotted some black leaves that might be deathweed, stuffed into a large corked bottle. "Focus, Nar. He needs help," I shouted, stopping everyone in the busy long house. The woman closest to me, a middle-aged beauty with dark hair, stopped, holding a small pot of a purple liquid. Dizziness threatened to overtake me as I smelled it. I knew that nobles used concoctions like this to fall unconscious for surgeries, or to treat infections, or even to enhance their magic. I had never been so close to these fluids made from the plants of the gods. The leader woman snapped her fingers even as she held onto the pot, and she placed it carefully on a nearby wooden table.
"Everyone.
We have a patient." Then she narrowed her eyes. "Vulcan." The other 2 apothecaries rushed to Elias's aid, no shock registering over their faces, and they pulled him toward a small row of beds on the other side of the house as the rain continued to beat on the thatch above. He groaned as they lowered him onto the bed and assaulted him with bandages and a bowl of white liquid, which they poured into his mouth. His groans stopped, and Elias settled into a sleep as the 3 green-robed ladies went to work removing his tunic and then his trousers, Mocha said, watching with no expression. I took her arm and turned her away, though I knew she'd seen more intimate things before. But I didn't want to let her know that Jez had told me of her past.
And besides,
"Nar," Beezy said with a smile. She stood there just inside the door, a jug of water in her hands. The other young woman, the slave from the Pomo, stood beside her, also with a jug in hand. They were collecting rainwater for the apothecaries. The ladies behind us whispered as relief coursed through me, both for Beezy and for Elias. I had gotten through today without killing anyone, and Beezy had somehow elevated from kitchen work to serving these ladies. "How did you get here?" I asked in wonder. "Ellie, the head of the kitchen, moved me this morning," Beezy explained. "Why?" I asked. Something strange was going on, and I moved away from Jez and Mocha, who waited in the middle of the room like they weren't sure what to do. "She said someone recommended that I move here," Beezy whispered in my ear. "Also, I'm sorry that I told you to go away last night. I've been fine. You do not have to check on me so much. The work here is almost enjoyable." I could barely focus. Kale. Had he gotten Beezy moved? Why would he do that? It wasn't as if he liked me, or wanted to help.
Only he did.
But he was still the son of the Pirate King, and he had boots to fill. And I was the only recruit here with deathly magic.
"Enjoyable?"
I whispered. "We're still trapped. I could not abandon my duty now." If anything happened to Beezy. Yes, Beezy agreed after a pause. They're wrapping him in what looks like a shroud, Mocha remarked behind me, and I remembered that she and Jiz stood behind me. They weren't paying attention to me, and I doubted Beezy had yet seen the horror. She was oblivious. I seized her arms as the other slave woman went off to complete some other task. Beezy, the worst person I've ever met, is here. His punishment nearly killed this young man back here, and I'm not sure he'll make it, I said. The worried whispers of the apothecaries met my ears. Yes, this was grave. I still have enemies who would like to see us both punished like that. She nodded and frowned. I know. I've heard them. And one of them could be Kale, I said. Could she find out for me? Kale. Not him, Beezy said, eyes widening. He sent the letter to Ellie. He got me out of the kitchens. Of course, her judgment would cloud if Kale had gotten her a better position. Perhaps he was obnoxious and manipulative. He wanted me indebted to him. And I still had to train with him today. Right. Beezy, he might be trying to get me on his father's crew, I admitted. Out. The head apothecary stormed toward us, and I whirled to see her moving her hands apart. Jez and Mocha obliged, almost running into tables, and she glowered at me with no thanks in her eyes. Everyone needs to get out of my hut, except for my servants. I have a patient who needs full attention. Is he going to live? I asked, chest tightening. We do not know, the apothecary said, lowering her voice so that Elias could not hear. Leave my hut, immediately. This was a woman who feared nothing. Go. I'm doing fine, Beezy whispered. The three of us left, and I had to turn my back on Beezy and head back down the steps in the floor and into the caves. And at the bottom of the stairwell stood Kale himself, standing at attention as he watched us descend. Nar, he said with a nod after looking over Mocha and Jez. I heard about what happened. We need to continue training as soon as you have eaten. It's not good that you didn't use your powers in front of Vulcan. And then he took my arm, tugging me down the next flight of steps. Unfortunately, he had heightened strength just as I did, and I could not pull away. What are you doing? I was not going to kill Elias. Kale stopped in the stairwell, next to a flickering lantern. His jeweled sword shone in the light, but his face was pale and his eyes wide. That is why you need to train some more. Eventually, you may learn to avoid killing when you do not desire it. May? I asked. What are you doing? Mocha asked behind me. In case you haven't noticed, Vulcan threatened your friend, Kale said to her. She must train harder. Why? Jez puffed up, his voice suddenly low and dangerous. Gone was the gentle giant. What barreled down the steps was the reason the brothel had used him as a guard, and the reason that Mocha had escaped the worst. Kale stopped and loosened his grasp. He had no water to command here. Jez stopped just 2 feet from us, breathing down Kale's chest. He was defending me. To avoid falling into Vulcan's grasp, Kale said, struggling to keep his voice level. I assume you just saw his savagery. Jez nodded. Why do you care? It was a legitimate question. Why did he care? Kale swallowed. The air thickened, and I wanted to get out of here, but curiosity got the better of me. Despite his loosened grasp that I could easily break, I waited as he hardened his expression and leaned close to Jez. I'm here because Vulcan is dangerous. Then kill him, I blurted. Surprisingly, I could not, though I wanted to. Kale snapped his gaze to me, frustration dancing in his brilliant blue eyes. Vulcan is careful. He rules by the whip and by terror. His crew would do anything to avoid being his next victim. Even I cannot kill while on Islanda Nylar, and besides, he has already set sail and likely won't return for days or weeks. Then Kale appeared to think, and a sly smile followed. Perhaps you should learn to kill more effectively. Perhaps you could learn how to kill Vulcan. Ah. He was dangling bait in front of me, and had already put a shackle around my ankle by moving Beezy into what might be the best job a slave could have on this island. Apothecaries had light work, and slaves would have even lighter duties. And how he had to dangle bait, too. After today, I wanted to kill Captain Vulcan more than ever, and if I could find a way to get away with it, I could more easily escape the island. And take revenge, for Elias's sake. After that, I could take Beezy with me. Again. I was going to grab the bait. Fine, I said. Then we train as soon as I am done eating. Chapter 23. The next few weeks were quieter, despite all that had happened on my first days at Islanda Nylar. I checked on Beezy and Elias every day, sneaking up to the apothecary's house before breakfast or just after training, and found her busy moving supplies around the building, attending to cauldrons, and stirring hot liquids. I stayed back in the stairwell, climbing it only high enough to see the side of her head and the fact that she seemed okay working among these other women. They talked about Elias in hushed whispers, uttering about infections, scars, and poultices. They talked about changing his dressings every few hours. About airing out wounds. Keeping them wet when not. The entire time Elias groaned. I feared he'd never get up again. During my secret visits, I learned that the head apothecary's name was Rosalind, and that she didn't yell at the other women too much, not even the slaves. In fact, she spoke in a low voice, unless ordering recruits and full pirates out of the longhouse, which appeared to serve both. Sometimes other patients wandered up. She talked about the difficulty of regrowing eyes, needing rare ingredients to make skin close, and working on a cure for death's weed poisoning. Rosalind took no lip from any of the pirates who stumbled up into the bunkhouse, and she guarded the other women well. Beezy and I couldn't dare to talk under the watchful eye of Rosalind. We glimpsed each other twice that week, and her look told me that she had heard nothing about Kale or anyone else. And now that we were separate again, she'd gone back to her old, mostly silent self. Maybe Kale had brought her up here so she couldn't spy on him. We did everything we could for Elias, Mocha said in the dining hall near the end of the week. She rubbed a huge bruise she'd gotten during training yesterday. There's nothing else. He'll either heal or he won't. But I doubt he'll be in fighting shape for a long time. I can't stop thinking about it. She wanted me to let it go, just as she had let go of Bells in the caves. I should, as I had only known Elias for minutes. But I couldn't. My friend works in the apothecary, I told them. I keep her secret because of Pecha. Jez nodded. They knew she'd come off the ship with me. I had told them that much, but I didn't trust anyone else around us not to carry that information to Pecha, including Rosalind. It was luck that she had focused on Elias and not me, after Vulcan's vicious punishment. And Vulcan. He had vanished, along with his younger brother. I did not see either, or any of his crew, as training continued over the next week or the next. Of course I only paired off with Malek and his friend, as I could not kill them, but to my shock Pecha avoided me. Many of the full pirates I'd seen around the island seemed to rotate out, with only Lillian staying full-time to train us with her sour expression. Pirates wouldn't want to stay on land for long, of course. They had sailing and plundering to do, especially when their gold ran out. That was good, although one other captain stayed on Islanda Nylar. Kale. He always seemed to be around even when I attended my regular training sessions, which happened at different times each day, and always got announced with gunshots from Lillian's pistol. I was sore at the end of each day and hungry, but as the days went past my muscles strengthened and the soreness faded. With Mocha and Jez, we had to learn how to quickly climb rigging, ladders, and of course, how to swim. Lillian barked orders at us and made us scrub the decks of her ship, the Draken, although I was sure she hadn't sailed it in ages. She was especially hard on the young men, singling them out for outhouse duty after training. She would often hold Jez back for additional chores while Mocha and I got freed for the day, and he'd finally arrive in the dining hall, 2 hours after almost everyone else had finished eating. Lillian was bitter. Someone ruined her life, Jez muttered more than once. And of course, Pecha continued to glare at me, even as she backed off for the most part and left me alone during our sword fighting and shooting practices. But she wasn't my main concern. I kept watching the ocean for any signs of the ship with the black sails, because it seemed that Vulcan owned the only one. And ships came and went every day, carrying plunder from unlucky merchants who hadn't paid for safe passage. Not all merchants kept slaves, and the less wealthy they were, the more likely they'd fall to pirates. The nobles, of course, usually avoided attacks. And the one time one got unlucky, so did I. Either way, I hoped not too many of them met Vulcan. I doubted he took prisoners. But Kale kept me from thinking too much. After what I'd seen Vulcan do to Elias, who still had not come down to rejoin us, I put my full strength into my training with Kale. We had moved on to fighting one another, and Kale did not hold back with swords as we parried in the jungle clearing. Neither did I. My magic did not work on him, as he had the blood of the gods, just as it did not work on Pecha or Beezy. One night, Kale had me run through the jungle as he fired shots at me and forced me to dodge. That training was not fun, and I was breaking a horrible sweat as leaves and vines slapped me in the face and hindered my progress. What does this have to do with my magic? I shouted as I reached the end of the course. Kale caught up with me, loading more powder into his pistol. There is more to being a pirate than simply using your magic, Nar. That is not my intent here. Despite telling me that he was on my side and trying to help me escape, Kale kept reminding me that I still had to train to be a pirate. And that kept me from putting any trust in him. It must be, until you pass the test of bravery. You must pretend, Nar, and pretend well. He let the paper funnel drain into his pistol. I continued to lean at the edge of the jungle and caught my breath. With no wind tonight, the insects had gathered around to feed on my misery. My legs shook. And I will get off the island, right? Do you have a plan for that, because the test of bravery is less than 1 moon from now? Yes. That is exactly 22 days from now, Kale said slowly as if I were dense. We are working on your senses, as every rogue of the seas will require them to survive. And I want to tell you that it is good that you are fighting with Malek and the other young man during your trainings. In real life, you will need to fight against those who outmatch your physical size. You tend to use your wits and your speed, which is excellent. There he was again. I caught my breath and straightened. You don't want me to escape, do you? You merely want to please your father. Kale flinched. If there was one painful point he had, it was his father, and I spent my training sessions insinuating very strongly that he was a daddy's boy. And after being on Vulcan's ship, I knew the other pirates thought the same. It kept a nice chasm in between us. Kale couldn't cross it, and it kept my traitorous feelings in check. I'd seen Kale watching my training sessions more than once from the tree line or from the shore, and I was sure he'd followed me up to the apothecary's house more than once, staying in the shadows. It is more complicated than that, he said. I am sure it is, I said. The other pirates laugh at you, you know. He flinched again. Every time he told me I'd be a pirate, I would remind him of this. And over the past 2 or 3 weeks, we had a stalemate. Kale said. Do you wish to be on Vulcan's crew? I do not wish to be on any crew. I am trying to help you. He spoke as if I were a moron again. Vulcan is dangerous. If he chooses you after your test, then you will not escape. You've seen how Vulcan rules. He will destroy everyone you care about, to prevent you from going. I had to tell Kale. Vulcan tried very hard to make me show my magic during that training exercise. I wonder if he hurt Elias to make me bring it to life. Kale, to my shock, nodded instead of talking down to me. Yes. I believe he did that as well. It's about time we have a real conversation and stop cutting each other's heads off. I nearly dropped my sword, which I had used to cut through vines to the tune of gunshots. I agree, I said, watching Kale in the darkness. The moonlight was faint tonight, but enough to illuminate his skin. He almost glowed on the trail, looking as if he had come down from the stars themselves. Nar, stop it. Vulcan, Kale said, digging his pointed boot into the sand, usually takes those who other captains will not take. That is why you need to perform. But if he is trying to get you to show your magic to him, then perhaps he wishes to take another approach. This could mean that he is interested in you, Nar. I paused there, staring at him, and then I dropped my sword. You're saying that if I do show my magic and perform well, that he will want me on his crew anyway? I let my voice rise, mainly because Kale made sense. Vulcan loved death. And I had the type of magic that he likely revered. Kale hesitated before he nodded. I cannot see into his thoughts, but after you just described his actions, I am afraid that may be his goal. So damned if I do and damned if I don't. I advanced on Kale, both loving and hating the fact that he backed away a few paces. I don't know yet, he said, holding up his hands to stop me. I stopped. So this is your speculation. But a horrible dark feeling spun in my gut, as if my deathly magic had rebelled and turned on me. Does Vulcan worship Nyla? I'd heard mutterings before of cults who lived alone and distrusted all outsiders, who dedicated their lives to the 10 ruling gods. Those who joined them never came out again. Kale swallowed. He might. That is the rumor. Worship of Nyla, it's forbidden, as she betrayed the other gods, hid their treasure and caused their downfall. No one knows where Vulcan goes sometimes. No one will dare to ask. I am well aware of that, and that I am also forbidden, I said, hating that he reminded me of my situation. I hated my parents, whoever they were, for giving me this heritage. Here you are not forbidden, Kale said. I know that you do not want to be a pirate. Now he changed his tone. I stared at him. You finally realize that? I have, all along, but whenever we pirates find a slave with the blood of the gods, they are to come to Islanda Nylar. That is the pirate code, Kale said. I of all people cannot go against it. It is ancient, and has kept us in control of the seas for millennia. Still a daddy's boy, I said, but I could not push the strength and sarcasm into my words. Kale had shown another side of himself during the last few minutes. Perhaps I was being a jerk to him. Perhaps I was a jerk, period. We stared at each other. And Kale nodded. I must be. Nar, you cannot give up. You can still be chosen by another captain. Any other captain. Impress them and your chances will be good. Vulcan will be up against incredible competition. And then you will have some chance at escape. You can help me, I said. I am, and you are making it difficult, Kale said. But your training is going well. I think even Lillian respects you. It's grudging respect, but that is all you will get out of her. She does have a soft spot for women who manage to make it on the seas. I wasn't going to ask about Lillian's history right now. The test of bravery was in 22 days, and the captains would choose their recruits shortly after that. And Kale had brought up a thought that had lived in the shadows, slowly tormenting me over the past weeks. I know I am, but I am in a tense situation and my adopted sister is still here, I said. Should I thank Kale for getting her moved? He had never mentioned it. No, I could not let my strange feelings betray me. My magic had already done that. My loyalty was to Beezy. Yes, Kale said with a nod. She has been fortunate so far. Why don't you get some rest? Tomorrow is a leisure day. Ah. I remembered. All recruits got 1 per week to sleep, fish, read or write. Even full pirates needed rest after all. Kale waited for me to say something. My mind refused to work. I would not fall for him, even if he was incredibly handsome. I will do that, I said, sounding final. Kale slowly turned away, and I watched as he waved and headed back into the cave entrance. The lantern flickered as he passed under it, leaving me there to collect my sword and go back to the east bunkhouse. I blinked, watching Kale vanish into the cave. I should just let him go, but he nagged at me in a million ways. I could not solve the puzzle of Kale, and as much as I wanted to dismiss him as a pompous son of the pirate king, I could not. But perhaps I could give him the same treatment he had given me. I could find out his true intents. So quietly I removed my boots and followed, my bare feet making no sound as I entered the caves. Chapter 24. Kale progressed downward through the caves as I followed, barefooted and with my sword hanging on my hip. He had never collected it back from me, and I was not supposed to carry it yet, but I doubted that anyone would stop me. Kale took the narrower tunnels, the ones that led away from the dining hall where I knew some recruits would be enjoying some rum. But I continued to follow Kale as he walked down 2 stairwells, and ultimately entered a corridor with hanging lanterns and wooden supports. And I realized that he was going to Captain Shoskan's study. Kale had to report to the Pirate King. I hadn't seen him since surviving my first test. He must set sail often. Unlike the nobles, the Pirate King would be out with the others, fighting and killing. I emerged in the wide corridor, and it was empty at this hour except for Kale, who knocked on the wooden door with his back to me. I hung back in the stairwell, knowing the large lanterns could give me away, and I listened as Shoskan boomed, "Enter." Kale did, and the door slammed shut behind him with a thick final thud. What was he discussing? Was he in trouble? Something bad could be happening to Kale. I had been in the presence of Shoskan for only a few minutes before, and he frightened everyone, including his son. Slowly, I crept to the door, eyeing the shadows between all the alcoves. No one waited in ambush. "Father, you must understand how important it is for me to tutor Nar," Kale was saying. His voice sounded muffled coming through the door. "You are a pirate, Kallen," Shoskan boomed. "Not a teacher. Your place is on the seas. Other captains are outperforming you. You have a reputation to uphold as my son." I tensed. Yes. Daddy was angry. I thought back to Vulgan's crew and how they laughed at Kale. And I almost pitied him. He was not in a good position. Kale paused before speaking again. "You instructed me to bring Nar's powers to the forefront, and that is what I have done. I came here to report her progress to you." "Do so." Zero patience lived in Shoskan's words. I swallowed. How was Kale supposed to win? His father had told him to train me, and he had. I could fight now. Shoot, use a sword and maneuver through both land and sea. Maybe I would pass the test of bravery and impress someone other than Vulgan. Using my magic had gotten easier, though I still needed to work on not using my magic. "Nar's magic is effective and deadly," Kale said. "She is coming along well. On the seas, she will be an asset to any captain who chooses her. She will bring treasure and wealth to Islanda Nylar. However, I must ensure she does not get chosen by those who may wish to undermine us." I let out a breath. Kale truly did want to make sure that I did not end up on Vulgan's crew. "You overestimate that buffoon," Shoskan said, voice rising. "Yemen and his powerless cult are too certain of themselves. He has his flaws. If Nar is truly performing the way you tell me, then someone else will choose her before he has the chance. Vulgan is banished from participating in the test of bravery. He can only choose Nar if she fails and no other captain does." Cult? He did worship Nyla then. I gulped, hating the connection to him. "But he has been watching. Trying to make Nar use her powers," Kale protested. "He must have a plan. We know he has hatred for the Shoskan family. Vulgan is small. It is best to let him think he is powerful," the Pirate King said. "He has no magic. Not a trace in his veins. That makes him vicious." Kale dared to raise his own voice. "He is a pirate," Shoskan growled. "Are you?" "Yes, father. Of course I am." I cringed. Shoskan was acting impossible. I'd met men like him. They enjoyed their power, and the frustration and pain it brought to those below them. "If she is coming along, you must return to the open seas. Displease me and I will give your ship to Bork." "Yes, father." Kale spoke quickly, barely containing his rage. "And Vulgan is flawed. Remember. We will not allow him to choose her. I will attend the test of bravery this moon. If she performs well, you will be rewarded." I grabbed the wooden support and dug my fingernails into it. The Pirate King would be there. And did this mean he would? I know that you will, Kale said. I will leave for the open seas very soon. I peeled myself from the wall, unable to catch my breath. My worst suspicions were true. Kale was training me so that I would end up on his father's crew. And from that, I would never have an escape. I shoved away from the wall and stormed back down the cave's corridor, not looking back at the heavy wooden doors. Walking up the vast steps, I headed into darkness, where only a few lanterns flickered. Laughter and chatter floated down the corridor, and two figures ahead vanished around a corner and into the shadows. I stopped there, breathing heavily, my magic flaring and just daring someone to come along and give me a hard time. Thankfully, my black bandana warned the pirates not to harass me, and so long as Pecha wasn't around, I'd be safe. Kale would likely walk up this way when he left his father's study, unless he wanted to go back out into the jungle or swim through the flooded caves. I thought of the skeleton again and shuddered. I was glad that Vulcan hadn't seen me animating it. Stupid, I told myself, quaking. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why had I allowed myself to enjoy the trainings with Kale? Why had I even been attracted to him? He walked up the steps, a dark figure against the well-lit corridor below. Kale. I almost wanted to kill him, despite his situation, but I had almost no chance of doing that, so I stepped out of the shadows instead. You were trying to get me on your father's crew after all, I said, keeping my voice low. Shouting here was a bad idea, so I stuck with my angriest growl. You trained me to impress him. You must be insecure. Kale stopped in shock and flinched, taken back. The jewels on his sword glimmered in the faint light as he seized the handle, but once he saw that I stood there, he released it. Kale was afraid of something then, maybe even Vulcan himself. Nar, he said. You were listening to us. I saw no point in lying. Yes. I have the right to know my fate. I advanced, hating that Kale had that perfect chin and eyebrows, and that he had an infectious smile even when he was being obnoxious. He swallowed. I waited for him to explode at me, maybe even summon water out of the cave walls to drown me, but instead, he removed his black hat and rubbed his hand through his hair. Ah, why did that have to be attractive too? I am the son of the Pirate King, he said, as if that should excuse his behavior. And I am tired of people trying to use me, I said, raising my hand to slap him. Kale just eyed my hand and remained still. Go ahead. I deserve it. And he grinned, daring me. I didn't. He wanted me to hit him. Unbelievable. But something about his stare softened the anger inside and made the tingles of death calm themselves. It wasn't as if I could do anything to him. And he might get me punished if I slapped him. I couldn't read him, and that infuriated me. Beezy might have the ability, but she was trapped in the apothecary's house, still a slave. Do it, Kale said. Or do you realize we're evenly matched? Evenly guilty when it comes to deception. I swallowed and slowly lowered my hand. Yes. We were evenly guilty here. And then Kale smiled in victory. So, you come around. I raised my hand again and he flinched. Okay, Kale said, raising his own hand in surrender. You can win this little battle, Nar. Yes. My father just hinted that he might take you onto his crew to stop Vulcan. But you've jumped to a conclusion. You assume that I knew about it before now. I kept my hand in the air just inches from his face. How do I know that you're not making that up? You don't, Kale admitted, taking one step back. I wouldn't escape from your father's crew either. It was a statement, not a question. I didn't have to ask for the answer. Kale swallowed. No. Likely not. My father never takes recruits at the test of bravery. He is the Pirate King. Nar, I was just as surprised as you. He widened his eyes, punctuating his sentence. In fact, I was coming this way to warn you. He sounded genuine enough for me to lower my hand. Perhaps he used his attitude to cope with his situation too, just as I did mine. No. I would not draw comparisons between us. And Kale might have been an expert at lying. There was more to the art than simply spinning false words. Or were you? I asked. This corridor leads to the rest of Islanda Nylar, and you would have walked this way anyway. I needed Beezy. If I woke her, she'd be able to give me a good perspective on this exchange. Nar, you're frustrating. Kale back to the other wall, nearly hitting a hanging lantern. Of course I am. You brought me here. And you know your father better than anyone else. You knew what kind of magic I have, and you knew captains would be crawling all over me to get me on their crew. You know that I have expectations to fill. I cannot choose my own destiny, Kale snapped. And now I flinched. Kale. Unable to choose. You have no idea what that is really like, I whispered, spitting venom into my voice. Tell me how difficult your life is. Go ahead. Tell me how you've slept in leaking shacks at night, shivering and sick. Tell me how you've picked spices in an open field during the hottest parts of the year, trying not to pass out from the heat. And tell me how you've had to be always on guard, making sure your darkest secrets don't come to light and get you killed. Kale stood there and worked his jaw. The son of the Pirate King had no right to relate to me on that level. Good night, Kale, I said with sarcasm. I suppose I should train harder, so I can get ready to join your father's crew and shackle myself there for life. Nar, he started, but I turned away, wondering if I was making the right choice. Kale would set sail soon, and his father had ordered him to stop training me anyway. We likely wouldn't see each other again. I can, he continued. Good night, I said, cutting him off. I turned a corner, storming down the corridor that eventually led to the apothecary's house. Tears brimmed in my vision, but I would not show them here. Not on Islanda Nylar. And not anywhere. Kale couldn't possibly understand. I quickened my pace, expecting him to follow, but instead he just sighed and muttered under his breath. Continuing, I found the stairwell that led upward to the apothecary's house, which was far from Kale and from Shoskan, who must be making plans on how to use me as his personal killer already. Sighing, A shadow emerged from the darkness of the corridor straight ahead, rushing me with footfalls and a whoosh of air. Chapter 25. My senses sharpened and I reached for my dagger on my belt, but my attacker, who wore a cloth mask that hung from their hat, moved fast. The figure slashed at me with another dagger, one dripping with a foul-smelling black substance. It shone in the lantern light, and I dodged as my training kicked in. My attacker hit the wall, and my magic flared, filling me as they turned and faced me, peering at me through eye holes cut in black cloth. And I realized what it meant. This person wanted murder. They were going to break the rules of Islanda Nylar, and not get caught. Back off, I shouted, raising my own dagger. Already, blackish-green light danced around the blade. Please let that threat be enough. Let them back off. But they lunged, and a second masked figure emerged from the dark, also wielding a knife. Slugs. Instinct took over, the glow around my blade intensified, and I threw my dagger. It spun through the air, carrying my magic, and the second assailant held up an arm to block it, only to have the blade strike, draw blood, and fall to the floor. Magic flared around the second attacker's arm. And then he dropped dead, landing with a thud as the first attacker watched. No. I had killed. Again. I had broken the law. The Pirate King would. But I had a bigger problem. My magic had left, and though I could bring it back quicker than I had before, it wasn't fast enough. Focusing on the dagger brought back a slight tingle, but the first attacker lunged, and I had no weapon. I dodged to the side, raising my foot for a kick, and the blade swept over my tunic sleeve, ripping it and sending a line of pain across my upper arm. Coldness spread from the cut and up my arm, and I lost all sense of my magic as the attacker bolted past me, sheathing the weapon and breaking into a run. They leapt over the second assassin's body and vanished into the dark, as I cradled my arm, unable to believe how cold my arm felt. I could no longer feel my fingers. My shoulder. Everything from that down had turned into a lump of ice, and my arm hung limp at my side. I leaned against the wall, heart thudding. The attacker was gone, but it might not matter. Poison. The dagger had been tipped with. Nar? Kale asked, running up the tunnel with his sword drawn. What? 2 people. They attacked. I was also caught. The first attacker lay dead on the floor, and I let myself slump against the wall. I was going to die right here. That would be better than whatever punishment the Pirate King would dole out for breaking Islanda Nylar's truce. And you killed one, Kale said, rushing to the body. He had no idea I had poison spreading through my arm. I started. Despite my anger, I wanted to tell Kale the truth. Kale cursed as he lifted the mask. It's Zeeb. Zeeb. I hadn't seen him in a while, but I sighed in relief. The biggest threat to Beezy was dead, and at least she wouldn't have to deal with him without me. I suppose I'm dead. Kale whirled and let the mask fall back over Zeeb's face. Nar. I was hoping someone would kill him. I won't let anyone find out. Did he cut you? And to my shock, his face turned to pure anger as he stared at the dead man. He was almost protective. I won't let anyone find out. Poison, I said, struggling to lift my numb arm. I could barely do so. And Kale rushed over, leaving Zeeb's body. Let me see. I was going to die looking at Kale, but maybe that wasn't entirely bad. What about Beezy? She's fine up there. They'll take care of her, Kale said. I mean, you know. I don't think you're going to die from that little cut, Nar. You're tougher than that. He parted the fabric of my tunic and looked closer, taking the lantern from the wall hook to do so. In the side of my vision, his eyes widened. And he looked at the cut, blinking. My whole arm. It's numb, I said. Then Kale moved. Get up to the apothecary. Now. I'll check the area and kill the other attacker before they go too far. Huh. Do it, he said, helping me to stand. Not that I needed it. The numbness had stopped at my arm. You won't die from that, but you might wish you had if we don't fix it. His tone made dread curl in my stomach and killed my attitude. Something was wrong even if I didn't die. Had I lost use of my arm forever? If I had, then I'd never pass the test of bravery. And then. Slugs. I nodded and ran up the steps to the apothecary's house. Kale shuffled down below, and I wondered who he'd summoned to help him hide the body of his own crew member, who I realized he didn't even like. Kale didn't like his own crew. He was the captain. And he was stuck managing them while Borg, his father's friend, watched. Was he trapped too? I focused on those thoughts not on my limp arm, because they were less terrifying than the alternative. Petcha had done this. She had been talking to Zeeb in the shadows this whole time. If anyone wanted me to get stuck on Vulgan's crew, it was her. That had to be her under that mask. If Kale caught her, they'd fight. She hated him, too. Would she hurt him? I barely realized it when I made it to the top of the stairs and entered the bamboo structure that belonged to Rosalind and the other women. No one worked so late, and I looked at the cauldrons, tables, glass bottles, and dim lanterns that barely lit the long structure. I cradled my numb arm, barely able to wiggle my fingers. No one was here except for the sleeping form of Elias, who still wore bandages across his face and body. Even in the dim light, he was pale, with the new scars on his arms pink and angry. I swallowed. He was unlikely to pass the test of bravery after missing so much training, and maybe so was I. Then I noticed. A doorway led to the back of the apothecary's house, and I went through, not caring about the wrath of Rosalind. Beyond, I found living quarters and small windows in the bamboo that looked over the ocean beyond. My eyes slowly adjusted, and I realized that 5 beds, all separated by bamboo dividers, took up the room along with a long table, several chairs, and enough books to make me feel as if I'd stepped into a rustic library. Beezy slept in the first bed closest to the door. She no longer slept in the slave quarters. Beezy, I said. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, and she looked more rested than she ever had. Nar. My arm. I need Rosalind, I said, not wanting to waste time. Could she bring it back? I wiggled my fingers again, and they tingled as they tried to come back to life. I almost wanted to go help Kale, but I'd be no good right now. The one stab had taken the fight from me. Beezy's eyes widened as she looked at my cut, despite it being dark, and I wondered just how good her eyes were. She sprang out of bed, dressed in a gray robe that surpassed her brown dress, and took my arm. "This cut is shallow," she said, "but it doesn't smell right." I hadn't noticed the smell. I could feel my blood leaking out and making my sleeve sticky. The cut stung. It was no worse than any other cut I'd gotten since coming to Islanda Nylar. But I felt better as Beezy looked, using just the pale lantern light from the workshop. "We need Rosalind. There's a dark residue here." Her voice carried worry, and we looked at each other. I told her what happened as quickly as I could, and then she nodded. "I'm glad you killed Zeeb. I've seen him hanging around the corridor just below us too much. I had to hide when he came up to look around. Rosalind and the others were out looking for herbs. He came up here." I shook my lower arm. "Why didn't you tell me? You have too much else to worry about." Despite the poison, my arm was slowly coming back, and I sighed. Maybe I wouldn't lose use of my arm, but potions varied. Some effects took longer or were delayed. Beezy nodded, and she rushed back to wake Rosalind. She was glad I was back. Zeeb had been up here. Even Kale moving her here and using her to indebt me to him hadn't completely protected her. I should have found him and killed him before he got this far, but he had been staying out of my sight lately. The man had been smarter than I thought. Beezy whispered to Rosalind, who slept in the very back and most privileged part of the living quarters, and she rose and rushed at me. "What happened?" I repeated my story, minus me killing Zeeb, but Rosalind seized my arm and did a rough exam of the area. She muttered as I watched the hole in the floor for Kale, but the steps remained dark. He might not return for a while. My heart raced as Beezy and I waited for whatever news she had. "Death weed," Rosalind whispered at last. Then she raised her voice, cracking it like a whip. "Girls. Up. Someone got into the workhouse and stole from our supplies. Death weed. Kale had mentioned it before. It grew in the jungle. It was dangerous and sprang from Nyla's ancient footsteps. And it could block magic." The thought hit me like a massive chunk of ice, and not the magical kind. Zeeb. Petcha. They planned this. They had been lying in wait the entire time. Young women in robes swarmed me, fully awake despite the hour. They held my arm and examined it. Then they rushed me into the work area and turned up the lanterns. One took a cotton cloth and wiped the residue from my arm. I wanted to ask if death weed would kill me or have some other effect other than magical blockage, but I kept my words to myself because Beezy was scrambling around the longhouse gathering supplies as if she had many times before. Elias groaned on his cot in the corner, and I eyed the empty cots as Rosalind shoved me toward it and pushed me into a sitting position. I couldn't resist. I felt weak. Was my divine strength gone as well? My magic gave me my strength. And without it. "Do not move," Rosalind ordered me, and I nodded as Beezy and I made eye contact. Worry filled her pupils before she went back to work. The whole thing felt surreal. I was the one here to worry about her, not the other way around. And now our roles had turned. Beezy was now my protector, and a frustrated, helpless feeling rose in my chest. I balled my fists, feeling like an infant. The poison might have taken my strength too. And it could last for months. The women swirled around me, the 3 apothecaries and the 2 servants, and Rosalind barked orders at everyone else with equal intensity as she surveyed my wound, bringing a lantern and then a candle closer to my cut, which still seethed with ice and weakness. I unclenched my fist, and I realized that my hand worked again, though some of the tingling remained. But the poison had gotten into my body. I hadn't realized how strong I felt until now because before I could lift, jump, and run well, better than most of the men I trained beside. Now I looked at the table behind Rosalind, covered in nothing but glass vials, and I flexed my arm, hating how it trembled. Was this how those without divine blood felt all the time? It was no wonder Lillian relied on her pistol and her voice to order us around. You think this is death weed? I asked Rosalind. I don't think. I know, she said. I've been trying to purge the island of that weed for years. It always grows back. Nyla's magic soaked into the soil a long time ago. She used to walk here, used to have an old temple here where her cultists worshipped her. I don't even want to imagine what the Forbidden Isle is still like. Nyla's footsteps. I had seen them in the water-filled caves, and now she had kicked me again, thanks to Petcha and Zeb. I just hoped that Zeb was meeting her in the underworld now, and she was having her judges place him into the lowest pit. Maybe even the void regions, where the worst souls floated in darkness for eternity, with nothing but silence for company. She had a temple here. I had to distract myself from my other thoughts. No one knows where it is, or if it is more than a rumor. The gods walked in many places, leaving traces behind, Rosalind said, lifting the lantern from my face. I blinked, watching the lights it left behind dance in my eyes. I know that. I squirmed on the cot. Can I use my magic at all?
I need it for the test of bravery.
Without asking, I knew the pirates wouldn't allow me to use this as an excuse. Nar? Elias asked from his bed. No bamboo divider separated us. Rosalind had shoved me onto the bed beside him. We looked at each other. Elias had sat up. His bandage fell over his eye, making him look like a living, shrouded corpse, but he seemed more aware than he had been since getting here. It's me, I said, forcing a smile. How are you feeling? We were both in trouble. Lay back down, Rosalind shouted at him. Elias obeyed. Then Rosalind turned her full attention on me as Beezy lingered behind her, holding her breath. Her cheeks flushed red as we both waited. Rosalind's eyes grew hard, but they dilated as she spoke. Your magic will likely be blocked for 1 or 2 moons, she said. And you're one of the lucky ones. Death's weed kills those without divine blood, slowly and without mercy. Your magic shielded you from its worst effects. And then I didn't care about Rosalind's temper. I shot off the cot. But I need my magic to pass the test of bravery. Kale and I had been training with it every night, and Lillian expected me to fight only others who had the blood of the gods. Other captains would watch me. And I would go through with my first plan after all. I would disappoint. I would be wretched. And then Vulcan would sweep in and Petcha would laugh. No longer could I outperform her. She would rise to the top just as she wanted. I wanted to kill her. I swallowed. Is there a potion to restore my magic or unblock the poison? And if you hate deathweed so much, why did someone steal it from your bunkhouse? All the women stopped with bottles and herbs in hand, and the other servant froze as she locked a cabinet of supplies. Rosalind got up, and she motioned to her work area. It is my passion to help others, even pirates. But as a scullery maid, I never got to shine until the pirates captured me. I proved my skills and they gave me a better life. They treated me well for the most part. They gave all of us a better life. She motioned to the other women, even the 2 servants. Rosalind swallowed. Death's weed has taken the lives of many pirates and weakened more. We have been trying to concoct a cure for some time. We experiment with the poison often. So that was why she had it here. Is there anything I can do to get this out of my body more quickly? The grave look Rosalind gave me communicated all I needed to know. I would have to wait it out. And the test of bravery was less than a month from now. Nar. Kale rushed up the steps, appearing in the longhouse. What are you doing here? Rosalind snapped. She may have been stabbed with deathweed, I said, motioning to my cut. Despite our argument, he took my arm. Kale was okay. I was glad. The cold had vanished, but the sense of weakness remained. Nar, this is not good. The test of bravery is around the corner. I shouted. There's nothing you can do. He snapped at Rosalind. Kale was showing care. True concern. I sensed nothing manipulative here. Behind him, Beezy offered a smile. Yes, she believed the same, and I trusted her judgment now. I should have at the beginning. I had misjudged Kale. Nothing, Rosalind said, the pain of helplessness filling her words. The poison will fade from her system in due time, but it will not be until after the test of bravery. But surely, the captains have already heard about her abilities. They'll know about. That is not how it works. Captains want to see the recruits in real battle before they choose. But then he let out a breath as he seemed to think. He and Beezy exchanged glances. Beezy tensed. Something was going on then. Did you see who took the death weed? Kale asked her and all the other girls. But he kept his voice gentle. Has anyone been in here who wasn't supposed to be? Zeeb, Beezy admitted. He looked in some of the cabinets, and... Zeeb? Rosalind asked with disgust. He is not allowed up here. That must be why Kale moved her here, I muttered, low enough to avoid Rosalind's ears but high enough for his. He snapped his gaze to me. I didn't do that, he whispered in shock. Huh? Kale hadn't sent the note to have Beezy moved up here. Then who had? Petcha. I understood. She relied on Beezy's fear of Zeeb to get the deathweed potion. She might have gotten the idea after spying on me and Kale that first training night. Her plan had worked. I couldn't stop him, Beezy said, close to tears. I know you must be disappointed. I will talk to him. Do not punish this servant girl. She could not have stopped Zeeb. He has always hated women, Kale said. He is dismissed from my crew, as I now have grounds to banish him from Islanda Nylar. He has broken the law here. Stealing from the apothecaries is an affront to the goddess Polara. I have wanted to banish him for years. Disgusting scum. Good, Rosalind said. Kale worked his jaw, but I knew he had taken care of the body. The ocean was vast, and Zeeb deserved to get eaten by the shrimp and disgusting creatures on the bottom. Hopefully, the currents carried him away. I had broken the truce of Islanda Nylar, too. Then my thoughts turned back to my predicament.
What do I do?
I asked. Kale frowned at me, and so did Beezy. Nar, you will have to survive the test of bravery without your magic. There is no other way forward. And you will have to hope the gods shine their light on you. Chapter 26. Up, Nar. Lillian barked. Lillian's ship, the Draken, swayed under my feet as I continued to train. Malek swung his sword down at me, and I barely rolled out of the way as the ship turned again. His blade struck the boards, and I held my own close to my body, keeping the sharp point away from me. I was failing. Fight him. Don't let his size stop you. Lillian hated me more with each passing day. Her grudging respect had turned to an incredulous rage. I couldn't use my magic. Deathweed had locked my strength away. And if I told her the truth, Petcha would have something worse up her sleeve. No longer could I fight her, either. And she knew about Beezy if she had sent Zeeb into the apothecary's house. Zeeb would have told her about me sharing a cell with Beezy at the very least. And at the worst, she had spied on the trainings that Kale and I had together. Also, Kale had no way to get rid of her. He hadn't caught her that night, and he had no proof of her wrongdoing. And worse yet, the Pirate King didn't want to lose someone with fiery magic. Petcha smiled at me during every training session, between pistol shots, and as we ran through the jungle and climbed rigging. Sweat dripped into my eyes as I focused, trying to ignore my wounds, my cuts, my bruises, my scrapes. Everything hurt worse now and took longer to heal, as if the poison affected my body's ability to stitch itself too. All I could focus on was that. I was helpless. The feeling made rage rise inside, and I funneled that into my training, allowing Lillian's shouts of disappointment and then her punishments to fuel me. It was the only chance I had, and not a good one. The test of bravery would involve us plundering a real ship, and not false opponents. I couldn't even hold out against the men Lillian pitted me against. She called me a failure to the female sex. A weakling. And worse. Her shouts followed me from each training as I trudged off to clean the outhouses or scrub the corridor floors. That cut down on my ability to train with Kale. Even though he, Mocha, and Jez helped me clean and get the job done quicker. Kale had not set sail, though his father had. "I'll tell Lillian you got poisoned," he said through grit teeth as he helped me to mop the corridor floor. It was 1 week before the test of bravery. This time we cleaned alone. I didn't deserve his help, after I had taken out my anger on him. I didn't deserve his help at all. Kale had only brought me here because his father's trusted friend, Bork, had been watching him. The signs had been there the entire time, and I had missed them all. He had only been playing a part, and maybe I hadn't wanted to see that. Now the son of the Pirate King mopped the floors beside me, whenever the other pirates were not looking. "You can't tell her," I said, staring into his ocean blue eyes. "Petcha will take revenge on Beezy if I rat on her. It's all over her face and I can't fight her right now. The best I can do is keep going." I held back tears. For the first time in my life, I missed my magic. It had solved so many of my problems, even if it caused others. Now I could practice with Mocha and Jez without fear, at least for the next month, but the looks on their faces worried me. I would fail, and they knew. I had been half hoping that Lillian would train me on her crew after the test, because she claimed that she sailed for half of the year on the open seas, and like Petcha, she had an obsession with outperforming the men. She wouldn't monitor me too closely. Now that possibility was closing too. "I suppose you're right. Petcha is a rat," Kale admitted. "Wanted to get on my father's crew, that one. My father would have no patience for her, least of all a woman who wants to be a captain." "At least Lillian likes her," I grumbled. "Lillian is looked down upon by many of the captains," Kale said. "That is why they get along." I figured. Kale cleared his throat and hid in the shadows as 2 pirates walked past our corridor, talking in low voices. At least neither was Vulcan or Petcha, who Kale hadn't had a chance to catch. He had been too busy disposing of Zeeb's body. And he'd done that for me. When the pirates passed, Kale stepped back out of the shadows. "I was going to tell you that I would accept you onto my crew for training, once the test of bravery completes," Kale said. I faced him. "You will?" "I am the captain of my ship." "That is within my right," Kale said. "But that may be difficult now. My father is very powerful. Even I must bow to his law. If I take someone who does not perform well, he may reverse my decision." We stared at each other. And I realized. I had stormed away from Kale the night of our argument, before he could offer that way out. "Why didn't you tell me this at the beginning?" I asked. This could have changed everything. Going to say I should have figured it out on my own. Kale didn't even back off. "No. The option is not without its difficulties. I know you want out of this life, Nar, and if I took you onto my crew, my father would expect me to keep you there. Use you. Perhaps even hand you over to him. That is why I did not extend the offer before I learned that Vulcan had taken a true interest in you." "You could have let me escape," I said. Kale shook his head. "I would likely not survive such a thing. Nar, my father has sailed every sea around the 10 islands. I am sure he fathered countless children who wait out there, their magic not yet woken. He could take any of them as his legitimate heir." A chill ran up my spine as I realized what Kale was saying. He was disposable. Of course the Pirate King would have had many female conquests, leaving children all around the 10 islands. Well, 9. No one lived on the Forbidden Island. Kale had to preserve his life. I understood that. "Why did your father choose you?" I asked. I felt as if I had gone too far, but Kale's face invited me to ask. "He was married to my mother. I suppose he wanted to feel noble. That's how the nobles work. But he was a pirate, like the rest of them, so the marriage didn't last." He let the words hang in the corridor as I stopped mopping. "Pirates get married?" My parents did. It wasn't a happy marriage. My mother was a noble's daughter. And then Kale turned away, as if he had touched a burning torch and not realized it was hot. My mouth dried and I knew not to ask him for the details. He looked at the floor after a pause. Perhaps you should get some sleep. I'm going to fail the test of bravery. I stood there, waiting for Kale to deliver the truth. He couldn't take me onto his crew. After all he'd done, he had hidden a body for me. I would not endanger his life. I liked Kale. Why would he never act as more than a tutor to me? Nylar, you have still trained well, Kale said. You've learned to shoot, to climb rigging, to board other ships. You've learned how to use a sword faster than most. You're quick on your feet. I don't mean this lightly. But I've failed ever since Pecha. Kale slowly approached, and I was aware of how alone we were in that corridor. That's because Lillian has pitted you against Malek, who is larger than you and still has his warlike magic. If you trained against any ordinary recruits, you would do far better. I know it. And the test of bravery will involve you plundering one merchant or noble ship. You'll work with one of the captains. You will be part of a team. Nylar and Jez are great friends to you. Honestly, you should get closer to them instead of keeping them at arm's length. I paused there as we stood a foot apart. I couldn't read Kale's expression. I do not keep them at arm's length, I said. The last thing I wanted to do was admit my fear of friendship. You do, Kale said. So, you want me to get closer to them. Kale had handed me a spyglass and I was crazy. I was about to use it. Yes. You need to have friends here. His tone sank, and I realized that Kale was in fact alone. It's how to survive. I had never seen him spend time with anyone but Bork, who acted as his father's spy. So, get closer to Mocha? And Jez. I emphasized that last word. Nylar, you're insane. Kale flinched just a little. The spyglass was working. Yes, he said at last. You're going to pass the test of bravery. I know it. He took my arms, driven by jealousy, and my skin tingled at the contact. I had never felt this before. It was like magic, but different. Kale leaned in. His lips brushed mine, enough to send that strange power through my entire body, and then he pulled back while catching his breath. You're going to make it. I know it. Chapter 27. Lillian woke the entire east bunkhouse with a storm of gunshots on the morning of the test. She must be using 2 pistols instead of 1. I woke on my cot, almost rolling off, and I was glad I'd kept my spot at the very back of the emptiest room. I licked my lips, hating that I had dreamed about Kale again, and that those dreams wouldn't stop. I swallowed as I straightened, pulling down my nightrobe, and I eyed my clothes under the bed as the navigators and cartographers who slept near the front of the bunkroom got ready for their own tests. I doubted their tests of bravery would be nearly as horrifying as mine. They had only trained beside us fighters a few times. I quickly dressed, heart pounding and stomach heaving. No way could I eat breakfast in these conditions and remotely enjoy it. The 3 other recruits and I didn't speak as we dressed, and Lillian's shouts continued outside. I tied my black bandana, wishing it were any color but, and rushed out into the center of the east bunkhouse, assembling before Lillian. She once again stood alone to manage all the recruits. Over 100 of us had gathered. A small sea of bandanas, most of them yellow and pink, stood before her, parting only around the pile of straw bedding in the center of the long, wide cave. The huge lanterns flickered above and cast an eerie glow on the cave and all the wooden doors. People shuffled around as nerves danced, and one young man leaned over like he might throw up. Outside, dawn approached. They left Lillian with us a lot, I noticed. She hadn't left the island since I got here, and had probably been stuck here for far longer. And that was probably Shoskan's doing. I focused on that thought, and not on my lack of magic. As I watched her pace back and forth before the messy crowd, Mocha and Jez appeared and stood beside me. Nylar. Oh good. How are you feeling? Mocha asked. I flexed my arms. Still nothing. She frowned. You can still fight though. Jez and I do it without magic. Maybe I could. I had gotten good with a pistol, and loading it quickly. I could land killing blows with a cutlass. Even with my magic blocked, Nyla's influence remained. Kale's one kiss came back to mind. It had only happened once, last week, and then it had been back to relentless training. Did it mean anything other than encouragement? Well, I did need that. What happened today would determine my fate. We have to stay away from Pecha, I said. Jez nodded and said nothing. He was a good fighter too, and could throw off 2 other guys in the heat of battle. We stick together, Mocha said to the 2 of us. I wished I could tell Beezy goodbye in case I didn't make it back. We'd return to Islanda Nylar afterward. Mocha glared at me now. We stick together. I nodded. Yes. That's the best way. I had pushed the 2 of them away. But now that my magic was blocked, I could take the risk. I couldn't kill either of them. My sword hung heavy off my hip. Everyone carried weapons now. We had been allowed to return to our bunkhouses with them after training completed yesterday. My pistol and leather pouch of powder hung off my other hip, off my belt. At least I had that. Recruits. Lillian shouted with one final gunshot. Today is your test of bravery and first real plunder. Islanda Nylar has just ended its harvest season for the year, and ships will be sailing back and forth between there and the other islands, carrying valuable spices and gold. There are many ships at this time of the year, as most cannot afford safe passage. They rely on their numbers to reduce the chances of an attack, and sometimes sail together. Nobles often travel as well to make trade deals. Lillian let silence drag out. I gulped. You will each join a captain and help his or her crew plunder one ship over the next several days. Pass the test, and you will begin the second half of your training with who will become your new captain and crew. Fail and you will either die at sea or wish that you had. Her tone darkened at the end, and I knew she meant the Vulcan brothers. An air of sadness filled the cave. Lillian might be tough, but she wished them on nobody. Lillian fired into the air one last time, and we scattered for breakfast. I could barely eat. No one spoke much in the dining hall. I looked for Beezy, but she was still up in the apothecary's house or the surrounding jungle, unable to leave. She would worry about me over the next several days. Which captain chose me, if any, would determine both our fates. If I died, at least Beezy wasn't in the worst possible spot. Rosalind protected her girls, and I hoped she hadn't punished Beezy for the missing death weed too badly. Of course, that was too much to hope for. Punishment was a fact of life unless you went off on your own. Maybe it was better that I had no chance to tell her goodbye. I wouldn't risk anyone else knowing we had any connection. Even Mocha didn't speak much over our breakfast, and Pecha sat on the opposite side of the dining hall, near the clock. She spoke little too. Right now we all felt like equals. And no one looked confident. We finished eating, and then Mocha nodded at me and Jez as we all got up. We should all board the same ship. I nodded. Yes. We should. Mocha offered a rare smile. Maybe I could fight and pass. And maybe this was a good thing. For now I was free, and I might get away with average performance in the test of bravery. That meant no Vulcan or Shoskan choosing me. Maybe Kale could even choose me and let me slip away, and his father would assume I had no magic and not punish Kale too badly. Yes. This could work out well. We followed the throng of people heading to the docks and the cave lagoon. I searched the area as we entered the cave, surrounded by nervous shuffling and echoes. Ships lined up everywhere, and I failed to spot the one with the black sails and the skeletons. Vulcan would not participate in the test today. You. Lillian barked at Pecha, who walked ahead of us. She waved at my rival, motioning her onto the ship. Aboard. Pecha climbed onto our trainer's ship, the Draken, a small one with patched white sails and a dragon carving on the bow. She shared a nod with Lillian and did as she was told. Those two get along? Mocha asked. They've got a lot in common, Jez added. I searched for Kale's ship but I failed to see it. He wouldn't participate, either. I'd heard rumors that all the captains would communicate with message birds during the test, and that they would all meet back on Islanda Nylar to choose new crew members afterward. You! Lillian shouted as we passed her ship. I stopped and stared at her. Lillian motioned to me and Mocha. Did she want all the females on her crew? Maybe she wanted to show the men something, but she was better than nothing, and I had trained with her for weeks. Let's go, Mocha said. Jez hesitated before following us onto the Draken. Lillian gave us a nod of grudging respect as we boarded, and stood beside her established crew, which included a man with a wooden leg, a short man covered in scars, and 2 other women. Lillian took the underdogs then. I hated her a little less. Welcome aboard, recruits, she said, surveying the dozen who had gathered on her deck. Pecha stood at the end, and the others must be navigators, cooks, or riggers, who hadn't trained with Lillian as much as we fighters. I didn't recognize the ragtag team of young men and women. Your test of bravery begins now. We will sail to the east, where we will find merchant ships and noble ships traveling north from Islanda Nylar. You will be judged based not only by your bravery and skills, but on your plunder. I shuddered. Now I was going to do what I vowed not to do, but just this once. Only this once. Then I can get out of here. Lillian barked orders at us, and Pecha glared at me as we scattered around the deck. I'd been wanting to avoid her, but Lillian might be my best bet for passing this test. She didn't want to see the women fail. Mocha smiled at me as we helped the crew adjust the sails. Slowly, we moved out of the cave after a ship with gray sails. We emerged from the cave and onto the water, and though I had been on a ship many times during training, we had never gone out of sight of Islanda Nylar. Now we would. If Beezy weren't back at the island, I could plot my escape right now. The air was open. The world was huge. I had forgotten how small Islanda Nylar was with its tunnels and routine. The Draken sailed onward, away from the island along with the other scattering ships. Lillian continued to bark orders at the navigators, who scrambled to turn the wheel in the right direction while the rest of us stood around, letting our hands and arms recover from the rough ropes. Pecha vanished below decks after a half hour, and I paced around the deck beside Mocha and Jez, watching the calm, sparkling water below. This crew wouldn't be bad, Jez said. Lillian wants Pecha for sure, Mocha growled. She's the tutor's pet, all right. I bet she wants to become a captain. I overheard her talking to Lillian about it for weeks. She can have that, I said, already feeling sorry for the future ships she'd plunder and burn down. Pecha wanted revenge against the noble world. Perhaps we all did, but my revenge would be to leave. The day dragged on. Lillian put us to work scrubbing the deck. At least that gave me something to do, and it kept my mind sharp. As we worked under the sun, Islanda Nylar vanished on the horizon more quickly than I expected. The veil of death. I was off the island and away from its influence. Now my magic would be even less accessible. I was out of my element. How do I get Beezy out? I whispered to Mocha. I had since told her and Jez about my friend, and how I had protected her from the day the overseer tried to advance on her. Despite that, I hadn't mentioned my worst feat yet. She's okay right now, Mocha said as she scrubbed beside me. Rosalind does a good job protecting her girls. They get to take lots of breaks too, and they get days off. Maybe Beezy will be an apothecary someday. They earn a good living, since it is a skill every noble wants. Beezy doesn't want that, I said.
How do you know?
Jez asked. She doesn't want to be on that island, I said, suddenly uncomfortable. And I wasn't sure why. Have you asked her? Mocha looked at me, waiting for my answer. I scrubbed aboard with extra vigor. Why would I have to do that? We're on Islanda Nylar. I kept my voice down. Scrub. Lillian shouted. We got back to work, breaking a sweat, but no matter how hard I worked, I couldn't dismiss what Mocha had said. We sailed for 4 days towards the shipping routes. Everything turned into a dull routine of scrubbing, rigging, pacing, and guarding. The lookouts stayed up in the crow's nests, swapping out shifts while Lillian paced around the ship, sometimes with Pecha at her side. The two spoke in low voices, and Pecha commended Lillian for keeping the women together. When Pecha wasn't doing that, she bossed around the navigators, studied the cartographer's maps, and made constant recommendations on where to sail. We moved away from the other pirates' ships, and they vanished on the horizon. In other words, she was insufferable, and Lillian didn't stop her. And I woke up every day, wondering if my magic had returned. Of course, I would have no sign of it until real danger arose. And that made it dangerous. Given that Pecha didn't bother to threaten me, I doubted it would return anytime soon. She was confident I'd fail this test and go to Vulcan. Perhaps she'd convinced Lillian to take me for the test so she could watch it. I wouldn't let her win. Mocha and I practiced sword fighting. So did Jiz and I. We practiced every moment we got away from cleaning and guard duty, and the days turned into a blur of blades that followed me into sleep. Pecha only glared whenever she spotted us practicing, but I'd let her. If I got chosen for an average no-name captain, I might win. Or perhaps Kale could find a way to get me on his crew after all, without his father stealing me. By the 4th day, I felt more confident. I could dodge even Jess's heavy-handed attacks, and Mocha made a good opponent. We assembled on deck to clean that morning as Lillian untied the note from around a dove that had landed on the railing. She read the note and cursed at us all. Captain Torrin's crew just plundered one of Lord Eccles' ships. We've gotta outperform them. There are reports of more merchant ships just west of here. I saw nothing on the ocean horizon, and as Lillian read over the note, and of the names of the recruits who had passed or failed their test, Pecha, of course, studied the note over Lillian's shoulder. Everyone moved around, and the navigators and riggers urged the ship to move faster. The wind pointed us in the right direction at least, and as the day dragged on, we noticed a speck on the horizon. "Ship!" the recruit in the crow's nest, a small young woman named Kallen, shouted. She looked through her spyglass as Pecha broke from her place beside Lillian and climbed up to the nest, snatching the glass from the young woman with a glare. Lillian watched, not stopping her. "It's a merchant ship." "No." "A noble ship," Pecha shouted, looking through the lens while Kallen stood there, unbelieving. "No. There are 3 ships sailing together. One has white flags. One has red-striped ones. And one has green flags." Ah. She was trying to steal the glory from people who weren't even fighters. That was bold, even for Pecha. Was she up to something? "Pecha!" Lillian shouted. "Kallen is the lookout." "But they're merchants," Pecha said. My throat went dry. And the reality hit. I would have to fight merchants who were only trying to move supplies between islands. I had no vendetta against them. "That is not your place," Lillian said. "Climb down." Kallen nodded. Pecha looked down at Lillian. "Sorry. I was only trying to ensure the best possible plunder." She climbed back down, and despite her stepping out of line, Lillian pulled us all into a meeting. Her ragtag crew gathered with us recruits, and I realized we were to decide on which of the 3 ships to pursue. "So, the red and white bars indicate a standard merchant ship, which may or may not have valuable plunder," Lillian said, looking at Kors, one of the navigator students. Clearly, she expected his input. "The ship with the barred stripes could even be empty after delivering its goods, and it might be a risk or a decoy," Kors said. "The one with white flags could be anything or even a hospital ship. Sometimes merchants disguise themselves to avoid pirates. But the one with green sails could be more interesting." "Green sails?" Lillian pressed, testing Kors. That sounded familiar. "That could be a noble ship," I blurted. "They like their solid colors, to show what kind of magic they have." Lord Beccas's color was green. As a descendant of Nebla, the plant goddess, it came with the territory. And Lord Beckass would sell his remaining spice crop this season before closing his entire plantation for good. He was the type to recoup every cost he could. He'd travel with a decoy ship or two if money was tight, and especially after the Pomo had sunk. Or Lord Beckass could be on the ship himself. He owned one called the Razor, and he often went on cruises to the other islands. I had helped to load the ship a few times with dinner supplies. No. It couldn't be. There were hundreds of ships sailing between the islands currently, and even more would sail during the harvest season. What were the chances? Nar. Go on, Lillian said with a smile. I faced Carolyn, who climbed down from the crow's nest. I'd speak to her, not Petcha. Were there any patterns on the flags? Yes, she said. They were far away, but I think the flags had a hand around a plant on them. Or it might have been a hand around a sickle. I'm not certain. Lord Beckass's symbol was a hand around a spice plant. It's him. I know who that ship belongs to, I said. Lillian smiled. Who? To my shock, Petcha stood back and let me speak. Lord Beckass owns a ship of that description, I said, ignoring whatever glare Petcha sent my way. He has plenty of silver cutlery. Plenty of jewels he may be taking to another island to sell. And he keeps an ancient green emerald around his neck, which he says belonged to Nebula in the distant past. I imagined the fat moron right now. Yes, he had been getting ready to sell his entire plantation and uproot himself after his crop failed, and he wouldn't have had the money to buy safe passage. He must be fleeing to another island right now to start a new life. He had allowed his overseers to whip us, to starve us, to make us sleep in supply shacks with bugs. He had allowed Overseer Delzin to go after Beezy. He deserved to get plundered. I would feel no guilt about fighting him, and I knew how his guards worked. I could tell the crew right now. Really? Lillian asked. We rarely find the nobles themselves on the sea. There is no note of such a ship paying for safe passage today. Her glare told me to explain more. I told her about Lord Beckass and his downfall, and about how his personal guards fought only with spears. Lillian nodded with each sentence, and the crew around me shifted and got restless. Excellent. Set sail for the green ship, Lillian announced at last. I eyed Petcha, but on her quest to impress Lillian, she quickly turned away from me and repeated Lillian's orders at everyone else. I couldn't believe it. Lord Beckass was perhaps the only noble I knew of who truly deserved his fate, and I would give it to him. Even without my magic, I could best his guards, dodge them, and fight them. And I had Mocha and Jiz at my side. Nar. This is amazing. We get to defeat a noble. Mocha seized my arms and held me there as the sails above us caught the wind and carried us towards where the three ships slowly got bigger on the horizon. Even Petcha agrees, Jiz added. I swallowed. I would do this for Beezy. Just this one ship, and then I could pass the test of bravery, get chosen by a captain like Lillian, and then plot our way out of here. Nerves rose as we drew closer to the three ships. The one with red-striped sails seemed to quicken its pace as our ship approached, and the one with green flags, yes, it was Lord Beckass's personal vessel, also tried to do the same, but the wind wasn't blowing to the north. We had the advantage, and as the next 2 hours passed, we closed in on Lord Beckass's ship as the coward tried to flee. He had allowed his overseers to terrorize us. Had made us sleep in the storage sheds on the hottest nights if we didn't work fast enough. And he had turned his head while Overseer Delzin went after the women. Yes. He deserved this. As the sun sank toward the horizon, the white ship also increased its speed, drawing close to the Razor. But the decoys wouldn't work. Does Lord Beckass have a lot of guards? Mocha asked as Lillian watched through her spyglass. But the captain and trainer said nothing. She was allowing us recruits to take the lead on this. And that terrified me. Not too many, I said. We'll match them. Faster. Petcha barked at the others. They train with spears, I continued. We should be able to get past them if we move fast. They train against each other and use only the spears. Getting them in a narrow space is the best bet. We should attack them below decks, where they'll have no space to use their weapons. Mocha nodded. Nar, you're good at fighting. Even without your magic, you're going to pass this test. Stay out of Vulgan's hands. That was my goal. Get me and Beezy out of here. Just pass. Maybe I could even kill Lord Beckass with my fighting skills. What about the other ship? Jez asked as people shouted around us. I'd never seen the other vessel, but it seemed to hang back as we closed the last few miles of water between us and Lord Beckass. They weren't guards then, but people trying to stay with other ships to avoid attack. It had worked for them. The dark figures of a crew ran around on the deck, trying to change direction, to take the opportunity to get away from us. Ready? Lillian asked. Ready. Shouts rang around me. I swallowed. Lord Beckass's guards, uniformed in green, gathered on the deck with their spears as we closed the distance. Rage burned inside me, and the faintest trickle of my magic followed. It was the first trickle I'd felt in 2 weeks. It shouldn't be back yet, but something was drawing it out. Was the death weed already leaving my body? Was that because I was descended from Nyla? I stepped away from Mocha and Jez, drawing my sword. No magic flared around it yet, but I would not take the risk. I would only deliver death to those who attacked me first. And I'd question what was causing my magic to return later. Pull up beside that ship. Petcha shouted, pacing up and down the deck as if she were in charge. Her glare warned me not to refuse her command. I just nodded at her, but then she did something I didn't like. She flashed me a smile. Watch out for her, Mocha said. She's still plotting something. But I knew Lord Beckass's guards. She didn't. Our chances were good. At last, guards shouted on the other ship as we pulled up beside it. Someone dropped the anchor with a splash, and the riggers threw hooks to Lord Beckass's pompous vessel, landing them on the railing and holding the smaller ship in place. The rear ship with the white sails stayed in the distance obscured by fog, and the one with the striped sails rushed ahead, leaving Lord Beckass to his doom. The decoy hadn't worked. Below us, guards ran around, spears in hand. The large men tripped over each other as their ill-fitting trousers caught on their boots, and their green hats obscured their faces as they readied themselves for a fight they had never trained to do. Lord Beckass was nowhere in sight. A dozen guards, I shouted. This wasn't training anymore. We had to get them below decks, where those spears would be about useless. Board. Petcha shouted, leading the charge. Tie them up. Take them as prisoners. Take them as prisoners. She didn't want to kill them. My magic flared again, stronger, and I grabbed the rope, wrapping my body around it as Mocha and Jez did the same beside me. We scrambled down and onto the razor while shouts rang out everywhere. Lillian's crew hung back. They were letting us do this alone. I dropped off the rope, landing how I had during training, and one guard, a young man with plenty of scars, rushed me with the spear upraised. He was sloppy, using the weapon as if it were his first attempt. Lord Beckass's old guards had quit then. These were newbies. I could fight him without killing. Magic still pooling in my chest, I charged, ducking under the spear and hitting him in the chest. I touched no bare skin as I shoved him back into the foremast, and he gave little resistance. No one expected a small dark-haired girl to have such strength. And then he dropped his spear, which I grabbed and chucked overboard. Great work, Jez shouted in my ear as he fought with another guard. I backed off from him, and Jez caught the spear with his cutlass while fighting broke out around us. Take them prisoner. Petcha shouted as a fireball erupted over her palm. She threw it at another guard, who dodged at her bad aim. Excellent. Lillian shouted, jumping onto the ship. She joined the fighting, squaring off with yet another guard. And she was good. She matched every blow despite the guard's size, showing off her decades of experience. The Pirate King must be jealous. We were already winning. And where was Lord Beckass? I eyed the forecastle, where he would hide below decks, locked in his chamber. I'd get rid of this magic and make him pay. Shoving another guard aside, who also dropped his spear, I bolted to the door and kicked it open. Lord Bekas had sold a slave, knowing she might get captured. Now he'd meet a warrior. And my magic had to go somewhere that wouldn't haunt me at night. The ruined noble would meet his end. I wanted the revenge. He was an oppressor, starting over, going to another island to find more people to enslave. My eyes adjusted to the quiet gloom of the captain's quarters, and the corridor that led to where Lord Bekas must sleep. I walked down, sword raised, alone. I had never gone past the deck of the ship before. Mocha and Jez could not help me with this. More shouts and fighting rang out above, but I tuned it out. "Lord Bekas," I shouted. Something shuffled behind the door at the very end of the hall, and a lock clicked. The coward had locked himself inside. I rushed to the door, slamming my shoulder into it, reaching for my magic to give me the strength. I rammed it again and again, and again as the fighting intensified above. Men shouted and cursed. Women did the same. And as I went to ram again, the door opened from inside. I toppled into the bedchamber, and I landed with a thud almost on my sword. Realizing my mistake, I pushed myself to my feet. And I froze as I understood why Lord Bekas's guards didn't fight like Lord Bekas's guards. Because they weren't, and Lord Bekas was very dead. I stood before the black-clad pirate, who held up the noble's head, which he had impaled on a pike. Lord Bekas's eyes had widened in terror during his last moments before Captain Yemen Vulgan, who held the pike before him in greeting. "Ah. Nar," Vulgan said with a wicked gold-plated smile. "Was hoping you'd stop in." Chapter 28. "That was my kill," I blurted, raising my sword. Despite that, terror rushed through me and my magic responded, filling my body. It was back. Perhaps it knew what we were approaching. Or I was close to my element, as I had been in the flooded cave. Those men on the deck. They weren't Bekas's guards. They were Vulgan's crew in disguise. How had I missed that? And now Mocha and Jez were. "Ah. Apologies," Vulgan said, mocking me. He thumped the base of the pike on the floor of the sleeping quarters. Then he drew a pistol, aiming it at my heart. "Had to get you here somehow. Can't have the likes of Kallen taking you for his crew. Your talents would go to waste." I gulped, realizing my predicament. Vulgan had tricked us. And perhaps Pecha had helped. She and Zeeb must have fed him my past. How else would Vulgan know to take Bekas's ship? Zeeb would have known I'd come from Bekas's plantation. The Pomo had an order from him right on the ship. The three had worked together. I was going to kill her. I just needed to kill Vulgan first. But I couldn't. He aimed his pistol at my chest and I only had my sword. I would have no time to do anything but talk, and he stood back on the other side of the bedchamber, out of my reach. "You poisoned me?" I asked. "It is temporary," Vulgan said, "and necessary to get the other captains to forsake you after this little test. You and your friends will fail and go back to Islanda Nylar if you cooperate with me." A chill that had nothing to do with my magic filled my chest and rushed up my spine. He wanted to make a deal. My friends' lives were the price. If I didn't do what he wanted, they'd go overboard or get tortured to death. I had gotten too close to Mocha and Jez. Even Lillian might be in danger. We were off Islanda Nylar. All truces were off.
"What do you want?"
Vulgan grinned wider and held out Lord Bekas's head as if it were a puppet, mocking his voice as he spoke. "I want the treasure of the gods." "So, you have a disgusting sense of humor." I had to admit, he did a good job mimicking the noble. He had tortured him to death, then. Lord Bekas hadn't died quickly. He laughed and pulled the head aside. "I am serious, Nar. I want the hidden treasure of the gods. With it, we can overthrow the Pirate King and rule the seas. We can control the gods themselves. We can bring back the divine age and eliminate these weak nobles who rule in the gods' place. The gods' treasure. If anyone ever found it, they could summon the gods at will. Control the 10 islands. The slaveholders and the nobles would stand no chance. I asked. Join us, Nar, Vulcan said. Your magic will return in a few months. There are ways to make it come to the surface. I threatened you to wake your magic further. If you go to Shoskan, he will continue to rule the seas and allow those nobles to wage their war on free people. He spat at the word nobles. Yes, they did wage war on freedom. And you will rule with a benevolent iron fist? I asked. Vulcan stepped back. You will rule with us. And only you can help us find this treasure, as the child of Nyla. Her map is likely on the Forbidden Isle, and the key to its gates is likely somewhere on Islanda Nylar. You should be able to find it. I froze. The fighting above us slowed, and I prayed that the others were getting the upper hand. Child of Nyla? Vulcan just nodded. It is impossible to find descendants of Nyla anymore. We had to make one. But when your mother found out our intent, she hid you. And now we've finally found you again. But Nyla is dormant. My heart raced. It was impossible. No one had seen a god or goddess in thousands of years. She is the one who sent the other gods into dormancy, Vulcan explained. Not herself. The guardians of death can still summon her, rarely. We guard many of her artifacts and temples. Oh. Your cult? I asked. The rumors were true. Vulcan worshipped Nyla, and if he was right, they could summon her. They had gotten me. You are pushing your luck, Vulcan said. I trembled as I held my sword up. I'm too valuable to kill then. Vulcan just smiled wider, and to my shock, he holstered his pistol. Fair enough. But those you care about are not. Silence fell. The fighting had stopped up above. This whole thing was a trap. And my past. Out or I shout the order, Vulcan said. And if you kill me, my crew will torture your friends to death while you watch. A man above shouted a string of numbers. A code. And Vulcan smiled. March. I did. And I emerged above decks to the gasps of my crewmates. I tried to process everything as I stood there, Vulcan right behind me. I still held my sword, and the sight made me slowly sheath it. Vulcan's crew, the scarred monsters, had disguised Vulcan's ship with white sails. It had pulled up on the other side of the razor, and I recognized all the skulls on the railings and the skeletons tied to the masts. My magic flared at the sight and stayed as I surveyed Vulcan's crew. Half of them had taken the clothes of Bekass's dead guards, and the other half had remained on the other ship, waiting to pull up and launch a surprise attack. They surrounded Jez, Mocha, Pecha, Lillian, and the other crew members. Lillian had her hands tied behind her back, and she scowled at the younger Vulcan brother Cameron, as he stood there overseeing the prisoners. Mocha's hands were bound. Jez stood with two swords at his back. Pecha's eyes had widened. She too had been bound, and I understood that the Vulcans had betrayed her at the last moment. She would die with everyone else, should I displease the monster behind me. We stared at each other as ice flowed under my skin. So you see, Vulcan said. Join me and we will rule the seas. He was saying this in front of the prisoners. My throat dried. Vulcan had no intent of letting them live. He'd have them killed as soon as I left their sight. There was no way he wanted witnesses to his plot. And you will let everyone go? I asked. They will be freed. I whirled on Vulcan, watching him drop his grin as I faced him. He likely meant freed from life. Once again, my magic rosé. I remembered Kale's lessons. I was close to my element, where my magic would be at its strongest. And if I was Nyla's child, the deathweed poison might not work on me as well as on those with thousands of years between them and the gods. It was beating the poison, and Vulcan had no idea. I begged my magic to stay in my body, to hide until the right moment. Then I will board your ship, I said, projecting my voice across the deck of the Razor. Gasps rose from my fellow recruits. Nar, no. Mocha shouted. Lillian spat on the deck. Vulcan, you are a disgrace to pirates everywhere, and no better than the slavers. Silence, woman. He drew his sword and pointed it at me. March. A plank connected the razor to Vulgan's ship, and once again I was a captive. I marched across it and found myself on the deck, and the muttering behind me contained no hope. As I stepped onto the deck, my magic once again rose to almost a feverish pitch. I was back on that training exercise with Elias, unable to control my magic, but now Elias wasn't here. He was still healing at the apothecary, and I couldn't hurt him now. Below decks, Vulgan growled behind me. I stopped there. No. And then I faced Vulgan. His eyes widened as I let my magic act, encouraging it to flow out of me across the deck and to the masts and railings where the skeletons hung. A sickly green glow surrounded me as Vulgan's eyes widened, and the ice within seemed to have no bottom. The poison, he started. I suppose it doesn't work well on a goddess's child? I asked as the greenish magical fog spread out from me. Bones rattled as deathly magic surrounded them. He's doomed, Pecha said. Skeletons shifted, lifting bony hands still held together by dry sinew. They rose with an eerie clattering of bones, and even Lord Beccas's head moved its lips trying to speak. No, Vulgan said, dropping the pike. No. Nar, we can work together. I've offered you rule. The skeletons peeled themselves from the railings. From the masts. They dropped from above, landing with a clatter of dry bones. Lifeless, hollow eyes focused on Vulgan, and they closed in, raising bony fingers and arms. Vulgan swung his sword. But a glowing green skeleton seized it, yanking it from Vulgan's grasp. He tried to shoot next, but the lead ball shot through the ribs of another skeleton, and I stood aside, watching his victims take revenge. Fighters. Attack. Vulgan shouted to the razor. Cameron. Lead the charge. Cameron Vulgan stepped forward. And then he turned and ran to the razor's boat. Cameron. Vulgan shouted. I let the endless fountain of deathly magic flow from me, as a skeleton wrapped its hand around his neck, digging its fingers into his bearded flesh. Nar, he gagged out, face flushing. You were going to kill my friends, I said, dark and icy inside. And Lillian too. With that, the rest of the crew scattered, unsure what to do. And the pack of skeletons closed in on Vulgan, glowing green, too powerful for him to resist. His time was over. As they swarmed him, closing off his air, I leaned back against the mainmast and watched the show. Cameron lowered the ship's boat, leaving his older brother to die, and Vulgan's formerly loyal crew stood there and watched as their cruel master uttered his final gasps. Chapter 29. Eventually, after what felt like an eon, my magic died. The green glow vanished from the skeletons, and they all fell to the deck at once, into piles of bones that no longer held together. The fierceness of their dark, merciless eyes softened. Vulgan's victims had gotten their revenge. He was lying there among the bones, very dead. It was obvious the skeletons hadn't just suffocated him. They had crushed his windpipe with supernatural strength. I'd done this. I'd done what the Pirate King himself wouldn't do, and saved the 10 islands from falling to the Vulgan brothers. Their victims could rest in the underworld, at peace. I took a breath and peeled myself from the mainmast. Everything swam around me like a dream. I had never used so much magic at once. I could have done this last time I was here, but I'd held it back. Perhaps Kale was right. Maybe I did have some control over my powers after all. Nar. Mocha shouted from the razor. She stood with her hands tied in front of her, and Vulgan's crew, still half disguised and half not, stood around as if unsure what to do. Cameron rowed away on the ship's boat as fast as he could, looking pathetic, and no one looked about to take charge. I'm okay, I said. You. I pointed out Vulgan's crew. They flinched and stared at me in terror. I knew Vulgan had treated them like dogs, molding them into what they were, but I didn't trust them. Perhaps his cruelty had turned them into beasts who only wanted bloodshed. Get back aboard this ship and sail away. Throw the skeletons into the sea, I told them. Do that, and we will let you live. You are free from Vulgan. I had depleted my magic, so I had only my words. I scrambled down the plank and back onto the razor, and I motioned for 2 scarred men who had ventured onto the Draken to return to their ship. To my shock, they obeyed. Vulcan's former crew now had no captain. They shuffled back onto their ship, and mutters broke out at the sight of Vulcan lying there, very dead. And I drew my sword, cutting binds, wanting nothing more than to get out of there. Everyone stared at me with wide eyes, except for Petcha, who waited with her own hands bound. She stared at the deck as I moved down the line, cutting ropes. Yes. Vulcan had betrayed her. He'd planned to kill her after he had me. He must have offered her something in return for me. Zeeb had already paid for his part, and Petcha should too, but her remorse grew more obvious the closer I got to her. Pathetic, Lillian growled at me as I cut her free. But she smiled, and I knew I was going to pass the test of bravery. And I would not get chosen by Vulcan. Nar. Amazing, Jez said, helping me to cut Lillian's crew members free. But I barely focused on him. Instead, I reached Petcha. You worked with Vulcan, I whispered. I suppose you should slit my throat, she said, staring and daring me to do it. He wanted me to help set this trap. Zeeb did a lot of the planning, but he was going to kill you, I said. Why Petcha? Excellent question, Jez said, hovering behind me and casting a shadow. Then tears formed in her eyes and she sniffed, holding the sudden wave of emotion back. He was going to kill my family. And he saw that I hated you. I might hate my family, but I don't want them to die, and I raised my sword. And I cut the ropes holding Petcha's wrists together. I didn't forgive her, not yet. But I understood why she had done what she'd done. Go away, I told her. Petcha slowly turned away and looked over the railing, and I wondered if she was going to jump. But she grasped it tightly instead. Traitor, Mocha hissed in my ear. Leave her alone, I said. Vulcan tried to kill her too. She learned her lesson. Mocha looked at me as if I were insane, and Jez joined her, one eyebrow raised. Behind them, Lillian's crew got to work freeing each other, and already some of the other recruits went below decks of the Razor to see whatever treasure might be inside. I swallowed. I guess I can't hide my magic anymore. The younger Vulcan will be too much of a coward to admit what you did, Mocha said with a smile. Nar. I am seriously impressed. And now you don't have to worry about being chosen by Vulcan anymore. I swallowed because I knew the alternative. And that was Kale. But would it be so bad, moving on to train with his crew? He was on my side, and once he heard about this. Impressive plunder. Lillian shouted at those who came above decks with crates and barrels of silverware, jewels, and fancy clothes. That noble was fleeing from his old life. Brought everything with him. Congratulations, recruits. Though her voice filled with joy, I also heard the shock of what I'd done. And as she shouted, Lillian looked at me sideways. She didn't know what to say. Should we buy off Vulcan's crew or what's left of them? The peg-leg pirate asked Lillian. Lillian looked at the deadly ship, where Vulcan's scarred crew members milled around as if they weren't sure what to do. A few of the men glared at Lillian, eyeing the treasure. Tension rose. We had freed the crew, but they were still savage, beaten, and mean. And Lillian was still our trainer. And she made a face. Yes. We offer them half the plunder. They reached this noble ship first. And she stormed to the railing, fists clenched. She wants to avoid another fight, Jez whispered. I swallowed. Good. I don't want to kill them. Mocha leaned close. Maybe you should. They could be a problem later. I swallowed. Only Vulcan tried to kill me. I was fine defending myself. I wondered if I could ever share my worst secret with Mocha and Jez. Or Kale for that matter. I hadn't killed any of them so far. But if Vulcan had been right about my heritage, I might. I had summoned an army of Vulcan's dead victims. And if I hadn't, Mocha and Jez would have died. So would Petcha and Lillian. And then I would have had to help Vulcan find the divine treasure. I shuddered. Kale would hear about this for sure. And worse, the younger Vulcan brother had already vanished from sight. Lillian had us set sail back to Islanda Nylar. Our test of bravery was over. She called for dinner below decks, and we celebrated well into the night before retiring. Lillian grinned at me more than once as she read the notes sent by other captains. Clearly our ship had come out on top. I had come out on top. The biggest terror on the seas was dead. I would plot my escape now. Me and Kale. I'd get me and Beezy out of this life and we'd control our own fates. We reached Islanda Nylar 4 days later, and to my shock, Kale was gone when I searched the island for him. Mocha, Jez and I went back to the east bunkhouse, along with the other recruits who had gotten back, to await the return of the other ships still performing the test. I sat on the pile of straw bales often, trying to think, and I told Beezy the good news. She hadn't seen Kale. He had gone out sailing, following his father's orders, to collect information about all the recruits. Kale had told her before he embarked on the journey. It was a full week before Lillian stormed through the east bunkhouse, shooting and announcing that all ships had returned to Islanda Nylar, and that all captains would meet to discuss our fates. They will deliberate for 1 or 2 days, Lillian shouted as the rain poured down outside. Myself included. Until then, you have time off to rest and think about your terrible performances. But she smiled at me and then at Pecha. Pecha had hung with her friends since getting back, saying nothing and leaving me alone. And I still hadn't seen Kale. Of course, he would get stuck in that meeting. Mocha, Jez and I wandered around the island together, and we even managed to pay Beezy a few visits while we all waited with bated breath. Roslyn even allowed Beezy to walk around with us to stretch her legs, and we raided the kitchen, walked the jungle trails and fished together. Despite my fate looming, I had a great time, and as we finished fishing that second evening watching the sunset, I spotted him. Kale stood at the tree line as he had on my first training day, tipping his hat. His evil smile told me that something had happened. My heart raced at the sight of him, and I nodded to Mocha, Jez and Beezy. I'll be right back. I think I know what this is about, Mocha said. She and Beezy exchanged whispers. Beezy and Mocha were getting along, mainly because Beezy's heightened senses provided plenty of gossip topics that Mocha couldn't resist. Jez, on the other hand, just shook his head. I met Kale at the tree line. And he just smiled, dragging out the moment. I had to break the silence. What happened at the captain's meeting? I asked. Kale leaned against a tree. It's not quite done. We're taking a short break, so I can't be long. But I wanted to ask you something before we make our final decisions. Ask me what? My heart thudded and my face heated. All Kale and I had shared was one kiss, but the memory returned, complete with his lips on mine. At least that was a memory that didn't stir my deathly magic. If you wanted to train with my crew. We all heard about your supposed ability to help find the divine treasure, Nar. Some of Lillian's crew couldn't keep their mouths shut. Rumor spread. And she had to be honest about your performance. It is the code. I swallowed. Everyone wants me. Kale nodded. Yes. I'm not interested in finding this divine treasure. I know you're not. That's why I'm asking if you want to be on my crew. But your father could try to steal me. He will, no matter whose crew you're on. But perhaps we can work something out and help you to escape. I don't know what it is yet, but if you are the child of Nyla, there may be a chance. Your powers may well go beyond what a normal divine descendant can do. If you can visit the Forbidden Isle to go after this map Vulcan spoke of, you can slip away. Understandably. I swallowed. No one had gone to the Forbidden Isle and ever come back. Even the waters around it were full of death. But could I? Could I get away and not get Kale punished? He seemed to think it was possible. And there's this key to the gate that he mentioned too, I said. We can find that too. If it's here, you should be able to get to it, Kale said. I can't believe that Nyla is still awake, somewhere. It makes sense, I said. And I don't want the younger Vulcan to get to this treasure. If he gets it, he can summon and maybe even control the gods. The thought had bothered me ever since I had killed his older brother. Kale stared down at me, working his jaw. Then we would have a true dark age. Yes. We need to prevent him at all costs, in case they have any other children of Nyla. My father underestimated them. Then his expression softened. Do you want to stay, Nar? No, but I want the other Vulcan brother to succeed even less. I don't want anything to happen to my friends. He smiled. You're not a block of ice after all. Nearly losing Mocha and Jez had changed something inside me. Kale, if I train with your crew and make sure the other Vulcan doesn't rise again, will you also take Mocha and Jez? No. I'll throw them into the ocean. Then as he watched my expression, he smiled. Of course I will take them and keep you together. I was hoping you would ask. He took my arms. We'll get through this, Nar. Welcome aboard. End of Book 1. Holly Hook has been writing pretty much all her life, and also has several other series available. Titles range from paranormal romance, to fairy tale, to urban fantasy, and to science fiction.